Chapter 7:11. It was as if the water elemental had lifted the entire lake into the air, smashing towards Brando and Maynard, who was by the lakeshore. A transparent wall of water poured down from the sky, forming a waterfall. When the water hit the ground, it shattered into white clouds, shooting out countless sharp arrows. Brando had already leapt onto the lakeshore. He turned around and ran with Maynard. The flood, which was taller than a person, chased closely behind them, flooding the cedar forest. With a series of cracking sounds, it uprooted the tall ice elemental trees and swept them into the whirlpool. The white waves quickly pushed forward with countless driftwood, but they were always one step behind Brando and Maynard. Many frost demons in the forest who couldn't escape in time were swept into the water. The wall of water pushed forward for about 100 meters before gradually calming down. Then, it began to retreat and seep into the soil. Brando and Maynard ran to a mound. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. When they turned around, they saw that the forest had completely changed. Countless pieces of ice floated in the retreating muddy water. They couldn't help but click their tongues. These ice spirits really didn't show any mercy to their own kind. Just how many ice spirits are there in the forest? Maynard looked at the lake. The lake, which had shrunk by a third, was full of water elemental. Brando was a little speechless. Summon Water Elemental was a sixth circle spell. The summoned water elementals were all level 37 Silver Peak elemental creatures. Their strength was almost on par with Maynard. Because they were elemental creatures, their combat strength might even be stronger. As mid-silver level ice spirits, they didn't have the ability to cast such a spell alone. They could only cast it in a circular sequence. Summoning a water elemental required the power of at least 10 ice spirits. Coupled with the mirror image spell, there were probably hundreds or thousands of ice spirits in the Rime forest. Should we fight our way through? Maynard turned to look at him. No need. Of course, it was not impossible to fight their way through, but they would have to pay a huge price. They were facing hundreds of ice fairies, and he and Maynard, one of them was an elemental awakener, and the other had just stepped into the gold realm. The key was that the two of them were swordsmen, and they did not even have a teammate who could cast spells. Brando began to regret not bringing the Shire and Hipamera along. At the same time, he took out a small jar from the dimensional space. Honey! When Maynard saw the clay jar, she immediately recognized that it was the honey that Brando had asked the innkeeper to purchase earlier. Fairies have a special liking for pollen and honey. It's recorded in many documents, Brando answered as he pulled out the stopper on the jar and placed it on the ground. Maynard stared at him suspiciously. You think you can solve the problem just like that? Of course not, Brando replied. We're still here. They're not that stupid. Then why are you still doing these boring things? I mean, of course we can't do it here, but we just have to hide behind a tree. Brando smiled at her. Maynard turned back and looked at him silently. Mr. Brando, now is not the time to joke. You really forgot all about it. Brando stopped, slightly surprised. What? Come with me. Brando turned back and saw a cedar tree not far behind him. He gestured to Maynard, then turned sideways and hid behind the cedar tree. The female knight looked at this scene with some confusion, but she hesitated for a moment and followed. The two of them hid behind the pine tree and stared outside. Maynard frowned. She couldn't believe that Brando's clumsy plan would succeed. Anyone with a little intelligence would know that this was a trap. However, not long after, a small dot of light flew out from the surface of the lake. It looked a little like the light spirit she had seen in Trentheim, but it was smaller and had 2 pairs of fey wings as thin as a cicada's. She slowly flew over and landed next to the honey jar. She put her hands on the edge of the jar, raised her head and sniffed with her small nose. Her face quickly showed a look of surprise. Then Maynard saw a ball of light rise from her hand. She opened her palm, moved forward, and threw the ball of light into the jar. What is she doing? She frowned and asked. That's fairy magic. She's testing for poison. Brando replied softly. He looked back at Maynard and said, You really have forgotten a lot of things. My dream is originally fragmented. I can only remember some important outlines. I can't even tell the time before and after. Some details are often lost before I wake up. The female knight replied quietly, Sometimes, I have to use my waking time to read some information to make up for the knowledge in my dream. She was silent for a moment and said, But in fact, I don't like it when you ask me such questions. Because this is not my intention. It makes me feel like a puppet controlled by an invisible force. I only know how to live according to everything in my dream. Brando's eyes stopped on her. The female knight had some contradictions, and so did he. On the one hand, he hoped that the person in front of him was Allium Japonicum. On the other hand, he also understood that this kind of understanding was indeed very painful for Maynard. If she could not accept the existence of Allium Japonicum in her dream, she would always feel that she was troubled by another soul. But he suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Do you hate Madara?" This question made Maynard tremble slightly. She looked up, and Brando clearly saw that her pupils seemed to have shrunk because of fear. She looked at him with some fear and showed her white teeth as if she was going to bite off the topic. "Don't ask me this question." Brando was slightly stunned because he saw Maynard's hand trembling slightly. "What's going on?" He frowned. But a new situation in his field of vision interrupted his thoughts. When the fairy threw the light ball into the honey jar, the jar immediately radiated a golden light. The fairy's face immediately showed a look of surprise. She stood on her tiptoes, put her hand into the jar, and scooped up some sticky honey. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked it, and put her whole finger into her mouth. When she pulled it out, there was a long silver thread. The fairy smacked her lips, and her eyes narrowed into a line. Then she simply sat down and leaned against the jar, and put all 5 fingers into her mouth one by one to suck. Maynard was dumbfounded. Don't they have any sense of vigilance? Probably a little, otherwise they wouldn't use magic to test for poison. But that's all. Fairies are very greedy, playful, and curious creatures. Brando couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Fairies were famous for being cute in the game, and he didn't expect it to be the same in this world. Miss Tanya isn't like them. That's because Aunt Tanya has received a strict education and has a lot of human knowledge, but she also can't suppress her curiosity. The nature of a race is only one aspect, not to mention that there are many differences between different fairies. Is Miss Tanya part of the fairies? She is a descendant of the light race, a close relative of the light spirits, the light fairies. The light fairies were the servant race of the Buga wizards before the saints, but now their status is higher than before. Brando added, "And the ice fairies are the stupidest race here. They're coming." Following Brando's words, in the frost forest above the lake, countless large and small balls of light rose, at least hundreds of them. When Maynard saw this scene, she couldn't help but sigh. It was a miracle that this race hadn't gone extinct yet. But in fact, fairies also had their own way of survival. For example, the fairy from before was a scout sent by them, and the advantage of being a scout was that they had the priority to eat the honey. But once they sensed that there was no danger, these fairies, big and small, would swarm out in full force. "Let's go. This place is going to become a battlefield in a while," Brando said. "Battlefield?" The female knight was a little puzzled. But as if to prove Brando's words, hundreds of fairies quickly fought over the honey, but the battle between them was very much like a child's play. The female knight even saw a fairy grab a ball of mud from the ground and throw it at its companion's face. This was simply inconceivable. But the fairies were fighting, and naturally no one paid attention to Brando and Maynard, who were hiding behind the tree. The two quickly bypassed these little guys who were fighting over the honey, and then walked to the center of the lake. Because the fairies had all come out, the water elements on the lake had already dissipated. The two waded across the entire lake without encountering any obstacles, and soon saw the lakeside where the frost forest was located. The whole process was so smooth that Maynard was a little incredulous. Walking out of the water, Maynard frowned as she wrung the water on her pants dry, then she looked up and asked, "Since you already knew that the honey had such an effect, why didn't you use it earlier?" "Honey is a rare food in this place. If I don't have to use it, I can make honey candy. Traveling in the stained frost forest is very boring and depressing. Desserts can make a lady feel better, and Scarlet also likes honey." Brando sighed in relief. She looked at him. "I didn't know you were so attentive." "I'm just more experienced when it comes to adventuring." Speaking of the experience of the previous life, Maynard fell silent. But after a while, Brando heard her calmly say, "I also like honey." He turned back, and the female knight had already sheathed her sword and walked past him into the forest. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 7:12. Gotcha, gotcha. Brando and Maynold walked slowly through the crystal forest. The frozen branches turned into dancing snow under their leather boots. The two of them looked up at the strange forest. The snow-white world seemed to have turned into a palace of ice. Darkness seeped out from between the trees, swallowing all sound and leaving only dead silence. It seems a little strange. Brando stared at the withered forest. The white mist he exhaled quickly dissipated into the air. I can't feel any signs of life. This is a dead forest. Did it freeze to death? Maynold pressed a hand on her sword and looked around cautiously as usual. This is the legendary tree of fog, the fantasy forest that coexisted with the crystal stag. How could it freeze to death? Brando raised his hands and blew into his palms, rubbing them together. The mission isn't that simple. Let's be careful. Maynold's face was cold. She pulled her sword out of the scabbard with a clang. But Brando turned around and pressed her hand down. Don't be in a hurry to show hostility. In a place like this, be careful of being attacked by dark magic. But the female knight gently pushed his hand away and slowly pulled out her sword. She answered, Don't worry. I can feel the flow of dark magic. Brando watched her pull out her sword. You can feel the flow of dark magic? Maynold was expressionless. Everyone has some special ability. Magic is tangible in my eyes. It's all over this world and is restrained by an invisible force. That's the law. Brando took a deep breath. Son of the Moon, your talent is better than Senior Allium Japonicum's. It's a pity that you didn't choose the path of a wizard. The dragon magic that shapes magic is practically tailor-made for you. The female knight pulled back her sword with a clang and pointed the cold tip at his neck. I've said it before. I'm me and she's her. I don't want you to talk about this with me again. I hope you can learn to respect others a little. With that, she slowly sheathed her sword. A light buzzing sound was heard, and a wisp of ripples appeared on the blade of the sword. It seemed as if an invisible air current was revolving around the sword. Brando was slightly startled upon seeing this. The aura surrounding the sword was clearly the flow of dark magic. Black swordsman. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Maynold. I'm sorry, he answered. But Maynold had already turned around and walked ahead. Brando saw the female knight's straight figure in the snow. Her unique stubbornness and pride were hidden in her bones. He thought for a moment, then quickly followed. He didn't expect Maynold to have the ability to see the flow of dark magic. Child of the Moon, a bloodline ability second only to Blue Calamity. No wonder she dared to say she could find the crystal stag. The flow of dark magic was tangible in her eyes. The river of magic in the forest was like a real river to her. The two of them walked slowly in the forest for a while, passing through the deathly still forest paths. The rime forest wasn't very big, but it gave Brando a very strange feeling. Because he had Firefly with him, he also had the dark detection attribute. But for some reason, he always felt that the magic in the forest was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was erratic. Finally, he opened his mouth and asked, Which direction do you feel the magic flowing in? I don't know. Maynold's answer was very simple. What? Brando thought the female knight was joking, but when he turned around, he saw Maynold's serious face. The magic in this forest seems to have completely disappeared, but it's not the kind of dead silence. It seems like it once flowed through these withered paths. The female knight pointed at the paths in the forest. But now, there are only withered traces left. What, you're saying that the magic in this forest is drying up, or has already dried up? Brando looked at Maynold in disbelief. Wound was a world of magic. Every blade of grass and every tree in this world wasn't made of atoms or other finer substances. For the world under Martha's Tiamat law, its foundation was built on the four elements: fire, water, wind, earth. As for light and darkness, they weren't elements themselves. They were just a manifestation of energy. The four elf kings followed their agreement with Martha and continued to build the Wound's Edge at the borders of the world. The entire world was built on this foundation. But below the elements, the world of Wound had another source of power: dark magic. Whether it was the elements or the law, they were just the bricks and blueprints of this world. But the foundation of the entire world was magic. Without magic, this world wouldn't exist, or it would be dead. Just like this forest, it would wither and die, eventually turning into dust. But this assumption didn't exist, because the entire world floated on the sea of magic. Magic filled every part of the world, and there was absolutely no natural black hole area. Unless there was some man-made reason. Brando thought of this and suddenly reacted. Wait, you mean there's something in the center of the forest? He narrowed his eyes, picked up the scabbard of Halran Gaia, and then pulled out the dark blade. But at this moment, a pile of ice chips suddenly fell from the tree trunk above them. Brando was slightly startled and subconsciously raised his head vigilantly. Then he saw an ice fairy about 2 or 3 inches tall with 2 pairs of ice crystal wings standing there, looking at them with the same vigilant expression. Who are you? Stop right now. The fairy girl stood on the tree trunk and shouted at them in a righteous tone. Who are you? Brando was stunned. He didn't expect there to be a fairy in the forest. This was different from what the strategy guide said. Aren't you going to go grab the honey? The fairy girl looked visibly shaken, but she quickly wiped her mouth. I'm different from those idiots. I'm a guard of the Forbidden Land. Guarding this place is my promise to Master Malurcha. I won't be shaken by a little benefit. Interesting. Brando couldn't help but be interested. He'd never seen such a special fairy before. You mean you won't let us in? Of course. The fairy girl jumped down from the tree and floated not far in front of the two of them. She patted her small chest and answered with a serious expression. Listen up, unless you step over my dead body, I won't let you in. Everyone has to be responsible for their words. Before Brando could speak, Maynold had already raised her long sword with a click. She took a step back and lowered her center of gravity. She was already in a military swordsmanship stance. Since that's the case, let's use our swords to speak. Wait. Brando didn't want to make a move right off the bat. This situation that was different from what was in the strategy guide could only mean that there might be more to this mission. But just as he was about to press down on Maynold's shoulder, the female knight was more decisive than Brando thought. Her figure flashed and she was already shooting an arrow at the little fairy, making Brando grab empty air. Maynold! The fairy girl was also shocked by Maynold's staunchness. But she quickly raised both her hands and chanted in a shrill voice. Azure Dragon, grant me the blade of dismemberment. She pointed forward, and 3 circular circles with a diameter of nearly 2 meters appeared behind her. The 3 runes Vir, Or, and Meme flashed on the circles one after another. It was a high-level spell. Brando was shocked. This was no ordinary ice fairy. It was a fairy summoner. A large number of shards of blue ice crystals that were as bright as blades appeared behind the fairy and hung in the air. Attack! Blizzard! Maynold, come back! A gust of wind swept out from behind the fairy girl, forming a terrible ice crystal storm in the direction of her outstretched hand. Countless blade-like ice shards spun in front of her face, breaking countless trees with a whoosh. Maynold was almost instantly caught in the gust of wind. Normal people would choose to protect themselves and temporarily avoid danger in such a situation, but the female knight had her own staunchness. She clenched her teeth and crossed her arms in front of her. With a crash, the flying snowflakes immediately froze into a thick layer of icicles. At the same time, the flying ice crystals instantly cut her arms and flew backwards, leaving behind a long trail of blood. The Erewhon military uniform on Maynold's arms were torn into countless strips of cloth. But she still moved forward, stomping heavily on the snow and then leaping forward like an arrow. At that moment, the fairy girl could not help but widen her eyes because she had already seen Maynold in front of her. The female knight gritted her teeth. The burning fighting spirit in her eyes was so hot that it was almost about to spit fire. Her black hair fluttering wildly in the wind, Maynold separated her almost frozen arms and then punched the fairy girl, sending her flying like a meteor. Brando watched dumbfounded as the fairy flew out and hit the snow on the ground. Like a ball of yarn, she bounced and rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop. Woohoo, it hurts, Mommy! The fairy girl groaned in pain. She was actually beaten to tears. She got up and sat on the ground, wailing loudly. Her crying was so miserable that Brando, who was watching from the side, felt a little embarrassed. But when he turned his head to look at Maynold, he saw the woman who looked like a senior coldly wiping her hand on her arm. The icicles that were almost frozen to her skin fell with a splash of blood. Brando could not help but hiss softly in his heart. He did not know whether this woman could feel pain or not, but he felt a little pain just by looking at her. Okay, let's continue. Maynard looked up and said to Brando, "Don't tell me you're venting all your anger at me on her?" Brando could not help but ask. The female knight stopped, looked at him and replied indifferently, "I'm not as bored as you." With that, she put away her sword and continued to walk forward. But it was at this time that the fairy girl, who was still crying sadly, got up from the ground again. While sobbing, she raised her hands with a bruised nose and swollen face. "I said, you're not allowed to go over," she whimpered in reply. Brando and Maynard stopped in their tracks and looked at this strange fairy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 7:13. What's going on? Brando pursed his lips and grabbed Maynard, who was about to step forward. He suddenly calmed down and felt that he had grasped something. He whispered, "Wait a minute. Ice fairies are a very timid species. They have always been insulated from battle. At most, they would dare to use spells to play tricks on adventurers from afar. That's strange." The female knight struggled a little, but when she heard Brando's words, she stepped on the snow and could not help but stop. She looked up and stared at the fairy girl on the ground with some suspicion. "Nonsense! Nonsense!" The fairy girl grimaced in pain, but she still used her small hands to cover her swollen cheeks. She stammered as she jumped up and shouted, "We are not timid. We will fight to the end to protect our home." "Protect your home?" Brando seemed to smell something in the air. He narrowed his eyes and gently placed Halrangaya on the ground. "Little one, you seem to be hiding some secret. I won't tell you. You didn't say no, but you said you won't tell me. That means there is indeed a secret. You." The fairy was obviously angry. She stretched out her hands and shouted, "I am the daughter of the North Wind, the sleeping dragon Calatrus." 7 huge circles spread out with her palms as the center. As if accompanied by a low beast-like growl, an icicle pierced out from the center of the circle and refracted in mid-air towards Brando. 7-circle ice elemental spell. The sleeping dragon Calatrus was the famous king of ice dragons. A spell created with its name would naturally not be simple. However, Brando did not even blink. He seemed to be motionless, waiting for the moment before the ice dragon hit him. He raised his left hand and grabbed the dragon's head. Then, with a gentle tug, the spell was directly torn to pieces. "Ah!" The fairy girl stared dumbfounded at the scene of ice shards flying all over the sky. She couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. She probably never dreamed that someone could break a spell into its most primitive state with their bare hands. This simply overturned everything she knew. Your magic is useless against me, little one." Brendel rubbed his left hand, and the ice shards in his palm turned into snow and fell to the ground. "All right, I let you attack once. Out of courtesy. Now it's your turn to answer my question. Let me ask you, what's going on with the magic in this forest?" But the fairy girl's face immediately paled. She looked at Brando in shock. How did you know?" Her expression made Maynard beside her shake her head. She was indeed an idiot. "All right, I also know that Lord Malurcha is the protector of this forest, the crystal." At that moment he felt as if something was spying on him. To eat. Of course not. This answer was a little funny, but Brando couldn't laugh. For some reason, he suddenly felt a certain aura in the air become active. But it wasn't the fluctuation of magic. It was the blood of God in his body that was restless. He felt a little anxious. "I just want to know what's going on in this forest." "I won't tell you." Her answer was resolute and decisive. "That's okay. Let me guess. This is something to do with the Lord Malurcha you speak of. Be careful." Brando suddenly turned his head and pushed Maynard away. A black shadow flew between the two of them and crashed into the tree of fog on the other side of the path. With a series of cracking sounds, countless crystallized trees snapped, allowing that thing to open a path through the dense forest. This speed. Brando sucked in a breath of cold air. He realized that even with his perception, he couldn't capture the other's movements. If it wasn't for the blood of God suddenly throbbing, allowing him to react in the nick of time and push Maynard away. Otherwise, the female knight would probably have been seriously injured by now. But what exactly was that thing? The crystal stag couldn't possibly have this kind of speed. Before this, he'd only seen this kind of speed on beings at the level of Nicholas and Veronica and above. At this time, Maynard also climbed up from the ground. She shook off the ice shards on her body and looked in that direction with the same cautious expression. Rustling sounds came from the pitch-black forest. Then Brando saw a pair of snow-white hooves, then long antlers, and then a pair of crimson eyes. That definitely wasn't the crystal stag. Brando's impression of the crystal stag was noble and elegant, the most beautiful creature in the stained frost forest. It was called the crystal stag because its entire body was snow-white. The crystallized bone plates on its shoulders, legs, antlers, and back made it look like a beautiful creature carved out of crystal. But right now, Brando couldn't believe his eyes. The creature he saw really did look like a deer. But half of its head, back, and legs were dripping with black liquid. The crystal bone plates had long been damaged beyond repair. Some pitch-black smoke was rising from the wounds all over its body. The most terrifying thing was its pair of crimson eyes. There wasn't a trace of a normal beast's expression in them, only endless rage and desire. The monster faced Brando and stared at him, breathing heavily from its nostrils. Brando couldn't help but frown because at that moment, he heard a low voice say to him in his head, "Get out! Get out, human! This is demonization. How can it be so heavily tainted by magic?" Brando was stunned. This was no longer the crystal stag, but a monster completely controlled by dark magic. The disgusting black smoke that flowed around its body was actually a substantial amount of dark magic. "Human, get out! Master Malurcha!" At that moment, the fairy girl on the side suddenly screamed. She flew towards the monster anxiously, but as soon as she took off, Brando suddenly rushed to her side and knocked her down with a swing of his sword. Brando put down Halrangaya's wide blade and stopped her. He said coldly, "If you don't want to die, stay here." "I don't believe you, human," the fairy girl said loudly. Then she climbed up and tried to flap her wings and fly again. This time, Brando didn't have time to waste with her. He turned around and slapped her into the snow with the back of his sword. Then he said to Maynard, "Hold her down. I'll deal with this monster." "No," the fairy girl screamed. However, her protest was destined to be futile because Maynard had already grabbed her off the ground. "Ah, you bad woman, let go of me. I won't allow you to hurt Master Malurcha," the little fairy immediately screamed. Maynard glanced in Brando's direction, then turned back. "Brando won't hurt your Master Malurcha. Don't worry." The fairy girl immediately replied unhappily, "I don't believe you humans." The female knight lowered her head and glanced at the little thing. She thought for a moment, then suddenly opened her pocket and took out a candy the size of a bean. Then she stuffed it into the fairy girl's mouth. "UNS. Wah, what is this? Wah." The little fairy's chattering screams suddenly quieted down. At the same time, Brando turned his head and saw that the monster seemed to be ready to attack. It circled around him in a semicircle, then lowered its head and rubbed its hooves lightly on the ground. Its nostrils were also puffing out white mist. Brando became a little more serious and also raised Halrangaya. "Get out of here, human! Is that all you know? Oh!" Before Brando could finish speaking, he felt a great force suddenly come out of the sword. There was a loud noise. He didn't even see the stag Malurcha's movements clearly before the other's horn was already pressed against the blade of Halrangaya. It was as if it had been there all along. "This is the spatial element?" Brando was slightly shocked. He hurriedly used both hands to support Halrangaya. The blade of Halrangaya was completely bent toward the center under the great pressure. It made a creaking sound as if it couldn't bear the weight. "That's not right," he denied this thought. Because the stag Malurcha suddenly raised its head high, and its horn collided heavily with the long sword again. The sword sank slightly, and Brando almost lost his grip. This was the stabilized ground. Brando narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already thought of the other's source of power. The power of chaos. This crystal stag actually possessed an extremely strong power of chaos. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This was complete demonization. To demonize to this extent, what kind of thing had this guy done to anger the heavens and the people? But it was at this moment that Malurcha suddenly tilted its head. There was a series of creaking sounds from Halrangaya in Brando's hand. Luckily, he had the immortal element. Otherwise, He would have doubted whether this sword would be able to hold out past the next moment. In front of him, the monster's blood-red eyes flashed. A low voice rang out in his mind. "Let go of her, human." Let go of her? Brando paused, then realized that the monster was actually talking about the little fairy in Maynard's hands. "So you still have some sense?" He struggled with some difficulty. He answered with some difficulty. This damned crystal stag's strength was unimaginably great. "Right, the guardian of the Holy Seal Valley." Crack! A sharp noise was heard. The stag Malurcha turned its head and forcefully flicked the sword in Brando's hand away. Then it took a step back and flashed forward. Its enormous figure appeared in front, behind, to the left, and to the right of Brando at the same time. Clang, 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 clang. 4 swords. Brando blocked the stag Malurcha's 4 attacks in a row. The 4 figures of Brando disappeared one by one in a flurry of dancing snowflakes. "Human, let go of her and get out of here." The voice in his head had become more and more severe. It seemed to carry some kind of warning. F***CK. Brando shook his hand with all his might. Although he had used the 9 luminary sword art to block those 4 swords, the stag Malurcha's power was too terrifying. After Malurcha's attack failed, it immediately retreated. Then it raised its head and looked at him cautiously. "It looks like your sense is also intermittent." Brando gritted his teeth and couldn't help but ask. "Guardian of the Holy Seal Valley, hurry up and tell me what happened here. The magic in the Rime Forest is fading. This must have something to do with you, right?" But before he could finish speaking, the stag Malurcha's figure flashed. "Oh no!" Brando was shocked. He hurriedly pulled back his sword and tried to block the other's corner. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this monster could actually accelerate. A sharp sound, like glass shattering, pierced the dead silence of the forest like a whistle. Brando raised his head in a daze and saw the Halran Gaia in his hand spinning out of his hand. A sword saint. He couldn't even hold his own sword. Brando couldn't believe what he was seeing. Flames of anger immediately ignited in his heart. He turned his head and stared at the monster that had once again retreated in front of him. "Fine, since you want to play like this." The Count of Tonajol clenched his hand. "I will accompany you to the end." Poof! A ball of black flame spread out from his palm. Alphonse, the Dragon of Fury, fanaticism. With a roar, countless ice shards were blown away by the air currents with Brando as the center. P.S. This is the last update of the month. Starting from the 15th, I basically guarantee that I will write 10,000 words a day every day. Everyone can see that. I wrote about 180,000 words in total this month, far exceeding my previous speed of 120,000 words a month. Even if I include the outburst I owed you last month, it's still far more than that. At this point, I can basically say that I did what I said I would and made up for all that I owed you before. So today, I can act cute and ask for monthly votes with a clear conscience, right? Then please continue to look forward to next month's update. I will keep it up as always. At the same time, I hope that everyone will continue to support me as always. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 7:15. The Power of the War Dragon. Malurcha seemed to have sensed the change in Brando's body. An instinct for danger made it alert. It resumed its attacking stance, lowering its head and scratching the ground with its hooves. Puffs of white smoke came out of its nose. Then it kicked off with its hind hooves and shot out like an arrow. It suddenly left everyone's field of vision, as if it had disappeared into thin air. But Brando was an exception. He reached out his hands, bang! The scene seemed to freeze. Malurcha crashed into Brando's hands like it had hit a wall and stopped dead in its tracks. With a loud bang, the wind it brought with it caused the air to expand. It lifted the corners of Brando's clothes and the long hair in front of his forehead, sweeping past him. Brando slid back a few steps before he could completely dissipate the force. But at least it was no longer a one-sided suppression. He could fight. His hands changed from blocking to grasping, tightly grasping the other's horns. "You think I only know how to use a sword?" Brando bared his white teeth. Twisting his hands, he roared and threw Malurcha to the ground. Boom! The previously unstoppable demonized crystal stag fell to the snow-covered ground of the forest like a meteorite. Accompanied by the fairy's shriek, A handful of snowflakes flew high into the air. Then, it dragged a deep trench in the snow, revealing the grayish-black soil underneath due to the exhaustion of magic power. Roar! It let out a pained cry and crawled up from the ground with its 4 hooves. It twisted its neck in Brando's direction and slashed with its long horn. 3 overlapping translucent ripples swept across the dozen or so meters towards Brando. Sickle Horn, one of the crystal stag's basic attacks. But the original compressed airblade had been strengthened into a triple strike after demonization. This type of attack was the nemesis of knights with shields. Only the best knight players could perfectly nullify it, but it was nothing to Brando. He rolled backwards like a fish, letting the 3 air blades hit the snowy ground one after another, leaving behind 3 incisions that were nearly a meter long and half a meter deep. Brendo landed beside Halran Gaia that was stuck in the snow and pulled it out from the ground with a flip of his hand. Failing to hit its target, the stag Malurcha immediately raised its upper body and lifted its front hooves off the ground. Earthquake! When Brando saw this move, he couldn't help but want to kill someone. This was one of the ultimate moves that heavy cloven-hoofed creatures had to have, but the crystal stag was definitely not a heavy cloven-hoofed creature in Wound. At most, it was a large creature, and this wasn't a skill that it should have, but now it had been added because of its demonization. But whether he liked it or not, Malurcha stomped his hooves down heavily. With a loud bang, Brando saw that the map it had stepped on instantly caved in. Then, a visible ripple spread in all directions, followed by another, and then a third. Because he wasn't prepared beforehand, Brando had to rely on his own reflexes to dodge the shockwave. He pushed off with his hands and leaped high into the air, trying to approach Malurcha from the air. But as soon as he left the ground, he saw the crystal stag swing its head in his direction. The 3 air blades seemed to be in front of him in an instant. What the hell? Brando knew this guy would play this trick on him, so he hurriedly pulled out Halran Gaia to block it. Then, he was sent flying by the terrifying force. Like a shooting star, he crashed into a tree of fog not far away, shattering the crystallized arbor into pieces. Then, the 3 shock waves that shook the ground arrived first, throwing him 3 times in a row and throwing him hard onto the ground. Brando was so depressed that he almost spat blood. With his strength and experience, it would have been easy for him to deal with a crystal stag, but he didn't expect it to be a demonized one. Demonized creatures had many skills and were the natural enemy of players like him, who relied on experience. He spat out a few mouthfuls of snow and dirt and got up, but Malurcha clearly didn't plan on letting him go. After losing in close combat, the stag seemed to have fallen in love with long-range attacks. It swung its long horn, and 3 air blades that were perpendicular to the ground flew towards Brando. The 3 air blades plowed through the ground like claws, kicking up ice and dirt in their path and leaving 3 deep claw marks. Not far away, Maynard, who was holding down the fairy girl, saw this scene and couldn't help but frown slightly. But when she looked down at the little captive in her hands, she found that the latter had a worried expression. "It seems like you're worried about something?" she asked. The fairy girl trembled and quickly put on a straight face. No. If that's the case, this crystal stag's demonization isn't without a price. It's draining its life force, isn't it? Maynard thought for a moment and seemed to understand the connection. No. You don't need to answer, little guy. She raised her head and said to Brando, "Brando, stall for time, it can't hold on for much longer." "Despicable!" the little fairy shrieked. But Brando didn't want to stall for time at all, even though he could see that something was wrong with the stag. The black smoke around it seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. He suddenly realized that the stag was suppressing its demonization. If that was the case, then it would be easy to deal with. Seeing the 3 air blades fly forward, Brando flicked the Halran Gaia upwards. "Rise up, Earth's resonance." With a cracking sound, a row of sharp rocks stretched out from the ground like fangs, blocking the front of the horn-sized air blades. The translucent ripples swept through the forest path with a whoosh, but when they hit the rocks, they shattered into pieces along with the hard rocks. A cloud of dust and debris exploded. The demonized crystal stag Malurcha raised its head in confusion because it realized that it had lost track of its opponent. Until an explosive shout sounded above its head. "Where are you looking, little dear?" Malurcha instinctively raised its head, but all it saw was a white light falling from the sky, slashing towards the center of its head. "Flash strike sword art. Don't!" The young fairy screamed shrilly. She couldn't help but close her eyes, afraid to see blood splatter. But the scene she imagined didn't happen. Because a black veil of light suddenly appeared on Malurcha's head. Brando's Halrangaya slashed at the black veil of light and then bounced back. Brando paused slightly and stepped back. Then he saw that the demonized crystal stag's head was only left with a faint line of blood. The Shield of Chaos was a common skill that most powerful demonized creatures had. It consumed dark magic at the cost of negating most types of attacks. Except for holy attacks. Damned demonized state. Brando couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then he immediately saw the line of blood on Malurcha's head close in an instant, gradually disappearing, and then turning into a faint mark. This was the elemental power that the crystal stag should have, the healing power that came from the water element. But after Malurcha used this power, the dark color on its body deepened. Brando saw this and stopped. If you keep fighting with me, you won't be able to suppress the dark magic on your body. You want to protect this forest, don't you? You want to protect those stupid little fairies. But if you keep going like this, you'll become a mindless monster. He spoke gently and looked at the other with some concern, trying to establish communication with the other in this way. The demonized Malurcha shook its head, but the blood red in its eyes immediately grew brighter. Get out, human! Get out of here. This isn't a place you should be. The roar in the soul swept through the spiritual world of everyone present. How stubborn. Brando frowned and had to raise his sword. Let me go, sob sob. Maynard suddenly saw the fairy girl she was holding down begin to sob. Her eyes glistened with tears and soon, large teardrops began to roll down. Sob sob, we don't want this place anymore. Let's move, Master Malurcha. Let's find another magic forest, sob sob sob. Brando heard the fairy girl's sobs and his heart skipped a beat. He felt like he had grasped the general idea of what was going on, but it also seemed like he was wrong. He stared at the demonized crystal stag that had gone crazy and tried one last time. Malurcha, we're not here to make trouble for you. Wake up, we might be able to help you. But the other only used one word to answer him. Get out. Damn it. Brando saw the black flames on Malurcha's body ignite again as it charged towards him. The crystal stag's charge inherited the characteristics of four-legged animals, which was that it was much more imposing than the charge of humans. This was one of the skills it was originally good at. But the better it was at it, the more familiar Brando was with it. He dodged to the side and then held his sword with both hands. He rounded his arms and slashed at the antlers of the demonized crystal stag. There was an ear-piercing sound like metal clashing together. Malurcha's head and Brando's sword both moved to the side. The demonized crystal stag immediately stopped in its tracks and slammed on the brakes. It turned its head and launched a close-range attack with its sickle horn. But Brando had anticipated this and laid down on his back. He knew that the crystal stag's next attack was a back kick. He decisively rolled away from the other side. As expected, Malurcha used its hind hooves to stab at him, but it missed. Now it's my time. Once he got close, Brando's terrifying sword skills and rich battle experience began to come into play. Malurcha immediately realized that it seemed to have fallen into a large net. It hadn't even prepared to attack, but Brando had already prepared a full set of counterattacks for it. Sliver's invention of attacking the blind spot from the back. Kun's discovery of weak points at the back of the neck and shoulder blades under the horns. Lai Yan's swaying left and right tactics. These tactics tailor-made for the crystal stag had come to this world over a span of tens or even hundreds of years in the game. As the first demonized crystal stag to enjoy the full set of these tactics, Malurcha finally understood what it meant to be a cheat. Finally, with a loud bang, the Halran Gaia hit the side of its neck heavily. Although there was a flash of black light, it was still swept away. The flesh on its neck curled up and blue blood flowed out in a pool. The blood dripped onto the ground and immediately formed crystallized blood as beautiful as sapphires. The fairy girl's crying stopped abruptly. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at the scene with a pale face. It was as if she was about to die. Malurcha's four hooves struggled futilely in the snow. But the continuous battle and the suppression of the dark magic had already used up too much of its strength. It cried out angrily, but couldn't stand up. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 7:16. The crystallized blood, glowing with a faint blue light, flashed on the snowy ground not far away. The young fairy girl in Maynard's hands hung her head like she was dead, her slender shoulders trembling slightly. In reality, the mission to get the crystallized blood could be finished now. But there was still a problem. Brando wasn't sure if the crystallized blood of the demonized creature counted. The strangeness of this forest also piqued his curiosity. He knew that there were some hidden missions in the Amber Sword game in the past. It was hard to say if this one counted, but there was no harm in trying. He looked at the demonized crystal stag struggling on the ground, a little confused. What exactly had happened to make it like this? As a creature born of magic, the crystal stag would rarely fall into depravity because of its obsession with dark magic. What was strange was that it seemed to be resisting the corrosion of dark magic, which meant that it wasn't falling of its own accord. But how could a sensitive magical creature be corrupted by dark magic? And that strange young fairy girl. Brando took a step forward. Anger and uneasiness will magnify the dark side thousands of times. If you continue like this, you'll only sink deeper and deeper. I can feel your resistance. Can you hear me? White steam came out of the stag's nostrils and it glared at Brando with blood-red eyes. Brando paused slightly. He wasn't a druid and didn't know how to comfort an animal. He didn't even have any relevant experience in his previous life. This gave him a headache. This crystal stag seemed to be a little rational, but it was also restless. He didn't understand why it was so restless. It didn't make sense. Even if a demonized creature was demonized, it would only become like the black wolves in the Black Forest, filled with hatred and murderous intent toward civilization. This hatred was cold and definitely not restless. But what he felt from Wuxia was restlessness and anxiety. It seemed to be eager to chase them away. He hesitated and tried to put his hand on Wuxia's neck. But at this moment, a murderous intent flashed through the demonized crystal stag's eyes. It seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Its head, which had been so weak it couldn't move, suddenly swiped. 3 layers of translucent ripples appeared in front of Brando's eyes in an instant. His pupils contracted slightly. The crystal stag's fatal weakness at the back of its neck under its horns was actually ineffective against the demonized wood deer. He had clearly calculated the opponent's HP earlier, so he didn't have any doubts when he saw Wuxia fall. However, he didn't expect that the other party was also plotting against him. Brando's heart was pounding. The threat of death made his brain work thousands of times faster. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this demonized crystal stag might very well understand the difference between its power and its peers. Damn it! Brando cursed in his mind and slashed at Wuxia. At the same time, he activated 9 luminary sword art and blink in the opposite direction. The demonized crystal stag howled as it was sent flying, crashing into 3 crystallized trees of fog. But Brando wasn't any better. His figure faded layer by layer in the ripples of the sickle horn, but when he reappeared, there was a bloody wound on his cheek. The previous attack had been too close. You bastard! Don't think that my patience is limitless. Brando muttered in his mind, a little angry. After all, a hidden mission wasn't as important as his life. The previous attack had already made him feel deeply threatened. But he was only halfway through his sentence when he broke off. He saw Wuxia stand up shakily. The wound on the stag's neck hadn't healed yet, and one of its legs was broken. It looked like all of its elemental power had been used to suppress the erosion of the darkness. In other words, it would be very difficult for it to use its healing power. But even so, the crystal stag was still shakily walking towards Brando and Maynard. Magic still lingered on its long horn, accumulating power for the next attack. It lowered its head, its red eyes flashing with the flames of anger. Its long horn was already pointed at Brando. Brando was a little dazed. In the Amber Sword, after transmigrating, he had experienced many battles, but not once had he faced a scene like this. The only time it was even close was around the outskirts of Riberg. In front of him was only a wild beast, but he vaguely felt like he was looking at the White Knight Ebden, half kneeling on the ground with a sword in his hand, but still with a proud heart. It was just an illusion coming from a wild beast. Those demonized creatures had no thoughts and only knew how to kill. Pain, death, and fear couldn't stop them from continuing to attack, just like the undead of Madara. But Brando knew that wasn't the case for the one in front of him. It was struggling, not because of the desire to kill, but because something he couldn't understand was supporting its battle. But what was it? You want to protect this forest? The magic flames on Wuxia's long horn flickered. But we're not your enemy. The demonized crystal stag lowered its head, as if it hadn't heard him. Magic gathered on its long horn, and that point was already flickering. In the next moment, it would be able to release its sickle horn. But that didn't mean anything to Brando. In its current state, he only needed one strike to end the battle. Then he and Maynard would finish the mission and leave. The only pity was that they wouldn't be able to get the hidden mission. But Brando had one hand on his sword, and he found that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Was completing the mission just for the reward? It seemed so, but it also didn't seem so. Say something, you bastard. No. He heard the pitiful cry of the fairy girl. That race that had always been optimistic was crying helplessly at him. Please let Master Malurcha go. Brando hesitated. The magic gathering on Malurcha's long horn was becoming more and more obvious. If it attacked, he had to fight back. The arrow was already knocked. If he didn't fight back, how could he take away the crystallized blood? But damn it, I'm not the one who wants to kill this damn thing. This crystal stag had gone completely crazy. But would it be able to withstand the next attack? Answer me. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Brando couldn't help but roar. All right, since you chose this. He took a deep breath and raised his sword. That happened in an instant. Malurcha's eyes were blood red, as if it couldn't feel anything around it anymore. But it raised its head and tilted its neck. This was the precursor to an attack. Master Malurcha. Brando. The fairy girl and Maynard shouted at the same time. But unlike the former, the female knight's gaze remained calm. She looked at the crystal stag and reminded in a loud voice, "The magic of the forest is all gathered at one point." What? Listen to me. The magic that disappeared from the forest is all gathered on that stag. What? Brando's mouth almost fell open in that moment. He saw the demonized crystal stag attack. The three ripples were like ripples on the surface of a calm lake, sweeping across half of the forest. But he didn't even have time to react. 3 blobs of blood exploded on his body. The light green data bar on his character panel indicating health dropped by half, turning into a bright yellow indicating a warning. But Brando didn't care at all about the crisscrossing wounds on his chest. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. The fog in his head finally showed signs of dispersing. The answer to the riddle was here. So this was the key to the mission. His figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Malurcha. The demonized crystal stag was completely powerless to attack or defend. Brando raised the Halrangaya. Ah! The fairy girl began to struggle violently. Her behavior at this moment was completely out of character for her kind. But unfortunately, no matter how hard she struggled, she was no match for Maynard. The female knight only coldly and calmly used 2 fingers to pin her to the ground. Brando turned his sword. He swung it down, smashing the back of the crystal stag's head with the flat of the sword. He didn't hold back at all this time. This damned beast had caused too much trouble for him. With a muffled sound, Malurcha fell to the ground. But the demonized creature was as tenacious as Brando had expected. Even though it had fallen to the ground, it still glared at Brando with blood-red eyes. But a trace of cold murderous intent seeped out of the blood-red eyes. This murderous intent was quickly replaced by confusion. This meant that the corrosion of the dark magic had reached its final stage. Let me ask you, did you absorb all the magic in this forest? Brando put his sword to Malurcha's neck and asked. To be honest, this scene was a bit comical. It was rare to see a swordsman forcing a stag to answer a question with a sword. But Brando's expression was very serious. Get out, human! The angry reply in the spiritual world was as he had expected. At this time, Malurcha's body was almost completely enveloped by the black smoke. It was obvious that the previous battle had used up too much of its energy. It no longer had any energy left to suppress the corrosion of the darkness. The penetration of the dark magic was accelerating. Brando saw that its eyes were constantly changing. But he actually didn't need an answer anymore. Since you won't answer, then I'll have to find the answer myself. Brando suddenly bent down and pressed down on Malurcha's neck. Then he pointed his sword at the center of the back of its neck under its horns. Below that was the magic core of the crystal stag. He used a bit of force and the blade of Halrangaya cut through the skin. Blue blood flowed out. At this time, Malurcha indeed made an angry sound and began to struggle wildly. But Brando was certain that it wasn't because of pain. P.S. As mentioned before, my nephew will be 100 days old tomorrow. I have to go to my sister's place, so I'll only update 6,000 today. I'll update 6,000 tomorrow. I'll update 10,000 the day after tomorrow. Also, the last chapter was about Tiamat, the Dragon of War. I was thinking about the setting and wrote it down. I'll change it the day after tomorrow. I'll also fix the mistake with the wind elemental pool. Third, I heard that there's double this month. Everyone who has a monthly ticket can keep it. It's also good to see how I do next month. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 717. Birth and Death. The cycle is endless. Observations on Zhu Yuan, Shallow Sea. Volume 1 **********. In its distant memory, there was a vast wilderness. The memories of its childhood were of trekking and traveling. When it crossed the border of the shallow sea, the mountain where the storm stopped and the background of the blue sky was still deeply engraved in the depths of its memory. At the border of water and wind, the two plains overlapped strangely in its vision. That was the deepest impression of its childhood. But all the distant scenery no longer existed. After a long journey, travel and travel again, it finally came to this world. It was a strange beginning, passed down from generation to generation by its clansmen. It was as if the memories flowed in its blood, nurtured the magic, and formed a sacred forest. In the distant dark ages, the gentle magic power attracted the creatures in the darkness. Frost demons, weeping demons, dead spirits. In order to protect this forest, it fought against them. Just like that, the continuous battle seemed to have gone on for many years. Until one day, it saw the ball of light fly in front of it. "Hello, my name is Rose. Your place is so beautiful. Can I stay here?" "No," it answered sternly. "Why?" Little Bubbly's eyes widened. Her blue eyes were wide and full of curiosity. It was as if it was very strange that it didn't let her stay in this forest. "Because you're like them. You pry into the holy magic." No. I just feel that it's cooler here." "Cooler?" "Yes. Besides, you can't fight them alone. You need a companion. I'll help you." It seemed that after that, it had a companion. The word companion, when spoken in the language of the elements, was far more verbose than human words, but its meaning was far-reaching. "Malurcha, let's build a lake. That way they can't come over." "Lake?" "Yes, a lake. You haven't seen it before, right? It's like the scenery of the shallow sea. Of course, it's not as magnificent as home, but it's still a very beautiful scenery." Thinking of home, it nodded. "Malurcha, is the lake beautiful?" "It doesn't look like the shallow sea," it thought for a while and answered seriously. "Then let's make it bigger. Yes, when I die, please bury me under the biggest tree of fog, so that I can go back to my homeland." "Die?" It narrowed its eyes slightly. There seemed to be information about this hidden in the distant blood. It was about elemental creatures. A sentence imprinted on its soul seemed to flash in its memory. New life and death, the endless cycle of the elements. Yes. The little fairy also narrowed her eyes and replied, "New life and death, the elements cycle endlessly. Without death, there will be no new life." It stared at the dark night sky. The meteor was gone in a flash, symbolizing the fall of another hero in the civilized world that was at war with each other in this flourishing starry sky. The war between mortals had begun 137 years ago and would last for 300 years. It would end 12 years later, the prophecy said. Buried in the soil in the middle of the forest, a glowing bud bloomed the next year, and then it slowly bore fruit. 2 new lives were born from the fruit. They were the continuation of Rose's life. They were called Mia and Dice. Fairies were always born with names. It was a strange thing. Then there were more and more fairies. The forest became more and more lively and prosperous day by day. But every night after that, it looked at the lush starry sky and always remembered that sentence. "Malurcha, let's build a lake. That way they can't come over." On the shore of the Silver Lake, the frost demons in the dark didn't dare to cross the surface of the lake as expected. The war in the human world finally ended 130 years ago. Malurcha looked up at the night sky. A meteor flashed by. The last hero of the civilized world, Saint Tassol, had finally finished the last journey of her life. The world suddenly became unfamiliar. The magic core was the source of life for a demonized creature. But for a creature like the crystal stag that was in harmony with magic, it was only the core of its power. A demonized creature that had lost its magic core would immediately turn into ashes. But for Wuxia at most, its power would only fade back to its youth. Brando quickly saw the crystal prism-like existence. It was embedded in Wuxia's spine. As soon as Brando saw it, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The magic core of a healthy crystal stag should contain a blue color like the sea inside the crystal. It was like their homeland, the shallow sea. That was the most beautiful place in the water elemental world. But what he saw was a crystal as black as ink. The corrosion of magic was so severe. Brando couldn't help but hold his breath. The world of Wond was built on a sea of magic. Most of the power that mortals came into contact with originated from dark magic. But Martha set down the law of Tiamat and used the power of the rules to restrain these wild, dark forces, making them docile and peaceful. This was a gift from Mother. But there were some who didn't accept this gift. Astrologers pursued the path of the people of God, like sages who cut through the thorns in the darkness. Like the god they worshipped, the goddess of the abyss Helene, they turned the dark magic into a mirror and sought to see through the fog of the future at the cost of blindness. The darkness eroded their bodies and minds, but they remained steadfast. The witches went one step further than the astrologers. The ancestors of the 12 witches swore to conquer the power of darkness. Their descendants followed this oath. But insanity, coldness, eccentricity, and capriciousness followed them throughout their lives. Because of this, and because of their status as followers of the Dark Dragon, they were spurned by the entire continent. There were also those who walked in the shadows. Cultists, devil worshippers, lunatics, and murderers. They worshipped dark magic and didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves to please those dark, evil beings. These were cripples of the dark side of civilization, but no one denied their existence. Dark magic was like a potent poison. The damage it caused to anyone was irreversible. Brando felt as if he had seen the answer to a riddle. He gently reached out his hand toward the magic core. An electric feeling swept through his body. "Human, stop!" A gentle voice, completely different from the manic and furious voice from before, sounded in Brando's mind. "Guardian of the Forest of the Holy Seal, you know what I'm doing." Brando's hand paused for a moment, then he answered softly. "Have you seen what this forest looks like? You've driven the dark magic out, but it won't help." The voice didn't answer him directly. Instead it said, "On the contrary, you'll regret your actions." "I need to know the reason." Brando asked, "If you don't give up this magic core, you'll be assimilated by the dark magic and become a monster. This forest has already begun to wither. The dark magic will erode everything, including your fairy companions." The voice fell silent. After a while it spoke again. "No, the forest will never wither. Everything you said will not happen, human. You haven't seen the shallow sea, you won't understand how great nature is." The shallow sea. Wuxia paused. It was covered in bruises and its body was already dying. A trace of exhaustion appeared in its blood-red eyes, but they burned with a burning flame. "Human, I know what you want. You can take the crystallized blood. But please leave this forest. This forest doesn't belong to anyone. It only belongs to history, to the fairies who have witnessed everything in the past." Brando didn't understand what it said, but he glanced at the specks of crystal blood on the ground, then glanced at Maynard not far away. The female knight looked at the little fairy in her hand. The little fairy was crying a mess. "Thank you for your generosity, Guardian," Brando answered. "But I'm curious about your choice." There seemed to be a breeze blowing through the forest, rustling. Brittle branches snapped and fell. The forest was dying. Wuxia's body burned with black flames. The crystal stag lay there quietly, as if remembering something. Brando saw its gaze. Over his shoulder, it looked at the magnificent night sky of the world of Wond. There were many constellations there, and many epics that belonged to mortals were written. "Why did you take the initiative to absorb the magic of the entire forest? Is it because the Holy Seal Valley is being corroded by dark magic?" "Pretty much as you guessed, human," the voice that was gradually weakening answered. "The forest is restless, and not just here. Dark magic is pouring out from under the entire world." The magic moon has become brighter than before, human. Brando didn't speak. He knew that Malurcha was talking about the great magic wave. So you took the initiative to draw the dark magic into your body so that it wouldn't corrode the entire forest. But isn't it futile for you to do this? In the end, you will be turned into a puppet by the dark magic. And as the last guardian of this forest, when it dies, it will wither and wither, just like what you saw today, Brando answered slowly, thinking about all the clues about the mission in his mind. But his words were cut off. That's because you haven't seen the shallow sea, human, Malurcha answered quietly. That beautiful and magnificent sea surface at the boundary between wind and water. The tides on the sea rise and fall in an endless cycle. Just like our lives. Your lives. Birth and death, an endless cycle. This is the fate of the elements. Brando suddenly understood. He stared at the crystal stag on the ground with some shock. When the old elemental died, new elemental creatures were born from its corpse. Generation after generation, this ancient knowledge was passed down. This was like a poem that originated from the ancient times. It was always echoing in the bloodline that was called inheritance. It was silent, but it was also majestic. The order of the old days left, taking many memories with it. New life will be reborn under the withered ashes. The dark magic will burn out with me. At that moment, pure magic will once again fill this land. It will nourish the roots of every tree of fog, and make the power of life strong again. Brando stood there, unmoving. For a moment, he felt his thoughts about the mission fade. He asked, "This is your choice?" Malurcha didn't answer. The voice only muttered to itself, "I should have left a long time ago. When I saw the shooting star fly across the night sky, I knew this era no longer belonged to me. So long. But the lake still doesn't look like a shallow sea at all. It's just really beautiful." Brando lowered his eyelids slightly. He was a little moved. But more than that, he was confused. Why did the system set up this scene? Was there a hidden mission here? Was he just here to be a spectator? No, there had to be something that could be changed. He saw the crystal stag lying on the ground gradually close its eyes. The dark magic seemed to want to break free from its body, but it was firmly locked in the magic core. In that moment, Brando seemed to sense the last image that the guardian of the forest of the Holy Seal sent over. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The jagged cliffs and the waves crashed against the rocks. Far away on the horizon, the holy mountain where the storm had stopped was like a light blue ink painting. Clouds floated in the sky. He saw the traveling fawn. Together with its herd, it crossed the coast and the moors. It seemed to be a long journey, and no one knew where they would end. The long time flashed through Brando's mind. It was like 1,000 years in the blink of an eye. He saw a lot. He saw the ferry called Rose. I see my hometown. It's beautiful, just like when I left. It hasn't changed, waiting for me to go back. Brando blinked hard. The corners of his eyes were a little dry. When he opened his eyes, Malurcha's body was emitting a hot white light. It became transparent and light. The magic floating on its body seemed to have been reborn. In the dazzling light of a new star, the black magic was guided by a power that surpassed the realm of life and death. An invisible law descended from the sky. In that moment, he and Maynard raised their heads together. Their souls trembled at the same time. They felt the power from Martha. It was gentle, but it could see through people's hearts. All words and sounds seemed to lose their color. The fairies raised their heads to look at this scene. They were surprised to feel that the forest was breaking apart, but a warm power was breaking out of its cocoon. Brando saw the little fairy in Maynard's hands run toward the crystal stag's corpse with tears on her face. She cried and screamed, opening and closing her mouth, but no sound could be heard. Between heaven and earth, there was only law and power left. Brando saw the golden magic bloom from Malurcha's corpse. It poured into the ground and spread in all directions along the path in the forest like a spider web. Then he saw a thin layer of smoke rise from the ashes of the crystal stag. It formed Malurcha's appearance when he was alive. That majestic and beautiful creature raised its head to look at the night sky. Then the layer of smoke began to dissipate. But in that moment, Brando suddenly realized something. He raised his head and shouted loudly at the soul in the form of smoke. "Malurcha, wait! Your magic core won't completely turn to ashes. A part of it will be inherited by the new element. The crystal stag obviously realized something as well. It shook slightly and turned its head to look at Brando. Because its body had begun to fall apart, Brando couldn't even see its expression clearly. But he read the last message it wanted to express from Malurcha's eyes. Help it. The magic core had been completely contaminated. Even if only a part of it was inherited by the new crystal stag, it would still be assimilated. The new elemental life form would only become a completely bloodthirsty monster. And this forest would also become a dark and terrifying wilderness. So this was the mission. Brendel's heart was suddenly enlightened. But he didn't feel relaxed at all. He watched as Malurcha's body slowly turned to nothing. It looked at him anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. No, wait. There was another way. Brando suddenly raised his head. He looked at the crystal stag. His mind was filled with the image he had seen before. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The jagged cliffs and the waves crashed against the rocks. This was the shallow sea, the source of the endless growth of elemental life forms. I can help you, Malurcha. He suddenly said loudly. Are you willing to accept? A blank card had already appeared in Brando's palm. Malurcha saw the card and seemed to understand something. It had a long life. Bits of knowledge had accumulated in its heart since a certain era. Are you willing? Brando roared angrily. The golden magic was filling the entire forest, but the black flames reignited from the center of the golden light. One man and one stag, they only had one last chance. What do you plan to do, human? This was the meaning in Malurcha's gaze. I'll use the dark magic as the source and seal you together with it. I'll use the rules of the card of fate to extract it from the magic core. Maybe I'll succeed. How confident are you? I don't know, Malurcha nodded slightly. A layer of dense smoke only left the area below its neck. Its entire body had already vanished into thin air, but its 4 hooves still stood upright on the ground. Brando took out the card of fate and showed it to Malurcha's soul. The Shire, help me calculate how much wealth is needed to seal the card this time. Sir, can you calculate such a simple problem yourself? The Shire's groggy voice came from the other end of the soul. He yawned. Clearly, he didn't know what was going on here. Cut the crap and tell me. Brando gritted his teeth and reprimanded. The Shire shuddered and finally reacted. Then sir, quickly unlock part of the seal's authority and let me see what kind of card you want to seal. Brando immediately did as he was told. The crystal stag. The Shire was slightly taken aback. This thing is much stronger than the little princess from that day. Although its soul has already acknowledged it and can greatly reduce the cost of sealing it, it still needs to consume close to 1,000 wealth. Wait, what's this? The Shire's voice was a little impatient. Dark magic? Sir Leader, you want to extract it from here. This is the law of chaos. Its authority is no less than that of a planeswalker's. Are you sure you want to do this? I don't quite understand. You don't need to understand. Brando was going crazy. Malurcha's head was already faintly discernible. Just tell me how much you need. There's too much dark magic. That's already very little. Brando didn't yell out the rest of his sentence. Most of the dark magic had already been purified by Malurcha and turned into the power of order. All right. I understand. It needs a total of 2,720 wealth. That much? I already said. The Shire answered. But his words were immediately rudely interrupted by Brando. Enough. Tell me if I have enough wealth right now. Barely. But sir, don't you plan on keeping some? Didn't you say that there might be better materials in the stained frost forest? This place is still within the Ansera forest, right? The Shire asked curiously. He didn't understand if his Sir Leader had run into some kind of trouble. But Brando didn't have time to pay attention to him. He pressed his thumb and forefinger on the surface of the card and shouted at Malurcha's soul. Seal! But the expected situation didn't occur. It was completely different from the last time he sealed Metasha. The card of fate floated silently in the air, motionless. What's going on? Brando's right hand that held the card stiffened slightly. Sir Leader, the soul of the target you want to seal is too weak. The dark magic isn't enough to make up for the flaw in this part of the law. You still need some wealth to create a virtual law. The Shire's voice suddenly shouted anxiously. How much more do you need? Brando asked through gritted teeth. He was about to miss his last chance. Not enough. Brando's heart chilled, but at that moment, the Shire suddenly cried out in surprise. Ah! There's new power being poured in. What's going on? The young wizard attendant obviously didn't understand what was going on. Brando didn't understand either, because he only saw the blank card suddenly flash with silver light, and then explode like a flash bomb. A dazzling white light spread out in all directions. Brando narrowed his eyes slightly. After the light gradually dissipated, he saw a card wobbling down from the air. In the darkness, but with a heart towards the light, Forever Song, the card fell into his hand. Song of Samsara Ever Song Vi Light 4 Dark 4, spell pay 40 mana, night, to summon Malurcha the White Deer, level, Farron Knight, level, -10, into the field. When the White Deer leaves the field, choose 2 cards from the graveyard and shuffle them into the holder's deck. Maintain. Malurcha the White Deer will maintain until the next day's reset. Birth and death, endlessly growing and multiplying. Brando looked at the white deer depicted on the card, and the sprite on its back. He was a little stunned for a moment. In that instant, he understood what had happened. He looked up and saw the golden magic enveloping the entire forest. The withered trees of fog were collapsing in patches. But new branches and buds grew out of the ashes, quickly growing into a dense patch of small trees. A young crystal stag lay in the middle of these trees with its eyes half closed. The forest seemed to be protecting it. With a soft hum, Brando saw a pale green panel jump out in front of him. Mission, Elemental Activation, completed, perfect completion. Mission, Song of the Shallow Sea, completed, perfect completion. P.S. We agreed on 6,000 words today. This chapter won't be divided into chapters. Just look at it this way. I'm so tired today. When I get home, I have to go out to train again, and then I have to rush back to write again. I really want to kill myself. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 7:18. Elemental Activation. At that moment, Brando felt as if a fire had been ignited in the dark world of the soul. Golden flames burned in his pupils at the same time, and in his eyes, the world had changed. The crystallized trees that were gradually collapsing and turning into ashes, the paths in the woods, the rocks, and the snow seemed to be covered with a layer of silver lines. The lines bound energy and matter downwards. The lines of law intertwined, and in those blank and weak places, matter seemed to be fragile and would collapse at a touch. He picked up a stone and pressed it gently in a certain place. The stone turned into powder in his hand like moldy bread. This was a world dominated by laws. He had known this secret for a long time, but without elemental activation, it was difficult for mortals to truly understand the true meaning of this sentence. Just like how ordinary people could not understand the truth of the world, only when they crossed the threshold, time, space, law, energy, randomness, one by one were born in the fire and presented in front of them. Only then could they understand that the essence of the world, even the magic power under the law of Tiamat, was not as mysterious as the world imagined. Everything he saw was formed by the law's binding magic power. This was the rule at the bottom of Wound. Brando narrowed his eyes, and the feeling of power flowing quietly in his heart was exactly the same as in his previous life. He raised his hand, which was also covered with a faint layer of law, but all these strange scenes gradually disappeared, and the world seemed to return to its original state in an instant. And then, Brando saw his status panel begin to change. Human difficulty, 20 years old. Power system. Elemental domain. Self-law. Superior authority. After elemental activation, the power system was no longer simply divided into physical and curses, elemental and melee. In addition to the self-law that pursued one's own ultimate power, there were only 2 major systems of world law that explored the mysteries of the rules like wizards and elementalists. However, Brando saw an additional line of superior authority at the back, which made him slightly stunned. After elemental activation, the power system was marked with the most original power, and he immediately thought that this might be the power of a planeswalker. Then he continued to look down. The column of absolute power had also disappeared. After entering the elemental domain, power was closely related to the law, and the previous calculation method was no longer applicable. Then there was the description of the element itself. The originally simple description of the element had now been expanded into an entire column. Time and space. In the eyes of Hazer, time and space are concepts used to describe the state of existence of the world. If matter and energy did not exist, then time and space would collapse accordingly. But the concept often extends to the power of definition and imagination. It is the root of the law, the key to existence. When Brando saw this sentence, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Whether it was time or space, they were the highest level of elements. Along with Saintossol's wind element, Fanzin's light element, Gretel's fire element, and Elaranta's earth element, they were called the highest level of elements. People often believe that above the highest level of elemental elements was the power of existence. However, he did not expect that there would be mixed elements, which were known as conceptual elements. Brando had always thought that he had the space element, the space constraint, and the state that was defined in space, so he could have a sure hit effect. But now that he thought about it, in the four-dimensional world, time and space originally existed as one. Elemental power, 4/4. Sure hit. Space is under your control and management. As long as the lines of law tend to be stable, the user can make the next attack appear at any coordinate in space. Consumption, 50 PO, order power. Steady space is the furthest distance between people. If you can't cross it, how can you hurt me? Sardin, King of Law Wizards. The lines of law protect the user's armor and weapons. As long as the attack does not penetrate the law, the armor and weapons are considered indestructible. In addition, steady gives the user an additional +2 defense. Consumption. Passive elemental power flow. Time is my ally, your enemy. As long as the lines of law tend to be stable, the user's attack can affect the enemy and cause them to age rapidly. Consumption, 100 PO per second. Interval. You seem to be in the crevice of time. Its flow is always especially slow for you. The user's aging speed is halved, and their lifespan is doubled. Consumption. Passive elemental power. Order power. 4004004 elemental abilities. 1 more than the normal 2 active elemental activation and 1 passive elemental activation. In addition to sure hit, steady, had 2 additional attributes that could protect the armor and increase the defense power. Lapse and interval dash were newly added because of the time elemental ability. The lapse elemental ability was basically useless to players in the game, but it had a miraculous effect on NPCs. According to veteran players, this was a PvE divine ability. The same was true for interval. A normal human's lifespan in Wound was only about 200 years. After elemental activation, the lifespan would increase by half, but the longest living human generally did not exceed 400 years. Doubling one's lifespan meant 800 years, which was almost close to that of the Silver Elves. This attribute was almost worthless in the game, and Brando even doubted if it even existed. But here it was undoubtedly the best elemental ability. Finally, the order power had also been upgraded from 100,100 to 400,400, which was 50 more than the average player. Brando thought that this might be the so-called extra reward for the conceptual elemental ability. He continued to look down, and his talents had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Bloodline talent, unyielding, level 3, unyielding, ignores all attacks for 15 minutes after receiving fatal damage. Elemental enhancement. After the effect ends, the user will revert to their last state 15 minutes ago. This ability can be activated once per day. Self-healing. The body's recovery ability is increased to 6x. Elemental enhancement. Reduces the time to recover to perfect state by half. Unyielding. Elemental resistance +10. Physical damage reduction +10%. Elemental enhancement. Increases defense by an additional 2. Tenacity, stamina, in the first 2 stages, active, tired, can use all abilities as if they were in the elemental enhancement stage. Elemental enhancement. Stamina consumption is reduced by half. Destiny talent, the Fool, level 1. Fanaticism, selfless devotion is sometimes not a good thing. Within half an hour of activating fanaticism, the character's attributes can be doubled. This ability can be activated twice per day. The primordial citizens could learn ancient attribute skills just like ordinary skills. Destiny talent, the Chosen One, level 1. Ancient King, followers gather under your indulgence because of worship, so no matter what race they come from, they will not suffer a morale penalty. It can be seen that the elemental enhancement on the bloodline talent In fact, this is the main reason why the attributes of the players after stepping into the elemental field are so different from the players before the elemental field. After entering the elemental field begins to strengthen the abilities on the status panel one by one. The elemental activation stage is the bloodline talent, the first profession skill, the main attribute. The elemental enlightenment is the first destiny talent, the second profession skill and the secondary attribute. The law pinnacle is the second destiny talent, the third profession skill and the third attribute. In the ultimate realm, the player will have the field and strengthen the bloodline attribute again, the first profession skill and the two attributes. In the sage field, the elemental enhancement will directly strengthen all attributes, all talents, the three profession skills, and give the player the last law talent. After reaching that level, looking at existences below the gold realm would really be like looking down on ants from a god. Further up, after the perfect body, it is another world. However, even though he was prepared, Brando couldn't help but groan from the bottom of his heart when he saw the enhancement of the bloodline talent by the time and space element. The Amber Sword has never been a game that pretends to be fair and balanced. But it does take fairness into account. In the game, players only have one chance to be treated fairly, and that is at the starting line. Therefore, there is the saying that the bloodline talent is the fairest talent. But after that, the game no longer restricts the development of the players. The more effort you put in, the higher the reward you get. Attributes, skills, destiny talents, and even the profession itself have strong and weak differences. This is a very realistic and cruel game. If it wasn't for the quality of the game itself being so high, far beyond any game of the same era, it would have been drowned in a wave of criticism. It was an obvious example, just like what Brendel was seeing now. The time and space element as a conceptual element, not to mention the powerful attributes of the element itself, the bonus provided is at least 20 to 30% more than the average element. Of course, such an element. Brando has never seen it even in the game. Conceptual elements. The most he has seen before is only the highest level elements of a few major elements, plus time and space, which are claimed to be the closest to the power of existence. Then he continued to browse, and below were the attributes. Because it was the first time he activated his element, he took it for granted that the time and space element must have strengthened his main attribute first. Brando stared at his status bar with wide eyes and was suddenly startled. Strength, 310 plus 49, equipment, plus 107, elite form. Dexterity, 240 plus 17, equipment, plus 80, elite form. Physique, 670 plus 42, equipment, plus 240, elite form. Element strengthening, intelligence, 1. 5 plus 0. 5, elite form. Willpower, 140 plus 26, equipment, plus 32, elite form. Perception, 36 plus 13, elite form. Bloodline, 44 plus 17, elite form. When he saw these attributes, he was dumbfounded. Because in theory, as a warrior, the main attribute must be strength. However, it was obvious that the time and space element had strengthened his physique for some unknown reason. No wonder he felt a lot better from the beginning. At first he thought it was because of the elemental activation, but now it seems that is not the case at all. His physique has more than doubled. How can he not feel full of energy? Brando suddenly felt a little crazy. What does a warrior like him need physique for? Warriors are not tanks in the game. They are damage output professions. This damn elemental activation strengthened his physique. Did it see that he looked more like a knight, or did it think that he actually had a potential M attribute? If he was still in the game, he would have jumped up and called for the GM. But here, he could only change his expression for a long time, and in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. What else can he do? Call for Lord Martha to change it for him. Not to mention that Martha left wound early after the Azure Knight shattered the sky. Even if she was still there, she would probably only give him a lightning bolt in response to his trivial call. In this regard, Brando could only admit that he was unlucky. He was afraid that this damn elemental activation would take the initiative to strengthen him something else, especially his skills. Although there was no precedent for this in the Amber Sword, what if this thing went crazy and strengthened his scholar skill? Wouldn't he be killed by it? He looked down and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The skill list was not strengthened at all, but there was a line of green system prompt. You have obtained a higher level of authority. Do you want to start strengthening skills? This was exactly the same as the situation in the game. Although it was a little strange, the Amber Sword had always referred to power as authority. The players had also discussed this for a while, but in the end, it came to nothing. Brando was not surprised and was too lazy to care. He tapped on the screen with his hand and confirmed, "Strengthen." Which skill should I strengthen? The professions that Brando could choose now were actually only 4 professions: mercenary, elementalist, scholar, and Templar Knight. But as long as he was not out of his mind, it was impossible for him to choose elementalist and scholar. Therefore, the multiple-choice question in front of him was actually a choice between 2. Mercenary? Or Templar Knight? Brando was silent. 9 luminary sword art, flash strike sword art, in-depth analysis, charge, and piercing strike were all his core skills under the mercenary profession. If it was before, he would definitely choose to strengthen this profession as his main profession without hesitation. But now there was a problem. That was that the space-time elemental activation had chosen to strengthen his physique attribute. It was important to know that all the skills in the Amber Sword were closely related to the basic attributes. Although he could still choose to strengthen the second and third attribute after reaching the peak of the elemental enlightenment and the law. But after reaching the sage domain, other than the main attribute, the other attributes were destined to be strengthened one less time. This lack of strengthening would become more obvious in the later stages, and now it was only twice. After reaching the silver body, it would probably be 2 or 3 times more. 2 or 3 times more at that time would be enough to decide a lot of things. Should he focus on offense or defense? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 7:19. Should I focus on offense or defense? Brando gritted his teeth. He felt a little strange. Although the automatic enhancement of the space-time attribute was a little depressing for him, it was not irreversible. But it wasn't irreversible. It just meant that he might have to give up on the path he had previously planned. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he put his hand on the Templar Knight profession. In the past, there were often players who changed their profession path because of a powerful weapon. It was much more reasonable for him to change his profession path because of a powerful element. After all, the element was something that would accompany a person for a lifetime, especially the space-time element, which was too powerful. The general element enhancement was at most 50%, but the conceptual element would directly double it. Of course, he would not give up such a strong advantage. Besides, he had considered the path of the warrior knight. His attack might be a little weaker than his previous profession path, but it would not be too far off. Because he still had the Templar Knight's conflict aura and the crown of thorns. Brando instantly decided on the path he would take. Then he looked at his Templar Knight skill, and the skill panel had completely changed. After the element enhancement, the skill had its own rules. Blood of the Sun, level 10. Master, element normal. Any enemy who causes melee damage to the Templar Knight will receive 50% of the damage. Element enhancement. Now the Blood of the Sun can ignore the constraints of space and reflect long-range damage. Crown of Thorns, level 10. Master. Element normal. Continuous use, increase 20 points of endurance and resistance. Active activation, all defense, resistance, and endurance will be converted into attack power, last for half an hour. After the effect ends, the Templar Knight will lose all defense, resistance, and endurance for the same time. This ability can be used once a day. Element enhancement. After active activation, the duration will be doubled, and the side effects will be swallowed by the time rift. Conflict aura, level 10+1. Master. Element normal. Increase 7 points of defense for all allies within 100 meters, including the user. Element enhancement. Coverage area doubled, and an additional 2 points of defense. The enhancement seemed to be over in an instant, and Brando finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw these enhancements. Different elements had different effects on the strengthening of skills. For example, if the Crystal Stag's healing element was used to strengthen the Blood of the Sun, it would most likely be because the Blood of the Sun would heal itself slightly when it dealt damage. However, space and time were very compatible with the enhancement of these defensive skills. Especially the Crown of Thorns side effect of being devoured by the time rift. Brando was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. In fact, he currently had 952 points of vitality, which was equivalent to an additional 500 points of HP and 4 points of natural defense. After equipping Firefly and Bahamut's Grip, As well as adding the effects of his talents and skills, he would have about 40 resistance, 30 endurance, and 17 defense. Once this attribute was converted into attack, it would be a total of 87 attack points. In the Amber Sword, attack was a basic attribute. On top of that, it was a combination of strength and a series of skill bonuses. Only then could it be considered the final damage. Even the Halran Gaia, a fantasy-grade holy sword, only had 42 points of attack. The Lionheart's pure attack was probably even lower than that. What about the Azure Lance with its first seal? It only had 122 points of attack. The meaning of 87 points of attack was clear at a glance here. It could be said that after unlocking the Crown of Thorns, he unlocked Frenzy. Brando's Berserk state was basically the true Mad Dog mode. How could he not be satisfied with a state where his attack was increased by nearly 3 times in an hour without any after effects? He had both defense and attack. Brando suddenly found that the choice of his space-time element had given him a perfect answer. But the gift of elemental activation was far more than that, because Brando finally saw a list of status at the bottom of all the attributes that made his heart skip a beat. Elite Skill, Demonization, Level 1. Basic, Elite/Normal. For a short period of time, disguise the aura of the body as the aura of a magical creature, so that magical creatures below Lord tier will not take the initiative to attack. This effect lasts for 1 minute or until the user initiates an attack. Elite Template. This was the attribute he had obtained since he saved Sifrid in Tonagel. Finally, after his elemental activation, it completely blossomed. After the first column of the elite skill was unlocked, it brought him a completely unexpected surprise. Demonization. Brando finally understood how this skill came about. Back in the Amber Sword, there was a player called the Nightingale Lord. This guy could be said to be the idol of all nightingales. Lone Ranger was an individual hero. He never teamed up with others. He roamed the dungeons and instance dungeons alone. Other than those large-scale instance dungeons with special settings, legendary instance dungeons, and battle scenes, there was almost nothing he couldn't steal. And the skill that Guy relied on at that time was later verified by people. It was demonization. This divine skill could mask the player's aura and turn the magical creatures in those top areas into non-aggressive monsters. But unfortunately, no one knew how this skill came about. Because most people knew that this was a real monster skill. In that era, perhaps only the heavens would understand how this skill was learned. But today, Brando finally understood. This was a skill that came with the monster template. No wonder the players almost turned the whole world upside down and could not find the NPC who taught it. But he was a little puzzled. How could a warrior like him be randomly given a skill with such a strong rogue aura? Of course, it was not that he was dissatisfied. It was that he was too satisfied. This skill was simply too useful for him. Especially in this stained frost forest. If before he got this skill, he only wanted to stab Grand Duke Arek in the back, now he was really confident that he could teach him an unforgettable lesson. Even if it was to avenge Her Highness the Princess in his previous life. Brando thought so. He couldn't help but exhale softly. Then he came back to his senses and found that Maynard was standing not far from him, looking at him with some confusion. Obviously, he had been standing here with the card in his hand for a long time. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Nothing." Brando put the Hymn of Samsara into the spare deck. He took one last look at the white deer and fairy on the card, and then the card flashed slightly and disappeared. Fortunately, he had an extra card space because of the expansion of the elemental pool. Otherwise, it would have been a little difficult at the moment. He looked at Maynard again before explaining, "You should have already felt it. Congratulations, you have entered the realm of elements." The expression on the female knight's face softened a little. "Mr. Count, you are only 21 years old this year, right? Your achievements today have already surpassed the Flame King Gretel." Aha! This was a difficult question to answer. Brando looked back perfunctorily. The newborn crystal stag was still lying in the grass. Because it was still too weak, it seemed that it couldn't even open its eyes. It lay there trembling. Maynard's expression turned to some confusion. "Speaking of which, it's strange. You should have had the same dream as me, right? How can you remember it so clearly? Are you really Brando, or Sophie?" Brando looked back at her. "Of course I'm not Brando, but I'm also Sophie. I don't reject the memories of another world. It's just like everything you saw in the dream. It's still your experience. He seemed to have just realized that Maynard seemed to think that he had the same dream as her. This point of view made him feel a little strange. Could it be that she didn't realize that it was a real world? But he shook his head and decided to go along with what she said. Unfortunately, the female knight seemed to be very cautious about this. When it came to memories and dreams, she immediately shut her mouth and didn't talk about it. Brendel looked at her carefully, and Maynard turned her head away slightly. Once he was sure that the other party would not continue on this topic, he turned back to look at her. He walked to the trembling crystal stag, bent down, and touched its forehead with his hand. He asked, "Little guy, what's your name?" The newborn fawn trembled slightly, but didn't answer. In reality, it couldn't answer. Before it reached adulthood, the crystal stag only knew some simple water language. Brando naturally knew this. He looked beside it. The crystal stag was lying in the ashes of Malurcha's corpse. Brando quickly saw 3 sparkling things there. Of course, these weren't drops. He knew very well that these were the mission rewards in the game. Usually, creatures like the crystal stag that lived in harmony with magic rarely dropped anything. They were very sensitive to magic. It was very easy for them to control their belongings and dissipate all their magic. But at the last moment, he chose to help Malurcha and successfully solve the mission. Because of this reason, the guardian of the Forest of the Holy Seal left him these 3 gifts. But Brando still felt a little regretful. The highest completion status for the mission was perfect. Next was outstanding, and then excellent. He guessed that the final problem lay with the fairy lady. If she hadn't sacrificed herself, the completion status for the mission might have been perfect. Under the conditions of a perfect reward, it was very likely that there would be more than these 2 items. Of course, it was better than nothing. He picked up the 3 sparkling magic items from the ashes. 2 were sky blue crystals similar to magic cores. The other was a golden ring. Brando remembered that this was originally worn on Malurcha's long horn. This is. When he saw these 2 items clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This is the raw stone of strength, the ring of portability. It actually left these 2 items to you. It seems that you are very grateful. Maynard answered softly behind him. The raw stone of strength was also called the experience crystal in the amber sword. The wizard's definition of it was a substance formed by a large amount of purified holy magic gathered together. Because it was pure, it could be absorbed by most creatures in wound, and even magic creatures. Therefore, it could be said that the crystal in Brando's hand was something that the frost demons outside the Forest of the Holy Seal had coveted for thousands of years. But when he held the crystal in his hand, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. Malurcha had guarded this holy magic for thousands of years, but in the end, it had given it to a stranger like him. Yes, this is the raw stone of strength. I've only seen its existence in storybooks. Legend has it that before the War of the Holy Saints, the great mages would also make this thing, Brando replied. You said you've only seen it in storybooks. Are you referring to Sophie or Brando? Maynard asked with some concern behind him. Both. Brando lied, so as not to go too deep into this topic. He felt that he should try to avoid talking about the past with the female knight, so that she wouldn't point a sword at his head again. That wasn't a good feeling. But he felt a little strange. He always felt that Maynard seemed to care about her dream, but also seemed to be deliberately avoiding it. It was a little contradictory. You should know what it does, right? Brando turned around and asked. Me? Maynard thought for a moment. The literature says that the raw stone of strength can increase a person's strength, and sometimes even help those who have no hope of entering the next realm to break through. But I think that's nonsense. There's no such thing as unearned power in this world. Not all of it. Brando looked at the crystal in his hand. He knew that what Maynard said was actually correct. This thing called the experience crystal actually only had one function. That was to convert the holy magic in it into experience and inject it into the receiver. In the entire amber sword, there weren't many things that directly increased experience like this. Fragments of the divine artifact, raw stone of strength, fountain of blessing, and a golden apple. But because of this, they were particularly precious. Brando threw one of the raw stones of strength to the female knight and said, "But no matter what the legend is, don't you want to try it?" The female knight caught the crystal and held it with both hands, a little surprised. "Why are you giving it to me?" Brando smiled. In fact, He didn't know either. Probably because this thing was no longer useful to him, the raw stone of strength was a relatively low-level item that increased experience. In fact, it was the most effective for silver to gold rank existences, and it could almost transfer experience without any loss. And for people like him who had already elemental awakened, the effect was naturally much smaller. Of course, he could also consider Metisha, the Shire, or Hippamera. But for some reason, he just saw Maynard's appearance and subconsciously made this decision. Legends may not be true. I'm going to use you for an experiment. He replied. The female knight looked at him deeply. She suddenly lowered her eyelashes and asked in a low voice, "Are you going to give the other one to Freya?" Brando was slightly startled. "You know? Because I had the same dream as you," she replied softly, and then her voice softened. "But anyway, thank you." The female knight looked carefully at the crystal in her hand, and then carefully put it away. She raised her head and looked at Brando seriously. "I like this gift very much. Because you want to become stronger." Brando suddenly noticed something, and he narrowed his eyes. Maynard nodded gently. "Let's look at the other thing," she replied. Brando was actually a little impatient. He picked up the golden ring in his hand. The name of the ring of portability actually explained the function of this thing. This thing belonged to the same category as the dimensional hole, the dimensional bag, or the ring of drawers. It was a magic item that stored space. But slightly different from the dimensional hole, the ring of portability only had 2 spaces and could only store 2 items. But it had a feature that other storage equipment did not have. That was, it didn't require any action to take out the stored items. With just a thought, the item would instantly appear in the holder's hand. Because of this feature, it was called the ring of portability. In the game, this bracelet itself was a very precious equipment. Players who owned it often used it to store weapons. This way they could be able to switch weapons in an instant and catch people off guard. Just this feature alone, regardless of whether there was anything in it or not, Brando could be said to have profited by getting this bracelet. But he was still very much looking forward to what was in it. After all, most of the things in the ring of portability were weapons. And weapons were the most valuable type of magic item. But when he picked up the golden ring, a thought flashed through his mind, and he could not help but be stunned for a moment. There were 2 items in the bracelet. One of them was almost worthless. It was a piece of stone, but that stone was very familiar to Brando. Because he had seen almost the exact same thing in another person's belongings. He immediately remembered that he had obtained the dark stone from Amandina's father, Borgnessen's belongings. Because he had never figured out the use of that stone, he had always carried it with him. When he saw the item in the ring of portability, his heart immediately thumped, and he immediately took out the stone from his pocket. He compared it to the stone and was immediately stunned. It was exactly the same. Other than the shape and size, the other features were almost exactly the same. The color, the texture, and even the fact that there was not a trace of magic was exactly the same. "What is this?" Maynard saw the stone in Brando's hand and could not help but ask. But Brando shook his head and answered honestly for the first time, "I don't know either." The female knight looked at him suspiciously and did not speak again. Brando, of course, noticed her expression. He could not help but feel a little troubled. If he spoke the truth, no one would believe him. He did not know if this was a classic example of the boy who cried wolf. But after thinking for a moment, he still put away the 2 stones. It was a good thing that Malurcha had been sealed into a card. There would always be a chance to ask it about the secret of this stone. As a crystal stag that had existed for thousands of years, Brando did not think it would collect a worthless stone like Borgnessen. After putting away the stone, Brando took out another item from the ring of portability. It was a piece of parchment. In fact, when he first met Babasha, he had seen something similar. There was only one name for this type of item in the Amber Sword. Skill Scroll. However, the skills recorded on this skill scroll were very different. Rebirth Nirvana, Transcendent Primordial. Burns life and transforms it into elemental power. Prerequisite. Sage Domain, Bloodline Attribute 300 plus. Brando's gaze slowly swept across the blood-red parchment. All the words on it seemed to have become a blur. And in his eyes, he seemed to only be able to see those 4 simple words. Transcendent. Primordial. Above. Martha. Brando groaned with difficulty in his heart. P.S. Today's update is here. Another large wave of data and settings. I wrote until tears streamed down my face. Every time this happens, I want to pull my hair out. But I finally finished writing. Okay, it's a little late. I hope everyone will forgive me. 2 more chapters. It's about 10,000 words. I also recommend a book, The Legend of the Great Sage. I've been reading it recently. It's not bad. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 720. By the time Brando and Maynard returned to the camp, it was already early in the morning. The sky was faintly lit, the stars were hidden in the west, and the sky was pale white. There was a line of gold on the lake, and the first rays of the morning sun were breaking through the surface of the lake. The two had just walked out of the forest when they heard a joyful shout. "Senior Maynard, Brando!" Brando raised his head when he heard the voice. Freya was sitting on a tall rock bathed in the morning light and saw them first. She hugged her knees with both hands and rubbed her red eyes when she saw them. She looked like she hadn't slept all night, but the worry on her face was finally relieved. He smiled slightly. Although he still hadn't recovered from the series of events that had happened last night, seeing this young girl from the countryside of Wuxia still gave him a warm and friendly feeling. "It's your turn to keep watch again?" Freya jumped down from the rock, her expression unnatural. She was too embarrassed to say that she was worried. She nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement. But this couldn't fool Maynard. The female knight glanced at her. The young girl blushed slightly and looked around at Brando. Did it go well? Everyone knew that Brando and Maynard had entered the forest to hunt the crystal stag. Although most people hadn't heard of the crystal stag, she was still slightly curious that he'd returned empty-handed. In Freya's impression, there was nothing he couldn't do. In her heart, he was the strange reserve militia of Wuxia, and the young noble who'd led everyone out of the encirclement. Later, he'd become the Lord of Tonajal and helped the princess defeat Duke Arek and Duke Cypher. The Count of Tonajal in front of her now was a person with real power and authority in Erewhon. Even people like Makarov and Oberwei, who used to be high and mighty in her eyes, didn't dare say they were higher than him. The princess trusted him, and there were even rumors that he was a new noble of the kingdom, a future powerful minister. However, Brando didn't put on airs in front of her, which made her feel that the distance between them had narrowed a little. But she was still not satisfied. Didn't this guy know that he was already a count? In her mind, the count should be serious and unsmiling, so when she saw Brando's sloppy appearance, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. But then her heart softened, and she comforted him. "It's okay, I think there's still a chance. I looked at the map, it will take a few days to get through the Ansera forest." Brando couldn't help but laugh when he saw the future Valkyrie babbling incoherently in front of him. "What are you thinking about? Did I tell you that I didn't succeed?" Freya was stunned. Brando especially liked to see this future Valkyrie in a daze in front of him. She opened her mouth slightly and revealed a surprised expression. He continued to smile. "Do you know why I'm hunting the crystal stag?" Freya shook her head. How would she know? The nobles loved to hunt, and in her eyes, this was a luxury. But just like the winter hunt in Grimoires, it really didn't have much to do with the ordinary citizens of Wuxia. Brando smiled slightly. He intended to surprise this dazed young lady, so he stretched out his hand with his palm facing up. A wisp of silver fire rose along the lines of his palm, slowly weaving upwards. The silver fire was like a thin thread, and they intertwined together to form a beautiful spiral. Freya couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw this. She was no longer that ignorant country girl. Before the War of the Black Roses, the most powerful beings in her mind were probably the cavalry scouts in the stories told by the veteran Captain Mano. In those stories, the cavalry scouts were actually able to fight Madara's Pale Riders to a standstill. The exciting battles and experiences of circling around the enemy's formation were always able to make the listeners' hearts flutter with excitement. But later on, she understood that the most elite soldiers in those armies were only at the peak of dark iron. Even the Lord's bodyguard knight was only at the silver level, about the same as her now. In just a year and a half, she was already one step ahead of the existence she yearned for the most in the past. It was said that after this autumn, Her Highness the Princess would personally confer the title of knight to this batch of students. Before this, Freya probably never dreamed that she would become a noble in her lifetime. But none of this could compare to her surprise at this moment. Because the silver fire burning in Brando's hand was none other than the fire seed of the precept, the line of precept. In Wone's world, those who could activate their elemental powers were considered to have crossed the boundaries of the mortal world, and stood at the starting point of the path to the sage and the truth. These people were all existences that left their names in history. But Brando was only 21 years old. Brando, this is... Freya frowned slightly. Her expression showed both joy for Brando and a trace of worry. She was worried that Brando seemed to have taken another step forward, but she was still pacing back and forth. She was worried that one day she would not be able to keep up with him and be left far behind. Although Brando once said that he would stop and wait for her, how long would he wait? She remembered that he also seemed to have said that he would not stop and wait for her to move forward endlessly. Freya's heart was filled with mixed feelings for a moment. Brando did not seem to notice the hesitation in the heart of the girl from Wuxia. He just nodded at her encouragingly. You've really activated your elemental powers. But you... I remember those heroes in the history of Erwin, Duke Urano, the Thorned Flower Lord. Freya stared at him blankly, as if an existence that surpassed the heroes in history had appeared in front of her. She could not accept it for a moment. Even your grandfather Darius was not as young as you when he activated his elemental powers. There's no one ahead, Freya, Brando finished her sentence. The young man's confident, even slightly arrogant words startled Freya slightly. In the girl's memory, the Brando she knew had never acted so arrogantly. Not far away, Lorena and her fiancé Filas stepped out of the camp and could not help but stop when they saw this scene. Both of their gazes fell on Brando. Of all of them, only Maynard glanced at Brando indifferently. Brando looked at Freya and did not answer, but the words in his heart seemed to have been hidden for a long time. The late King Eric had established Erwin, and in that era, he had to protect this kingdom. His enemies were the Cruz people, or the Wind Elves of St. Ol. All those gathered under that glorious flag had participated in that war, and everything that the ancient nobles had fought for was now at their feet. But today, Erwin had suffered too much. He might have had a strange dream like Maynard, of seeing the decaying kingdom sliding into the abyss, her people fighting desperately, but in the end, they gained nothing. As if meeting his gaze, Maynard twisted her body uneasily, and she frowned her slender eyebrows. But Brando's gaze had gone past her, as if through Lake Valendon. He saw that in the far west, there was a dark nascent empire slowly rising. This war would be an opportunity. Once the merciless emperor eliminated the last stumbling block, the emperor would not be able to do anything. Then in the next step, his scepter would be pointed at Erwin. The great demonic wave was coming fiercely, and what the crystal stag Marlowe had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. The darkness of the entire world was restless. After Evernight, the true chaos of war would descend upon this world. At that time, what would Erwin do? That was content that had never been written down in history, but at least this time, he hoped that the sacrifices of those who fought to change their fate would be more valuable. If history forgot those nameless heroes, then he would change history. He suddenly understood that this was his mission. After all, he had not come to this world to live a nameless life, or to be a spectator again. Some regrets, only experiencing them once was enough. He retracted his gaze, as if suddenly understanding Martha's intentions. Sacrifices were valuable, stemming from people's pursuits and ideals. They might fail, but in the end, they would influence and change this world. This kind of influence had always been in his heart. King Eric only wanted to change the arrogance of the nobles, but what he wanted to change was history. Brando smiled slightly at Freya. You will understand. Go and wake the others up. We are ready to go. He kept the last sentence in his heart. Her Excellency Valkyrie. Freya looked at him suspiciously. She was about to turn and leave, but suddenly seemed to realize something. She turned around and glanced at Brando. Brando. Can I keep up with you? Brando glanced at the experience crystal he had left in the ring of portability and nodded at her. Those with faith will not fall behind. Freya was slightly taken aback, but she quickly nodded her head firmly. She suddenly remembered her ideals, which were like the wildflowers blooming in the countryside of Wuxia, ordinary but tenacious, and even the wildfires of summer could not burn them out. Those flowers bloomed in the mountains of Yusong, leaving a deep impression. The girl's wish was equally simple. She wanted to protect everyone, so that those memories that stayed in peace and beauty would no longer be invaded by the flames of war. Brando saw the girl from the countryside of Wuxia turn and leave. He looked back and saw Lorena and Faraz standing to the side, the female knight looking at him with great appreciation. Mr. Brendel, a person with faith will never fall behind. Is what you said true? Her eyes sparkled as she asked in a loud voice. If you insist, how can you back down? Brando asked casually. But reality is not perfect. That's why some people are called heroes. You are quite a hero, Mr. Brando. Brando's words were so straightforward that the female knight was a little surprised. If this is a beautiful definition, why don't you pursue it? I see, Lorena frowned slightly. But I want to be the Demon King more, Brando continued to answer. The female knight was slightly stunned and looked at him. Because sometimes you have to be the enemy of the whole world. Lorena took a deep breath and nodded at him with some admiration. I hope you can persevere, Count. Then she seemed to whisper back to herself, I hope I can too. The news of Brando's elemental activation finally spread like wildfire in the convoy. Before that, Brando's swordsmanship had been considered by many to be at the level of a sword saint, but it wasn't until now that he could be considered a genuine sword saint. Since the last Darius went into seclusion, Erwin finally had a second sword saint in the last 100 years. A young sword saint. Brando's prestige in the convoy, especially among the guards, seemed to have reached its peak for a while. Brendel had jokingly mentioned his title before, just like Garlock the Wanderer and Nicholas the Blazing Flame. A sword saint who had elemental activation was already qualified to be honored by the world. But Maynard simply reminded him that, in fact, after the Battle of Ampere Seal, he had a well-known name. Wolfherder. Wolfherder Brando. On Grand Duke Arek's thin face, two pairs of tired but sharp eyes in his deep-set eye sockets silently scanned the parchment map in his hand, but in his mind, he repeatedly evaluated this name. A few months of information feedback had already allowed him to recognize the person behind the scenes who caused the entire Ampere Seal plan to fail. This bandit leader from Tonagel seemed to be a nobody before, but he made a name for himself in Fortress Reden and then rose like a comet. The other party's methods seemed uncouth and unbearable, like the tricks of a bandit, and were not in the eyes of the nobles at all. Even the northern nobles once joked that the new lord of Tonagel was a rustic nouveau riche. Many people secretly envied his luck. But Arek did not think so in his heart. How could the grandson of Sword Saint Darius be so simple? He had seen the Sword Saint in person before, and the impression he left at that time was still chilling to him. Moreover, he had already noticed some details. The Count of Tonagel always seemed to be able to predict the enemy's moves. A typical example was, this time, he followed behind them again. Grand Duke Arek frowned, and there was another argument in the distance. He raised his head, and the beautiful female knight seemed to have noticed the displeasure of the once powerful figure in Erwin's upper-class noble circle, and quickly explained in a low voice. The hunters seem to be unwilling to continue. They still think that there is a terrible curse in the stained frost forest. What a bunch of fools. The female knight added. Arek frowned and replied coldly. Devard really disappoints me. Only one person is enough to lead the way. Sylvia was slightly startled, but she immediately reacted. She lowered her head and obediently replied, I understand, my lord. The Silver Knight looked towards the forest and could not help but shake her head. Some people really don't know what's good for them. P.S. There are guests at home today, so I don't have much time to write. I only started at 10 o'clock. By the way, there will be a lot of times like this before the new year, so I will try to guarantee 6K every day. As long as I have time, I will give you 10K. I will owe you 2K for today. So annoying. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 721. The dried meat that had been stored for months after being dried tasted like dry wood, salty and astringent. But for Yeruta, it was also a rare delicacy in the forest. The further north one went in the Ansera forest, the colder the climate became. In the woods near the northern end of the forest, the older hunters called the Misty Weaver Forest, there would occasionally be snowfall at night. Even during the day, the frost could weave a thin mist in the forest. Here, the animals in the forest also became very rare. Except for the occasional thick-furred rodent, even the veteran hunters found it difficult to replenish their food in the forest. Yuruta cut a small piece of the dried meat and put it in the boiling pot. The soup in the dark iron pot was full of wild vegetables, and the heat rose as if to melt the snow on the branches. Such food was naturally not eaten by the nobles, but it was a common occurrence for hunters. There's not much food left. The young man turned over the fur in his heart, and there were only some blackened breadcrumbs left below. He sighed slightly in his heart, but he had expected this. Before entering the mountains this time, the family was almost starving. His sister said that after entering the mountains this time, he could save enough money to go to Karsuk and seek refuge with his relatives there. He greedily sniffed the fragrance from the pot, and his stomach growled. He looked up at the neat and beautiful tents on the other side of the woodland, and the sound of dispute continued to come from the camp. He knew that the hunters from the town had a disagreement with the nobles, and the disagreement mainly came from the hunters' reluctance to cross the river in the north and continue forward. Thinking of the river in the north, Yuruta could not help but shudder. After passing through the misty Weaver Forest, with the Nugan River as the boundary, one would enter the Falling Needle Hills north. This river connected Lake Valendon with Lake Green in Lantern Island downstream, and ice floated on the river all year round. But there were some more terrifying legends. After night fell, there were often things wandering in the stained frost forest in the north, and no one who had seen them had ever returned from the forest. Such legends were passed down from generation to generation, so the north of the Nugan River gradually became synonymous with the forbidden area. Even Yuruta often heard those terrible stories, such as the man in the tree, the lost knight, and the like. He couldn't help but shiver when he recalled the legends that the older generation of hunters told him by the bonfires. He turned back to look in the direction of the hills. For the past few nights, he had seen ghostly blue things in the forest. He only told his sister about it, but his sister only said that he was seeing things. Even among the nocturnal prowlers, there's nothing like what you saw. You must have mistaken the crystal stag for something else. In that case we may be lucky. These were her exact words. But he knew that since that day, the number of hunters on night watch in town had doubled. The closer they got to the north, the easier it was to detect the tension in the air, and the conversations between people seemed to have become sparse. It's just that Yuruta didn't understand. The people in the town didn't like them. Why did his sister have to tell them everything? Even if it was the hunter's motto, only by working together can we overcome the difficulties, unity should not be one-sided. He had never liked the townspeople, especially the way they looked at him with disgust. Suddenly, he heard the sound of horses galloping from outside the hunter's camp. Only the nobles had horses. He looked up and saw a few tall knights leading a group of nobles' private soldiers to the front of their camp. What happened? Were they done talking? With such doubts, Yuruta's gaze pierced through the white steam rising from the iron pot. Behind the mist, a hunter walked towards the knights, as if to ask what had happened. But a noble's private soldier walked up and pushed him to the ground. Yuruta stood up immediately. The noble's private soldiers began to spread out on both sides and surrounded the camp. He still didn't know what had happened. When he turned back, he saw a row of soldiers with longbows walking out of the forest. He saw the noble longbowmen in leather armor that almost completely covered their faces. They drew arrows from their backs and drew their bows. An instinctive premonition of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. A hunter ran in from the back of the camp with a pale face. He knew the guy. The guy had 2 little daughters, and once they threw sand at his head. He would remember the way the guy looked at him with contempt for the rest of his life. But the other party's expression must not have been as twisted as it was now. Those bastard nobles are going back on their word. The hunter let out a hoarse cry. Run! Then a sharp whistle sounded in the forest. As a hunter, Yuruta was very familiar with this long syllable. A sharp arrow pierced through the air and pierced the hunter's throat. The sound came to a screeching halt. The sharp tip of the arrow broke through the flesh and came out from the side of the chin. The blood pooled outward in a line, and the short feather remained on the other side of the man's neck, trembling slightly. The hunter looked at him, his mouth opening and closing, showing a mixture of fear and unwillingness. He seemed to be trying to grab his throat with his hand, but just as he raised it above his chest, he fell to the ground. Yuruta swallowed his saliva. He had seen hunters shoot their prey in the throat with an arrow, and had even done it with their own hands. But when the target of human hunting was changed to his own kind, he realized that the same scene could be so terrifying. A person who had been alive before seemed to have turned into a cold corpse in a moment. His heart pounded as if he had just understood what had happened. He had never experienced such a thing, and he did not expect the nobles to dare to do this. Yeruta felt his hands and feet go cold for a moment, but the first thing he thought of was his sister, whom he depended on for survival. Sister! The longbowmen on the edge of the forest loosened the bowstrings in their hands, and the arrows swept through the camp like raindrops. Yeruta felt a pain in his calf and lost his balance and fell to his knees. He fell to the side of a hide tent and looked at what was happening around him at a loss. Those who were familiar with him, even the most seasoned hunters in town, fell into pools of blood one after another, like fallen wooden stakes. Finally, someone began to resist, and he tried to open his eyes wide to see the leader of the hunters in town leaning against a carriage and shooting down two of the noble's private soldiers. Although he usually hated that guy, he could not help but cheer for him in his heart at this moment. But just as the leader of the hunters drew his bow for the third time, a figure fell from the sky. Yeruta saw with his own eyes the scene of the long sword cutting through a man's neck. The flesh separated, the head fell to the ground, and a column of blood shot up into the sky. The memorable face rolled to the ground and smashed, and then was covered with grass, ash and snow. It was as if the original appearance could not be distinguished in an instant. The noble's knight also rushed into the camp. Curses and screams suddenly sounded in the camp. Yeruta felt his head begin to become dizzy, and he shivered as he crawled back, but the horse's hooves swept past him, and then he felt a pain in his back, as if his whole body was nailed to the ground. He could not help but scream. There was a shrill laughter behind him, and he knew it was the noble's private soldiers. The knight pulled out his spear, and Yeruta immediately felt the strength in his body drain away, and his body became light. He gasped for breath and used the last of his strength to look in the direction of the noble's camp. He saw those distorted smiling faces, with indifference, cruelty, or a look of schadenfreude. In the direction of the camp, there was also a shrill scream coming from afar. Sister! Sister! His vision seemed to begin to blur, and in the midst of the shadows, he saw a blue figure in the distance turning away. It had been nearly 5 days since they entered the Xianxia forest. Brando stood at the top of the hill and looked at the forest that had become gray. In the distance, the Nugan River was like a slender belt of light looming in the forest. This area was called the Deadland in the game, because there were neither animals nor monsters in the forest. It could be said that there were no living things in the forest except for these cedars covered in snow. The reason for this situation was mostly because of the stained frost forest. Because of special reasons, the monsters were restrained in the forest maze, and the creatures were unwilling to get close to this strange land. Naturally, such a scene was formed in the periphery of the stained frost forest. Brando stared at the other side of the Nugan River. Across the not-so-wide riverside woodland was the stained frost forest dungeon group. Across that forest is Milo's final breath, he thought to himself. In the game, Milo's final breath, the Fall of the Gods, Forest of Tears, and Wolf Blood Forest, for peripheral dungeons surrounded the central maze. Only by passing through any of these 4 peripheral dungeons could one reach the ring-shaped glacier. The ring-shaped glacier was actually a player's abbreviation. Its full name in the Amber Sword was Milo's River of Despair. Legend had it that when the giant god Milos fell to the ground, the collapsed magic impacted the ground and formed this strange geography. The young dragon entrenched in the falling Needle Hills in the game lived in this area. He shook his head and felt that he was thinking too far ahead. This forest was from the direction of Vero Valendin. The first challenge was the Forest of Tears, but this was the most difficult of the 4 dungeons. In theory, entering from the north of the Wolfblood Forest was the easiest, but he didn't have that much time to take a detour, so Milo's final breath, which was second only to the Wolfblood Forest in difficulty among the 4 dungeons, was the best choice. Besides, Arek seemed to have chosen this path as well. But even the easier area of the 4 dungeons wasn't so easy to deal with. The comfortable pace of progress in the Xianxia forest before would probably be difficult to maintain here. Brando couldn't help but think so as he looked at the team moving down the hillside. Brando, come and look over here. Freya suddenly shouted from the bottom of the hill. What did you find? Brando was slightly taken aback before he walked down the path opened by the guards. As always, Scarlet silently accompanied him. The two of them came to the bottom of the hill at a moderate pace before they saw that a large crowd had gathered where the convoy was. He even saw Lorena and her husband squeezed into the crowd. Brando immediately thought of what had happened. He parted the crowd and frowned slightly. Another corpse. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 722. The corpse lying in the snow was almost frozen into a popsicle, but one could still vaguely make out what it looked like when it was alive. It was about 40 or 50 years old, in the prime of his life. His facial features were still decent, and one could vaguely tell that he was a local. He was wearing thick fur and holding a short bow in his hand. At first glance, one could tell that he was a hunter from the area around Lantern Island. Brando could actually already confirm the other party's identity, but before he could answer, Freya, who was squatting next to the corpse, said in a somewhat sad tone, "The fatal injury was an arrow wound in the back, just like the corpse we found before, but this one should have died at the time. The wound on the corpse we found before should have also been inflicted around here, but the hunter's injury was relatively light. After he escaped from here, he was attacked by frost demons and finally died." Lorena looked at the corpse in the snow and said with some indignation, "You nobles of Erewhon are really too much. The nobles of Cruz are about the same. Besides, the identity of our enemy is first and foremost occultist, and you have a part to play in this," the black-haired female knight replied coldly from the side of the horse. Lorena glanced at her and managed to hold herself back from retorting. Actually, it's not unreasonable to say that, Brando thought to himself, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he raised his head and said to everyone, "If the battle happened around here, then this should have been a Rex camp to begin with. Everyone, spread out and search left and right to see if you can find any clues." Before he had finished speaking, as if to confirm his words, a whistle sounded in the forest. This was the signal that his guards had agreed to communicate with each other. Everyone turned their heads in that direction and saw a girl on a white horse trotting all the way out of the forest. Hipamera was still wearing her linen robe in such cold weather. She turned around and pointed in a certain direction in the forest with a wooden staff in her hand. "Sir, there are many corpses found here." Arek really did make a move. Maynard shook her head gently. Freya's heart sank as she stood beside Brando. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. She still had a sliver of hope that she could save those hunters, but she didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless. Beside her, the female knight Lorena did not look too good either. "Take us there." Brando sighed and replied. He still remembered the worried and hopeful expressions of the hunters' families when they left Shallow Water Town. For these families, their husbands and fathers were probably the only pillars of the family. Once they lost their source of income, it was easy to imagine how they would live in the future. There were even some single-parent families, leaving behind only some helpless children. They waited at home for their father's return, but there was a possibility that they would not hear from him. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Hipamera seemed to have seen through her lord's thoughts. As the priestess of Himalad, she existed to protect the world. The girl was not the untainted holy maiden of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. She was well aware of the hardships of the people, so she could not help but lower her eyelashes slightly. She pulled the reins, turned the horse's head, and led the crowd into the woods. After passing through a small sparse cedar forest, the field of vision suddenly opened up, and an open space that was thought to have been cut down appeared in front of everyone. But when everyone saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a little suffocated. The collapsed animal skin tents seemed to have remained the same as they did that day, and in this camp that seemed to have been trampled once, the tragic battlefield was restored in front of everyone. More than 20 corpses were piled up in the center of the camp, and there were still some scattered around. There were eye-catching dried bloodstains everywhere in the snow, and broken arrows were stuck everywhere in the camp. Brando saw Medish's unicorn standing next to the pile of corpses, and the silver elf princess held the ice and snow on the ground with both hands. The ice and snow instantly turned into crystal-clear ice flowers in her hands. She placed these bouquets next to each corpse, looking very calm. "My lord," she saw Brando, patted the snow on her knees and stood up. "I remember in the last war, the silver elf princess would give a lily of lilies to the silver elf princess. The silver elves will give a bouquet of lilies to the companions of the brave warriors. The next time they go to the battlefield, The warriors will wear these flowers on their chests to avenge their fallen companions. Brando nodded. Don't worry, a wreck will pay the price for this. Some people regard other people's lives as ants, and these people have long been abandoned by Martha. He replied coldly, chaos can't protect them either. Just watch, the bloodshed will be repaid with blood. Is there anyone alive? Lorena couldn't help but gasp when she saw this scene and asked in a low voice. But anyone could hear that this upright and kind lady from Cruz was just suppressing her anger. Metisha shook her head. At least in this camp, they are all dead. There was a slight silence in the camp. Although Brando, Freya, Maynard, and even Scarlet had experienced many battles, and life and death on the battlefield had long been commonplace, but that was a fight where both sides bet on their lives. But in front of them was a naked massacre. These hunters from the area near Lantern Island each had their own families. They were the fathers, husbands, or sons of their families. They may have entered this forest with a vision for the future, but only to let their loved ones live a better life. But all hope for the future was mercilessly snuffed out here. But only for the inexplicable pursuit of some people who didn't know how to respect life. When Freya saw this scene, it reminded her of Bucci, which was burning fiercely in the fire. The kingdom's people struggled in the disaster, but his nobles just watched indifferently, and even added fuel to the fire. Everything that happened at different times and different places was so similar. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists so tightly that they almost turned white. Lorena on the side seemed to have noticed the mood swings of the future Valkyrie. She had a slight fondness for Freya in her heart and couldn't help but say, "Let's tidy up the bodies of the hunters. It's best to find a way to bury them and take them out when we leave here. At least their families have the right to know what happened here." The words of the knight from Cruz impressed Brando. Although he had long known that Lorena was known for her integrity and kindness, she was still the daughter of a great noble family. He didn't expect her to be so thoughtful. He looked at the other party in surprise. But as if noticing his gaze, Lorena turned around and explained to everyone, "Knights respect their sacrificed companions. At least they won't let the bodies of their dead comrades be exposed in the wilderness. Although these people are not our companions, we promise to bring them back, dead or alive, at least to give their families an explanation." With one hand on her chest, she faced everyone and answered seriously, "I hope I can keep my promise." "You're right. I support Sister Lorena's view." Metisha couldn't help but nod slightly after hearing such words, expressing her support. "Me too." Freya sighed softly and answered with a little loneliness. Brando looked at the other side of the Nugan River. In fact, there wasn't much time left for them. Her Highness was heading to Fort Valendon, and Eek and Makarov had obviously arrived first. And in the south, Count Ranner and the Bloodstaff's army were converging. From persuading Duke Vero to form an alliance to ambush Count Ranner like in history, there was only a month left for him. In other words, he could stay in the forest for at most 2 weeks. The scorching summer sun, which had become very warm in the stained frost forest, had moved over the middle line above his head. If he delayed any longer, he might have to spend the night here. He looked at Maynard beside him. The female knight neither agreed nor disagreed. But he had gradually become familiar with her personality these days, and he knew that this was actually a tacit agreement. Brando finally nodded. Fortunately, everyone present understood that they were pressed for time. Brando nodded and began to clean up the battlefield. With enough manpower, it wasn't difficult to dig some holes in the snow to bury the bodies. And because it was expected that the bodies of these hunters would be found and taken away sooner or later, under Lorena's command, the guards only dug a few convenient holes, covered them with snow, and made conspicuous marks. Others, such as Metisha and Freya, were looking for possible survivors further away. Although Brando didn't think the possibility was too high, he could see from the arrow wounds that Arek had brought with him this time were all veterans who had followed him for many years. It was unlikely that they would make such a low-level mistake. But just as Brando was thinking this, the Shire's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "My lord, guess what I found?" "What?" Brando was startled and then asked. "A woman." The Shire, although the weather here is still relatively cold, it's summer now, and spring has been long gone. Brando froze for a moment, and then replied somewhat angrily. No, you've got me wrong. My lord, I mean I found a living woman." The Shire hurriedly cried out his innocence. Peya was found in the Nuga River. The Shire happened to see her washed down from upstream with drifting ice and hung on a branch probing into the middle of the river. In this weather, the temperature of the river was close to 0. When the Shire found the woman, she was almost drenched, soaked in the cold river water, and there was a long knife wound on her back. The knife wound seemed to be due to excessive blood loss, and the rolled flesh was soaked white. Originally, in such a state, the young wizard's first judgment was that the woman was dead, but the facts played a joke on him. When he fished her out of the middle of the river with a spell, he found that she still had a heartbeat. And then, Peya already knew what happened after that. But for the girl herself, she could not remember what happened before she jumped into the river. She only remembered that day when the nobles turned hostile, and the oldest hunter in the team was directly pierced by the middle-aged swordsman with a sword. Then there was the melee, the flash of swords. It was a terrible scene that only happened in a nightmare. The most powerful hunter in the team, who was said to have served as a swordsmanship instructor in the army in the Manowir area, and a leader with silver strength, was not a match for the middle-aged swordsman. She would never forget that scene in her dreams. The noble knight surrounded them with a grin, and then the familiar screams came one after another. She remembered a knight trying to hold her down and hold her hands behind her back. She remembered the other party's vulgar scolding and touching her unruly with his hands. If it hadn't been for the ring, she really didn't know what terrible things would have happened after that. What happened after that seemed to be running away, but the wound on her back hurt so much, and her body became weaker and weaker. But she was more and more worried about her brother. The pursuers were getting closer and closer, and then there was darkness. Can't die. Yuruta? It was like a long nightmare, and every face in the nightmare was distorted. The townspeople who had hated the siblings had faces full of blood. Then there was the face of the grinning knight. Finally, she saw her brother stabbed by a spear and nailed to the snow, and the dark red blood spread out from under him like countless tiny red snakes. No dash. The girl opened her eyes abruptly. She was sweating profusely, and then she saw a woman's face by the faint light of the fire outside the tent. She recognized the identity of the other party at a glance, as only the mountain people would have such fiery red hair. The girl hugged her knees and leaned on a spear, looking at her motionlessly. Who are you? Peya seemed to want to ask the question, but she immediately felt a burning pain in her throat. In the end, she only uttered some meaningless hoarse syllables, but the severe pain made her groan uncontrollably. The Lord said that you'd better not talk and rest more. You're badly hurt, but the point is that you've been unconscious in the cold river for who knows how long, and now you have a fever, but we don't have any herbs at hand. Scarlet rarely spoke in front of strangers since she left the Grey Wolves mercenaries, but when she did, it was as if she was reciting a boring report, and she finished it all in one breath. After she finished, she still looked at the woman on the bed quietly, her eyes reflecting the light of the fire outside and sparkling. Peya was slightly startled, but she felt the other party's kindness. She lay back down, her heart in a mess, but finally quieted down a little. She frowned slightly, as if trying to remember what had happened. P.S. Today, 7K. Again, I've been a little busy recently, and I can only make up for yesterday's loss bit by bit, so I'll make up for 1K today. I'll try to ensure a daily average of 6K by the 20th. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 723. The legend of the green people in the forest has a long history. The mountain people of Manowar and Lantern Island call them the people of the trees. Some people say that they are the descendants of the Myurnas. After the War of the Holy Saints, there were indeed some Myurnas who took the route we took today and hid in the stained frost forest. They crossed the falling Needle Mountains and went to sea from the area of the Silver Pine Coast. They went north and disappeared. No one knows where they went in the end, but some people say that the Myurnas in the forest were divided into two. The leader of the team was unwilling to give up secular power and coaxed a group of people to stay. The result of these descendants is conceivable. The group of people who stayed became the green people later, but they have been assimilated by the forest. Their cheeks are like the texture of wood, their dull eyes are sunken in, and their bodies are covered with roots. They have been wandering in the forest, day after day, regretting the decision they made. The dark magic turned this regret into resentment. They are like ghosts without hearts, lost in the forest, killing all the creatures they meet. Most of these Myrnas who stayed are nobles among the Myrnas. They are good at using language to confuse people, especially when this language contains the magic of the forest. Many people who have seen them never return. The flames calcined the branches in the bonfire. The small branches turned golden red in the fire, and sparks burst out from time to time. Brendel's voice was sometimes high and sometimes low, telling the legend of the man in the tree that was widely spread in Manowar's area, but most of the locals only knew this legend and could not tell the origin of the story in such detail as he did, so everyone in the firelight could hear it in a trance. Only the little prince curled up in the corner, shivering as he listened. He wanted to go away and not listen, but he could not resist his curiosity. What about the Myrnas who left? Metisha was a little curious. She put a dead branch into the bonfire, and the bright light of the fire made her face look much rosier. Brando picked up the grilled fish from the bonfire and threw it to Haruz. The little prince was stunned and instinctively reached out to catch it. It was so hot that he threw the grilled fish away. Only then did he react. He hurriedly grabbed the wooden skewer and picked it up. However, he stared at the mud and snow on the grilled fish, not knowing what to do. Brando sighed and shook his head. He handed the other grilled fish to Maynard beside him, and Maynard understood tacitly. She reached out and took the grilled fish from the little prince's hand, then gave him the grilled fish she had just received. "Thank you," Haruz whispered, his face as red as an apple. "Your Highness, if you want to take responsibility, you must first learn how to overcome your fear." Maynard reminded him, "There are all kinds of legends in this world, but your Highness has long passed the age of believing in bedtime stories." I'm not afraid." Haruz stared at the grilled fish in his hand, feeling a little wronged. "Because my sister said that Lady Martha will protect every one of her people." Lorena couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this reason to comfort herself. "Your Highness, you're so cute," she replied with some amusement. Brando shook his head. He really couldn't expect more from this prince. At least he had become more independent these days. Before this, he didn't dare to speak his mind in front of so many people. This was at least an improvement. So he continued to answer Metisha's question. Those Myrnas crossed the Falling Needle Mountains. Some people saw them go out to sea from the area of today's Silver Pine Coast, but it was too long ago. However, the souls of the dead Myrna's ancestors still wander in the ancient gorge north of the Falling Needle Mountains. Pieces of sunken ships are often salvaged from the seabed in that area. What about the lost knight? I've heard similar legends, Lorena said. These days, Brando had told them a lot of legends about the forest every day. In her opinion, there seemed to be nothing that the Count of Tonajul didn't know. A knight who lost his mind? That's another story. Brando was about to speak when he was interrupted by a sorrowful wail from the forest in the distance. The sound was undulating under the silver moon and under the forest, similar to a wolf's howl. But Brando could tell that it was a human voice, a woman's voice. The young prince trembled in fear, and everyone turned their heads in that direction at the same time. The sound came from the south of the camp, in the direction of the hunter's original camp. With a crash, a person suddenly rushed out of the bushes. It was Scarlet with a long spear on her back. She looked at Brando somewhat at a loss, but the latter had already understood. What happened? She ran out. The mountain girl replied in a low voice. Ran out? Brando was slightly startled. You didn't stop her? But she said she was going to find her brother. Her brother? Her brother was among those hunters? Scarlet shook her head slightly, indicating that she didn't know. The second time Brando saw the female hunter was in the hunter's camp during the day. She was kneeling in the snow and sobbing softly. The girl had thick, dark brown hair that fell over her shoulders, slightly curly, and was very beautiful. She was wearing a thick hunter's coat, but the longbow and quiver hanging from her belt were long gone when she was found. The exposed skin on her hands and neck was a little tanned, a little like Sue's skin. She looked at most 16 or 17 years old, but she was much more mature than Maynard and even Freya. The female hunter was lying on the edge of the hole dug in the snow, her hands clutching the frozen ground tightly. She was whimpering like a beast, and her whimpers gradually turned into low whines. Freya, who was beside Brando, couldn't bear to see her like this. She walked over to help her up, but Brando was one step ahead of her. He looked at the hunter's body in the hole and asked, "Is her brother in there?" Maynard, who was beside him, shook her head slightly. She identified the bodies that were buried earlier. Her brother's body wasn't among them. We've also searched the surrounding forest and found no trace of him. That means her brother is still alive? Not necessarily. It's also possible that the body was taken away by the beasts in the forest. Or maybe it was like the corpse we found before, and escaped to a farther place to die. The female knight wasn't optimistic. Brando nodded slightly, agreeing with this guess. But he also added, we can't rule out the possibility that he was taken away. A wreck still needs a guide. Maynard didn't comment. Brando? Freya looked at the girl kneeling in the snow with some worry. She was worried about the injuries on her body, and the hunter was also having a high fever. Even though they had Pahimara, the priest of Chongshan, in the team, only Fanzin's priests were good at curing diseases. In this environment, infection of the wound was a very dangerous thing. But Brando looked at the girl and said softly, let her vent for a while. Her brother may not be dead, but a normal person wouldn't be able to take such a big blow. At least let her calm down first. Freya pursed her lips slightly. Her sympathy for Freya was largely due to her own experience. That night in Buchi, she had to watch the family she had been with all day long get caught in a sea of fire, and her former home burned to the ground. That kind of humiliation and helplessness was something that ordinary people who had never experienced would not be able to understand. But she remembered her experience in the Royal Knight Academy. Some things could only be solved by relying on oneself. It was Brando who taught her this. So she stopped and looked at the girl silently. Fortunately, the hunter girl was much stronger than everyone thought. She suppressed her voice and cried in the snow for a while. Then, she fell silent. After a while, she raised her head and wiped away her tears. Everyone was stunned when they saw the huntress who had regained control of her emotions. She didn't have the kind of breathtaking beauty, but her dark eyes were like those of a female beast, filled with a wild and untamed light. Thank you for saving me, Lord Knight. Her voice was a little hoarse. It wasn't just her voice that was hoarse from crying, but it was her original voice. But just like Brendel said, the hunter maiden had calmed down a little after she finished speaking. She asked softly in a hoarse voice, excuse me, Sir Knights, are you going to enter the stained frost forest? Everyone looked at Brando. I want to know what kind of thoughts you have that made you ask this question. Brendel asked in return. If I say that I can be your guide, can you take me with you, Lord Knight? The hunter girl immediately stared at him and asked, her eyes full of hope. Although she tried to keep calm, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of nervousness as if she was afraid that Brando would refuse. Brando was slightly startled, although he had expected this. But he had heard Maynard and the others pass on the hunter girl's original words. She said that it was because the hunters were unwilling to enter the stained frost forest that caused Erek to want to kill them. He didn't expect that she would take the initiative to make such a request. Although you said that, you want to enter the forest to find your brother's body, right? He asked. The hunter girl hesitated, but finally nodded. Yes, I don't want to hide it from you, Lord. Dead or alive, at least I want to see my brother's body. Brando was very satisfied with her honesty, but still asked, but we don't have much time. You are injured. Can you keep up with us? I can. This little injury is nothing to us hunters. The hunter girl immediately replied loudly, but it made her cough. Have you entered the stained frost forest? I haven't, Lord Knight, but my father entered the stained frost forest 3 times before he died. He was the only hunter in the area of Shallow Water Town who came back alive from the forest, but his companions who entered the forest with him stayed there. The hunter girl paused, as if she had remembered something unpleasant. Because of this, he was secretly called the Cursed Man by those people. After my father died, Yuruta and I were also ostracized by the hunters in town. She sighed faintly. Before entering the forest this time, the nobles offered a high price, and many hunters were tempted. But the client needed someone who was familiar enough with the north of the Ansara forest, and in Shallow Water Town, only my brother and I. I thought that with this money, I could leave here with my brother and go to Karsuk. But I didn't expect. The hunter girl's eyes turned red, and she quickly wiped them with her hand. Your brother may not be dead. Don't be sad. Erek is unlikely to kill everyone. By the way, you should be familiar with the hunters in town. Have you counted the corpses? Are there any missing people? Erek. The girl was slightly startled, and then she understood what Brando meant. I counted, and there are 3 missing people. 2 people, plus your brother. Brando hesitated. This number was a little too much. If a wreck needed a guide, 2 people were more than enough. But he didn't say these words, and he looked at the hunter girl. What's your name? My name is Peya, my lord. My father's name is Taik, and he's a famous hunter in Shallow Water Town. My brother's name is Yuruta, and he's only 15 years old. The hunter girl immediately introduced herself humbly. But Brando didn't care about her self-introduction, and he asked seriously, Have you thought about it, Peya? You're with us, and even if you might meet your brother, I may not allow you to move freely at that time. In the eyes of the others, Brando seemed to be a different person at this moment, but they didn't know that this was Brando's habit as a captain. The Stained Frost Forest was not an entry-level instance in the game, and players could start over in the game, but they didn't have another chance here, so he would never allow an unstable factor in the team. Remember, you're joining our team as a guide, not for us to take you to save your brother. Peya showed a struggling look, but Brando's words made her feel a little relieved. At least if it was just to trick her into being a guide, there was no need for her to make such a promise. Finally she nodded, raised her hand and swore, I know, my lord knight. I swear on my dead father's honor that I will keep my promise at this moment. Brando nodded. Freya on the side seemed relieved, and hurried over to help the hunter girl up from the snow. Brando turned around. He didn't need a guide, but he didn't want to hurt Freya's heart. Moreover, if he left the huntress alone, his conscience might not be able to live with it. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 724. Although he kept saying that time was tight, Brando's team ended up wasting another day on the banks of the Nugan River. Fortunately, the huntress Peya's physical fitness was excellent, and the fever quickly subsided, and the recovery of her wounds was amazingly fast. Brando didn't know if this was a hunter's special talent, but on the morning of the 3rd day, the team had to set off at his request anyway. He summoned a black wolf as a mount for the huntress who had just recovered from a serious illness. As for the others, they had to get off the ground and walk. The carriages and horses were left in the temporary camp on the banks of the Nugan River, because the rest of the journey was no longer suitable for these things to join. After a day in the forest, the coniferous forest quickly became dense, and the layers of snow on the branches sometimes even blocked the sun, making the ground in the forest gloomy and cold. The team creaked forward on the snow and broken dead branches, and soon some steeple-shaped white rocks appeared between the woodlands, and then a light blue curtain of light was reflected in everyone's vision. It was like a thin wall of light. This translucent wall of light towered into the clouds, enveloping the entire forest, and connected with a white stone steeple not far away. Everyone couldn't help but stop and watch this spectacle. But only Brando knew that this light blue curtain of light was the entrance to this prequel dungeon, Milos's final breath. In the game, this light curtain was called the Binding of Mana, and was a symbol of the level 80 dungeon, character level. Behind this curtain was the famous giant dungeon group. Speaking of which, apart from the time with the golden demonic tree, this was the first time Brando had seriously challenged this dungeon in the world of Woned. In the Amber Sword, the way dungeons operated was actually very different from most games of the same period, and the players used such a name, but it was just a common habit. In the Amber Sword, rather than being called a dungeon, it would be better to call it a scene area, because only this word could accurately define it. There were several ways in which the dungeons Brando was familiar with operated. The first was a one-time quest dungeon, and only the players who challenged it first had the chance to get the quest. For example, the Forbidden Orchard of the Golden Demonic Tree was such a model. Although the latecomers could repeatedly kill the boss through the fragments of time, they were destined to have no fate with the plot. The second was a typical scene area with the giant dungeon group they were facing now. The operation of such a giant dungeon group was very classic, and it could be said to have created a precedent in the gaming world at the time. Although there were still only one or a few fixed main quests in other prequel areas, it was not the monsters, boss in the path, monster boss, single progression mode that the average player was familiar. On the contrary, dungeons like Milos's Final Breath were actually divided into 2 areas. Each area was made up of points and faces. Points were the monsters' nests in the area, while faces were the special areas in the dungeon. In the dungeon group's dungeon group, And the dungeon group's dungeon, the dungeon groups was that the dungeon group's dungeon was the dungeon group's dungeon. In this way, as long as the main plot of the Stained Frost Labyrinth was not activated, the players would have to face a completely real area every time they entered the prequel dungeon. What difficulties they would encounter in this area depended entirely on the system's calculations and the changes their behavior brought to the area. This kind of game mode could be said to have started an era, and it was the real reason why the Amber Sword beat other games. A world that was infinitely close to the real world. In fact, since the first version of Level 70, every dungeon that appeared in the game used a similar concept, and the Amber Sword began to reach its peak from then on. Brando himself was naturally impressed by this epic-making dungeon. Fortunately, although the dungeon group's existence was constantly changing, at least there were still traces to follow. Especially before entering for the first time, the monster's nest would not disappear into thin air, and the dungeon's terrain would not change much. There were some small secrets that only he knew that could help him a lot. Because of this, he could be confident. The only variable was probably Arek's men who entered the dungeon first. Brando looked back and saw that most of the people who followed him were stunned. The mana binding was indeed spectacular. It was said that most of the reasons for generating such a light curtain came from ancient seals, which was the same principle as the accuracy of time. The magic wall outside the Stained Frost Forest was, according to legend, a self-seal laid down by the god of giants at the last moment to protect his remains and the divine fire. But over thousands of years, it had long been eroded by the dark magic and riddled with holes. Mr. Brando, what the hell is that? Faraz looked up at the light curtain that reached into the sky and couldn't help but sigh. It looks like a magic barrier, Lorena murmured. It doesn't look like it is. Charles also raised his head and clicked his tongue in amazement. This must be a creation from ancient times. After the War of the Saints, there hasn't been such spectacular magic again. But Brando didn't answer after listening to them, and instead glanced back at Peya sitting on the black wolf's back. The hunter girl was in better spirits this day, but her voice was still a little weak. Father's notes mentioned this curtain wall, but it should be harmless. They also passed through the light wall at the time, but be careful, the forest behind is the real dangerous area. What's behind it? Father mentioned that the forest is immersed in the night all day, and there are some glowing pale people under the night who will lurk in the trunks and attack travelers who pass through it. My father said they are the ghosts of those lost, searching all day for victims who can replace them, Peya replied in a small voice. Almost all right. Brando was a little surprised. It seemed that the hunter girl's father had really entered that forest. The first area of Milo's final breath was the night forest. Just as she had described, there was only night in the forest and no day. There were all kinds of dangers lurking under the night sky. But this was the easiest area in this pre-dungeon. There was no specific plot in this area, and there were many monster lairs and some special random events. What they encountered was all up to the player's luck. He was familiar with the forest, from the guide. But Peya's father's notes could help him understand the forest from another perspective, and Brando suddenly realized that his decision seemed to have paid off again. Can we find them? The little prince seemed to have a natural lack of resistance to these mysterious things, and he gripped his sword tightly and asked with a pale face. I have a gem that can detect the undead ahead of time. The occult gem. Lorena seemed to know quite a bit about magic items and immediately realized what Haruz was talking about. Your Highness, it would be great if you had that thing. Spirits and ghosts are unpredictable and dangerous, and the occult gem can make it impossible for them to hide. My opinion is the opposite. You'd better put that thing away. Brando interrupted their conversation, and he turned back to Peya and said, What your father saw was not a ghost, although it looked like one. It was a demonic spirit, very sensitive to magic items and used to killing travelers who carried them and robbing them of their equipment. Demonic spirit? Faraz was a little puzzled. It's a very cruel monster. You've heard of the wizards who went crazy in pursuit of the mysteries of magic. Some turned to studying how to control dark magic, but most of them failed. The surging dark magic would tear their bodies apart in an instant, but their purest souls would survive and merge with the magic they loved most in life. Of course, at this point, these wizards could no longer be called human, and all that was left in their minds was their addiction to magic. Other than that, they were like beasts. Brando explained calmly. His words sent a chill down the spines of most of the people present. Only the Shire nodded. What the Lord is saying is not the bedtime stories you've heard, and I can testify to that. There are indeed many such people in the history of wizards, but why are there so many demonic spirits here? How strange. It's simple. You'll understand when you enter, Brando replied. In fact, the group had already approached the light curtain at this moment, and it was only when they got closer that they could see the true face of the light wall. It looked like a flowing wall of water, and the water elements were confined to a thin layer of surface, flowing with light. As everyone approached it, the smooth surface reflected their grotesque image of being stretched. Brando reached out and touched the light wall. This was to gain the approval of the mana binding. A seal was a seal after all, and only the people of order could pass through it safely and without worry, while those monsters would be bound inside forever. The ripples on the light curtain flickered, and then the ripples retreated to both sides. This scene was exactly the same as what Brando had seen in his previous life. Soon, a hollow area about 2 people high and 5 people wide appeared on the blue light wall. The hollow area revealed a corner of the forest of night behind it. Brando narrowed his eyes and looked inside. The dark forest was exactly the same as what he had seen in the guide. However, even though it was a pitch-black forest, there were still specks of light floating in the air. But it wasn't anything good, because Brendel knew that most of the living creatures in this forest didn't have good intentions. He took a step inside, one step into the forest that was always shrouded in the silence of the night, then he turned around and said to the people outside, "Come in. Please come in. Welcome to the Evernight Forest. P.S. Today's episode is here, 2K per 7K again. Damn, your strong baboons are so tired that they want to roll on the ground and ask for support." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 725. After the group entered the forest, the blue light curtain slowly closed behind them, as if it had a life of its own. They soon found that the inside and outside of the light curtain were 2 completely different worlds. It was still afternoon outside, but it was already dusk inside the light curtain. There seemed to be a blue curtain hanging in the sky, and there were a few stars hanging in the distance, like the scenery after dusk. And 100 steps away, the woodland was gloomy. The huge contrast made everyone vigilant. Maynard and Freya gently pulled out their long swords and looked around. There seemed to be some kind of uneasiness lurking in the air, sending chills down their spines. Brando looked at the strange shadows in the woodland. They were already in a valley, and the hills in the distance were immersed in the night. In the north, the sky was dark purple like the silent night. This hill was called the Twilight Hill in the Amber Sword, and in his memory, it should be the southwest corner of Milo's breath. At the entrance of this area, there should be a lair of duskhounds, an ancient subspecies of canine devil beast. It had long been extinct in Wound, but there were still a few in some black forests. "My lord, as you said, which direction should we go now?" Lorena asked, interrupting his thoughts. The guide mentioned that there should be a path leading to the atrium here. Brando silently recalled the text on the guide. The Twilight Hill is the best entrance to Milo's breath. The lair guarding the gate is a devil beast called Duskhound. The passage through the Duskhound's lair extends north to the atrium. There is a treasure location at Point A and Point B, and these 2 locations were explored by the Crimson Wing Brigade and the Crystal Apple Guild in 385 and 387 respectively. If this was the first time this dungeon had been explored, then the treasure location mentioned in the guide might still exist. His gaze searched the forest for a moment, and he suddenly realized that this endless valley was actually a passageway. Brando's gaze extended forward, and the dark green hills on both sides meandered to the north, which was also consistent with the description in the guide. After confirming this, Brando had a plan. "Let's move along this valley. Be careful of the demonic spirits on the way. Try not to use magic or activate magic tools. Use open flames for illumination. Use of illuminating crystals is prohibited." Although demonic spirits were not difficult creatures to deal with, once the battle started, the dissipation of mana would attract more demonic spirits. Some players once said that the demonic spirit was the alarm in the Milo's Breath dungeon, and it wasn't baseless. "Do you understand?" "Understood." Everyone nodded. Brando was somewhat satisfied, although his understanding of this dungeon was only limited to the guide. But he knew that in an unknown environment, people were always willing to believe people who seemed to have a card up their sleeve. As the most experienced person in the team, he naturally had to take up this responsibility. He continued to order, "Scarlet, Metisha, you two lead the way. Ms. Lorena, please bring up the rear." "Yes, my lord." Metisha nodded on behalf of Scarlet. "No problem." Lorena also raised her sheathed sword and placed it on her chest. This was a cruise knight salute. It meant that she was willing to accept orders. Since no one had any objections, the team was quickly divided. Scarlet and Metisha walked at the front as the eyes of the team. Both of them held spears as they walked through the dense coniferous forest. They soon noticed that as the team went deeper, the sky through the gaps between the layers of branches was getting darker and darker. From the light red of the evening at the beginning, it became light blue, and then dark blue. Gradually, it was full of stars and became a scene of silence. It was as if they had only walked in the forest for 10 minutes, and the sky had turned from evening to late night. In fact, this was the characteristic of the Dusk Hill. This was the transition area of the Evernight Forest. It was not until they went deep into this area that they truly entered the heart of the forest. The surroundings gradually became dark, but Scarlet lit a torch, and the flames extended in all directions, casting long shadows of the surrounding dense cedar trunks in the woodland. However, where the light could not reach, the darkness seemed even deeper. The team advanced for about half an hour, and Metisha suddenly noticed that specks of light began to appear in the deep darkness. She immediately recognized that they were the demonic spirits floating between the woodland. She pulled Scarlet and raised her finger to make a "be careful" gesture to her. "What is that?" Scarlet also noticed the specks of light in the forest and asked in a low voice. "It might be demonic spirits." "So many." Scarlet was shocked. In her opinion, there were indeed too many of them. There were at least 100 of them. She looked at the floating spirits and seemed a little nervous for a moment. "Don't worry," Metisha said softly. "Although the demonic spirits are scary, they are notoriously blind. As long as they don't use magic, light is invisible to them. As long as we pay attention, there shouldn't be a problem." Scarlet nodded doubtfully. In fact, Brando wanted to use Metisha as the team's informant because of her rich combat experience and the innate sensitivity of an elf. Brando arranged for Scarlet to be his partner to protect the former. After he became an official planeswalker, Metisha's level and the Shire's level were downgraded together. Although they could level up through gaining experience like him, it had been less than a month since Brando arranged for Scarlet to be his partner. Because planeswalker creatures had the flaw of not being able to be resurrected, Brando had to be careful. Scarlet looked in that direction again, and when she turned back, there was some doubt in her eyes, as if to say, "What do we do now, Metisha?" The Silver Elf Princess understood and whispered, "Scarlet, see if you can go around the left and right sides." Scarlet was slightly startled and looked at her suspiciously. In theory, although Metisha's strength was a level lower than hers, it was not to the extent that she could not see clearly from such a distance. But as if sensing the Highlander's suspicion, Metisha hurriedly explained, "This place seems to have some kind of restriction on us heroic spirits." After saying that, she blushed a little. If not for the fact that her level was downgraded too hard to explain, she was really not good at lying. But to be honest, even now she did not understand what this level was, and why it was related to her strength. Fortunately, under the light of the fire, Scarlet did not see the slightest blush. She nodded and turned back, but her eyes swept across the valley, and found that the demonic spirits in the forest seemed to have blocked all the paths ahead. After looking carefully for a while, she shook her head slightly. "Can't I?" Metisha pondered for a moment, and immediately opened the telepathic link, and sent a message to Brando behind her. Not long after, the bushes behind the two girls rustled, and Brando and the others came out from there. "Metisha. Scarlet." After getting the news from Metisha, Brando roughly guessed what was going on. He walked out of the forest behind the bushes, looked up, and saw the specks of light in the darkness. The Evernight Forest was a huge area, and the distribution of monsters in this area was very random. But after the players' exploration, they had found many patterns. Before this, the path that he had pointed out for Metisha and Scarlet was actually a very remote path, and according to the guide, it could avoid most unnecessary battles. Since they had wasted a lot of time in the Unsera forest, Brando had to choose this path. But this path was not without worries, and there were also 2 monster nodes that could not be bypassed in the path they had to pass through. One of them was a place called the Demonic Pool, and the other was the last pass before the atrium, where they had to face the Duskhounds and the Hicks. Brando glanced at the amazing number of demonic spirits in the forest, and roughly determined the location of this place. The demonic pool. Although it was not the lair of the demonic spirits, in some ways, it was actually more like a lair. Demonic spirits in the Amber Sword were genuine gold-tier monsters, and normally speaking, to kill so many of them, it would take at least 2 teams of players to think about it. However, Brando just happened to know an unusual way to deal with these demonic spirits, and in this kind of dungeon that had been thoroughly understood by players in the later stages of the game, there were too many strange strategies. But he glanced over there, and then looked away. Before he was ready to pass through here, he still had 2 things to do. Brando judged the direction and glanced at a place in the darkness, where he saw a huge cedar tree that needed 2 or 3 people to encircle. "Metisha, how tall are you?" he whispered. The Silver Fairy Princess was slightly taken aback, not expecting her lord to ask such a strange question. She hesitated for a moment, and then somewhat embarrassedly told Brando the answer in the telepathic connection. Even so, she still heard the Shire chuckling on the side. Brando glared fiercely at that side and then he said, "About right, come to my side." Metisha was a little puzzled, but did as she was told. No one understood what Brando was doing at all, and could only watch in confusion as the Silver Fairy Princess walked to Brando's side with some curiosity. "Lord, what are your orders?" "Now you're facing me," Brando said, looking at the cedar tree. "Brando, what are you doing?" Freya was a little puzzled, and in fact, everyone was as puzzled as she was. If she hadn't asked, Faraz, who was eagerly behind her, would have already spoken. "You'll know in a moment," Brando replied. Metisha hesitated for a moment before continuing to take a step closer. She was now almost face to face with Brando, and could even feel the faint aura coming from his lord. She blushed. Ever since she was summoned by Brando, she had never been so close to her master at such an ambiguous distance. But Brando was still not satisfied, and he pressed down on her shoulder and adjusted her direction. Metisha was startled, and the tip of her nose touched Brando's chest several times. "Brando!" Freya glared at Brando, and if it weren't for the fact that the enemy was nearby, she would have stabbed him with her sword. But Brando acted as if he didn't hear her, and only at this moment, he felt as if he had returned to the time in the game, when he was exploring dungeons with trusted companions. He stared at the huge cedar and whispered to Metisha, "Now you start from my side, step back 10 steps, and then tell me what you feel." Brando's words sounded a bit like a riddle, but Metisha's trust in him had long reached the point where she could do anything without asking for the reason. She was only slightly startled, then nodded and slowly stepped back. Everyone saw her step back 10 steps and then stop. "Tell me, what do you feel under your feet?" Brando asked. Metisha's eyes lit up slightly, looking very strange. "I feel a faint magic power, like a magic mark." "My lord, how do you know there's something here?" But Brando obviously didn't intend to answer her question for the time being. He took the torch from Scarlet's hand and shone it at Metisha. The fire immediately imprinted the Silver Fairy Princess's shadow on the ground, and the others followed Brando's gaze and were stunned, because they saw that the shadow behind Metisha clearly had a pair of translucent wings. "This is..." Philas couldn't help but be a little flabbergasted. But Brando secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Just as I thought." Of all the people, only Lorena was keenly aware of the change in his expression, and the female knight immediately asked, "Mr. Count, do you know something?" Brando breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded and replied, "Demonic spirits don't gather in a certain place for no reason, and the origin of this place actually has a little bit to do with the Black Tower Wizards of Karsuk." Black Tower Wizards? This time even the Shire was slightly taken aback, knowing that he used to be a member of the Black Tower Wizards. Brando smiled slightly, and this time he wasn't lying, it could only be said to be a coincidence. The background of this place in the game did indeed come from the Black Tower Wizards. The Black Tower Wizards are the most powerful mage organization in Erewhon, and like wizards in many other places, their curiosity for secrets and knowledge is unparalleled. Like the Buga Wizards, in order to explore those lost secrets, the Black Tower Wizards' footprints are also all over the ruins of this kingdom. This mysterious forest is no exception. "My lord, you're saying that the Black Tower Wizards once sent an investigation team into this forest, and here?" Lorena reacted. "Pretty much what you guessed, but slightly different." Brando recalled the records of this place in the strategy guide as he replied, "The The Black Tower wizards have entered this forest more than once in their hundreds of years of history, and except for the dangerous area in the center, they have long known this area. He looked at Lorena and added, "You don't think that guy Erek would rush into this forest rashly, do you? He must have someone around him who is familiar with this forest, just like me, and maybe that guy is also a Black Tower wizard." "But aren't the Black Tower wizards and the Highland Knight allies, Brando, you?" Freya asked with some confusion. "There are all kinds of birds in the forest, and not all Black Tower wizards abide by the Tower Agreement," the Shire immediately explained. "Exactly," Brando continued. "But this is not the topic we want to discuss. Back then the Black Tower wizards probably came here to destroy a very powerful demonic item, and they hoped to use a magic circle here to completely destroy the demonic item from Georgandy Ridge." He paused for a moment. "But there was a traitor in the team at that time, and a wizard was tempted by the demonic power, and in the end, the whole operation was in vain. It is said that the demonic item exploded violently on the magic circle, blowing nearly 100 Black Tower wizards and apprentices who accompanied it into ashes. The souls of these people were eroded in the dark magic, and gradually formed demonic spirits that wandered around here. Nearly 100 wizards. Lorena sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. She could totally imagine how tragic the scene was at that time. Everyone else's faces also showed some seriousness. But Brando just smiled. The whole incident was not as terrible as they had imagined. If the Black Tower wizards killed nearly 100 official wizards at once, the organization would not be far from falling apart. There were actually only 12 official wizards, including the traitor, and most of the others were apprentices. However, the demonic spirits left behind were true, and he continued, "Of course, the demonic item is said to have been destroyed in the explosion, but the Black Tower wizards still set up an observation post in this place for insurance. This post is said to have been in use for nearly 100 years, and was only abandoned in the last century." "Observation post?" Philas was stunned and couldn't help but look around. "How come I don't see it? Has it been torn down?" "Of course not. The wizard's observation post naturally wouldn't be one of those fortresses you see on a daily basis." At this time, Maynard, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Brando, you were looking for the location of that outpost before, weren't you?" Brando nodded. "That magic coordinate is a guiding point. The wizard's literature says that the outpost should be next to the cedar tree, in the direction pointed by the shadow of the wings behind Metasha. But I don't see anything." Philas looked over there. "Could that thing be in the sky?" Brando glared at the guy, speechless. Now he was beginning to believe in the guy's bullshit luck. He didn't expect the guy to hit the nail on the head. He raised his head and replied, "Yes, the real outpost is in the sky. We have to find a way to summon it down." "Summon it down?" Lorena frowned. "I see, it can help us deal with these demonic spirits, right? Since the wizards built such a tower, its original purpose was to guard against these demonic spirits." "Exactly," Brando said with slight approval. But he understood that in fact, the knight from Cruz was not entirely right. In the Amber Sword, there was often more than one way to pass through many plot areas. He also had a way to sneak through the valley without attracting the attention of the demonic spirits. But Brando wasn't going to give up such a large amount of EXP. Besides, if the records on the strategy guide weren't false, the outpost tower should be one of the treasure locations in this dungeon. This quest was originally an extra reward. But of course, he couldn't say these things out loud. He turned back and said, "The Shire, you should know the spells that the Black Tower wizards use to summon the wizard tower." The Shire immediately nodded and replied telepathically, "I've forgotten a lot after the change, but at least I remember one or two. After all, the Black Tower wizards were originally part of the Buga people." "That's good." Brando glanced at the demonic spirits in the distance and began to give orders. "It takes a certain amount of time to summon the tower, but once the spell starts, the demonic spirits over there will discover us. So when the Shire summons the tower, the task of the others is to protect him and complete the quest." As soon as Brando's voice fell, it was like a signal for battle. Maynard, Freya, Lorena and her husband, and the guards immediately drew their long swords, and Scarlet and Metasha also picked up their spears. Everyone subconsciously arranged themselves in a semicircle around the Silver Fairy Princess' current position. Brando showed a satisfied look and also pulled out the Halran Gaia. At the same time, he reminded them, the demonic spirit's attack method is very simple. They rarely fight hand to hand, but be careful that their attacks can penetrate physical armor. Also, be careful of their spells. Metisha, Scarlet, you stay to protect the spellcaster and her ruse. The others find a way to get close to them quickly. Understood. The Shire you start. The young mage attendant nodded. He stood behind Metisha, felt the location of the magic mark, then raised his staff and began to chant the spell to summon the wizard tower. And this incantation, which was not loud, seemed to be an eye-catching signal in the darkness. Suddenly, everyone saw the dots of light in the forest stop slightly. Then they suddenly rose into the air, as if looking for the source of the spell. They circled over the forest and turned their heads to pounce on this side. The literature says that although most of the demonic spirits were outstanding wizards in their lifetime, they have long forgotten the profound knowledge. The spells they are good at are just the use of pure dark magic. These out-of-order magic won't last too long. They usually launch the first wave of spell attacks from 100 feet away. Metisha looked at the balls of light and was the first to remind them. The speed of the demonic spirits floating in the darkness was extremely fast. At this time, they had already come close. At this time, everyone could see their appearance clearly. These luminous balls of light in the darkness looked like the image of a human or elf with a naked upper body. They almost retained their appearance when they were alive, but their faces and chests were full of patterns eroded by dark magic. There were no eyeballs in their eye sockets, only a pitch black. This horrible appearance left a deep impression on everyone, and the little prince was so scared that he let out a low cry. To be exact, it's 141 feet. Brando stared in that direction and raised his sword. Measure the distance yourself. The demonic spirits had stopped at the edge of the forest. The distance was exactly the same as in Brando's memory, and it was also the farthest range of their spells. These distorted creatures raised their hands. Their hands had become ugly and sharp because of the distortion of magic. From these slender fingertips, suddenly, a black flame spurted out. These tentacle-like black flames intertwined. At that moment, it was like a big black net falling from the sky, enveloping everyone in it. P.S. I'm going to have New Year's dinner tomorrow. I'll come back at night to write. It depends on the situation. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 726. The intertwining tentacles of flame spread in an instant, burning through the canopy and shrouding everyone's heads. But because of Brando's warning in advance, everyone was already prepared. The moment the black fire net was in the air, they all ran wildly to the left or right, out of the spell's range. The black flames formed by the dark magic covered down, burning through the branches and leaves, turning the cedar forest into pillars of fire, burning fiercely and spectacularly, but not a single person was hurt. Even the weakest of the guards, the knight, barely avoided the fire net. All of this happened in an instant, but the blink of an eye was a rather long period of time for warriors above the silver rank, long enough for them to instantly accelerate to a speed of more than 100 feet per second. Especially Scarlet, Maynard, and Lorena, the air was torn apart by their terrifying acceleration, forming conical waves of air. The whistling of the sharp arrows pierced the woodland, and the pale human figures opened their black mouths and let out silent screams, as if this was how they communicated with each other. The demonic spirits turned around, and their slender fingers turned to the three girls in the lead in unison. But as if their hearts were connected, the three figures turned and changed direction at the same time, drawing long tails in the forest. The trajectory changed so that each of the black flames only hit the trunk behind them. The three figures drew a long semicircle at the same time, at almost the same speed, but Lorena was the first to attack. When the young knight landed, the long sword in her hand, Avila's pride, was already in attack mode. She pursed her lips tightly, and her sky-blue eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Her light body was already like a taut string in midair, and the moment she landed, the long semicircle in the forest seemed to be straightened at one point, like a bullet leaving the chamber. After a point, it drew a bright line and pierced straight into the demonic spirits. But this dazzling trajectory was destined to have no journey. Its beginning and end seemed to be folded into one point, and Lorena's figure was folded at these 2 points at the same time. Then the figure in front faded away, and the figure behind held a sharp sword, the blade as bright as silver, and stabbed it right in the middle of the demonic spirit's heart. The glowing pale human figure in the forest seemed to still maintain the expression of the wide-open, pitch-black mouth. A silver line streaked across its chest to its back. The attack was like a fleeting meteor, but the pitch-black mark on the pale human body proved that it had indeed existed. Half of the demonic spirit's body hung down in a weird manner, and dark magic gushed out of the wound. The center of the wound was like a small nebula. It constantly escaped in all directions, spewing out countless dark substances, and finally spread into a huge halo. As the halo swept past, it was as if an explosion had swept across the entire forest. Everyone felt their chests tighten. Dark magic. The night girl who bore the brunt of the attack groaned. Be careful, they seem to release a large amount of dark magic after they die. These forces will weaken us. Maynard and Scarlet paused. How big is the range? Can you think of a way to avoid it? The black flames in the hands of the other demon spirits swept across, and the cedar trees in front of it were set ablaze. Maynard could only retreat and ask cautiously. I don't know. The range is 1,000 feet. You can't avoid it. Try to extend the time interval between killing them. The magic erosion will last for 6 or 7 minutes. Brando's voice came from afar. Extend the time interval between killing them? How do we do that? After the 3 girls, Faraz was also close to the demon spirits. He looked up at the dense clusters of light rising from the canopy and couldn't help but gasp. Scarlet, interrupt their spells first. Brando stared at the demon spirits in the sky like stars in a summer night and calmly commanded. He stood beside the Shire and the young prince, and didn't seem to intend to participate in the battle. Because he understood that he couldn't always fight on the front line. This was a dungeon, and he first needed a reliable team. And the first step to building a team was to understand the level that each member of the team could perform in battle. So he forced himself to calm down and observe the others' performance in battle. Lorena's attack was too fast. He didn't even have time to warn her. Fortunately, it was just a demon spirit, and the backlash of the dark magic only weakened her for a short period of time. If she had hit a self-destructing creature like the bone demon or the planetary body, this Miss Knight from Cruz would have been disfigured even if she didn't die. In the face of unknown monsters, one must be cautious. Some monsters' abilities could even leave one with no chance of regret. Flash Strike sword art was indeed a double-edged sword. It was so amazingly fast that it would play an unimaginable role in certain scenes. But once the user was too impulsive, it would be easy to get into danger. After receiving the order, Scarlet's agate eyes turned as she thought about how to do this. But she looked up at the demon spirits flying all over the sky. Fighting seemed to have become an instinct, and she came up with a solution in an instant. Countless black flames chased after her, cutting through the ground in mid-air. But the mountain girl's body had already paused, her fiery red ponytail swinging in a circular trajectory. She stopped with one foot on the ground, bringing a shockwave that pushed up a layer of snow with a pop sound. But at the same time, she put her right hand back, and the cloth wrapped around the azure lance was scattered layer by layer. With a soft hiss, the demon spirit's black flame tentacles all hit the flying snow, and the high temperature suddenly turned the ice crystals into steam. White steam rose into the air, but behind the mist, the girl had already assumed an attacking stance. An arc of lightning ejected from the shaft of the lance in her hand. Flames swept across the canopy, and the branches suddenly burned as if a layer of fire cloud was formed above Scarlet's head. But Scarlet had already roared, and stabbed the lance into the sky above the forest. The blade of the lance vibrated violently, and the surrounding space seemed to be staggered. 1,000 army strike! This was Medish's unique skill, the specialty of the Silver Sky Knight. The blade of the lance pushed the air to compress it into a point, and then shot out like a cannonball. With a loud bang, the burning canopy seemed to have been blown into a huge hole by the blast, and the originally raging flames suddenly turned into countless sparks and scattered. The power of this move that Scarlet had just learned was far inferior to the focus lance that Medisha had used before, but at the same time as her attack, there was also the special effect of the azure lance. Countless lightning bolts pierced into the night sky, like a blooming golden chrysanthemum, but each arc of lightning was its upward curved arc-shaped petals, densely packed and innumerable. Scarlet's gaze was changing rapidly, too fast for the eye to take in, and almost every arc of lightning accurately hit a demon spirit. Although the attack of a single arc of lightning was weak, it was enough to repel the almost incorporeal demons. The approaching demon spirits were swept away in an instant, and the sky was empty. The demon spirit spell paused for a moment. Pahimera, rock shield. Stick close to those demon spirits. Brando frowned slightly. Scarlet had been with him for the longest time, and had basically adapted to his fighting style, but it was still a little too wasteful. Although compared to others of her age, this kind of fighting style was already very high. But it was still far from the standard of a top player, and even worse than him. The priestess dressed in a white linen robe took 2 steps forward barefoot. She picked up the oak staff in her hand, and gently tapped the ground twice. A greenish-gray wall of light appeared between the demon spirits and everyone. Master Planeswalker, this wall can only be maintained for 5 seconds. Pahimera reminded him in his mind, it would be good if it could recover some more power, but now I can only maintain it at the level of a 3rd circle spell. It's enough, but it's still too far. Brando replied, and then immediately said to the others, the rock shield can block all attacks that are not physical attacks, but the creatures of order can freely pass through this wall. Everyone else, pass through this wall immediately and attack the outermost demon spirits, only injuring but not killing them. Pahimera, prepare the next wall. The casting position is still between the demon spirits and us. As soon as he finished speaking, as if to verify his words, the demon spirits' next round of spell attacks all hit the rock shield. Black flames exploded on the wall of light, turning into a dazzling ball of fire. Maynard, Lorena, and the others had already understood Brando's tactics, and as soon as the opponent's spell was over, they would immediately cross the greenish wall of light and cut into the demon spirit's formation. But this time, the night girl from Cruz had learned to be smart. She often cut off the demon spirit's arm with a sword, and then swept it out with a wind sword. The night guards followed closely behind and did the same. Originally, in terms of strength, the demon spirits were slightly stronger than these night guards, but Pahimera's rock shield was almost close to these demon spirits, and as soon as the knight rushed out of the wall of light, it was equivalent to entering the demon spirit's close range. After losing the ability to attack from a distance, the demon spirit's close combat ability was so weak that it made one's hair stand on end. They were no match for the professional silver-ranked warriors, and were often easily forced to retreat by the knight Brando had brought. But what made Brando a little annoyed was that the knight's attacks were often not as accurate as Lorena's and Maynard's. From time to time, a black halo would explode in the forest, and everyone's strength would drop again and again. It's a pity that there are too few geniuses like Lorena and Maynard. If I had known, I would have let Breton stay. Brando couldn't help but shake his head. He had one hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to join the battle at any time when the front line couldn't hold on. But miraculously, after the strength of the night guards was greatly reduced, the demon spirits also became less easy to kill, and the battle became easier for a while. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. The pale human figures screamed silently in annoyance and began to retreat, but often when they retreated a certain distance and were ready for the next round of spells, another green wall of light descended in front of them. The knight couldn't help but cheer when he saw this. They couldn't imagine how the Lord came up with such an outrageous tactic in such a short time, but no one wouldn't welcome a one-sided battle. Of all the people, only Brando and Pahimera frowned. How much magic did you use? Brando asked in his heart. I've already cast the rock shield 7 times, and used a total of 161 points of magic power, the priestess replied. Brando pursed his lips. This number was about the same as what he had calculated. In the Amber Sword, Level 1 spells cost 5 points of magic power, Level 2 spells cost 10 points of magic power, Level 3 spells cost 20 points of magic power, and so on. However, the actual cost of magic power had to be factored in with the spellcaster's own correction coefficient, so it wasn't possible for a player to roughly calculate the cost of a spell. In fact, when the Shire, Metasha, and Pahimera became planeswalker creatures, he could check the detailed creature data of their cards and see the same panel as the players. Among them, Pahimera's initial data was Strength 1, 5, Dexterity 2, 5, Constitution 1, 5, Intelligence 2, 1, Willpower 4, 2, Wisdom 2, 2, Bloodline 4, 0, and her initial magic power was 100 points. After leveling up to level 30, her willpower and bloodline rose to 47, 7 and 102, 4 respectively, and her magic power pool also expanded to 300 points. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, she could cast about 6 more spells. Even if she completely calculated the interval between the demon spirit's attacks, she could at most drag it out for a minute. Moreover, in Brando's opinion, Pahimera was far from being able to estimate the time so accurately. This team was still far from what he wanted. In the game, this tactic was researched and developed by the Crystal Apple Guild, but it wasn't used like this in the real world. Instead, it required the team members to kill multiple demon spirits at the same time, and then the Majestic Mountain Priest or the Templar Priest would cast Steadfast Shield to block the backfire of the dark magic. But now, whether it was the knight or Pahimera, it was clear that they couldn't make such precise calculations, so he had to come up with a compromise. But 1 minute could be said to be enough. Brando took one last look at the fierce battle at the front line, then turned his head. Some scattered demon spirits in the forest had already bypassed the defensive line and came to their flank. But there were Freya and Metasha in that direction, so it wasn't a problem for the time being. But when he looked over there, he suddenly reached out his hand and instantly activated his space element. A demon spirit that was still wandering in the distance couldn't resist at all, and was instantly swallowed by the power of space, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared not far away from him. It was the soul of a female elven mage, who seemed to have been a beautiful lady when she was alive, but now she had become a thoughtless shell. This demon spirit was seized by Brando's elemental power and was forcibly stripped to this place. For a moment, it seemed to be confused, but Brando had already taken out a magic crystal from his pocket. The strong magic aura emitted by the crystal instantly attracted the demon spirit, and she immediately turned around. At that moment, the hunter girl Peya and the little prince on the wolf's back screamed in fright. The elven mage's wide-open eyes couldn't see the whites at all, but were pitch black, like a ghost. Her mouth was also full of black smoke, and her whole body was like a puppet overflowing with dark magic. This terrifying appearance, coupled with the near-perfect curves of her naked upper body, was filled with a strange sense of beauty. Haruz! Teacher? Here's a gift for you. Brando suddenly pulled open the back collar of the little Prince Haruz and threw the magic crystal inside. The cold crystal immediately made the beautiful boy shiver, and his face seemed to be even paler. Ah, dash! But before this short cry could finish, it came to an abrupt stop. Because he had already seen that pair of pitch-black eyes staring at him. Erwin, the future king, was stunned. Brando, what are you doing? Freya just happened to see this scene when she turned her head. Teacher? Haruz asked in trepidation. Brando didn't answer them. He smiled slightly and picked out a glimmering magic sword that he had prepared long ago from the dimensional space. Then he threw it to the prince's side. This sword is called Hillcrest's Loyalty Eye. Take it now and kill that demon spirit. The little prince was completely dumbfounded and looked at him pitifully. Go. Brando said sternly, if you don't kill her, she will kill you. The little prince was frightened by Brando's reprimand, and then he picked up the sword on the ground tremblingly. But the sword was obviously too heavy for him, and he had to use both hands to barely hold the hilt. The blade dragged on the ground in a very undignified manner, and his face was red, and he was about to cry. But he sniffed hard and still turned to the demon spirit, trembling. Brando looked at the little prince's weak appearance, just like a pitiful little girl. He raised his head and saw that the devil's spirit was almost 140 feet away from him. In fact, he had already seen it raise its thin and long arms. He shook his head and decided to help Haruz again. The next moment, the little prince disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the demon spirit. At that moment, both Haruz and the demon spirit opposite him seemed to be startled. The little prince was shocked by the sudden appearance of the monster in front of him, and the demon spirit was shocked by the unexpected appearance of its prey in close combat range. Both of them opened their mouths at the same time and stared at each other. Student Haruz, Brando reminded, if you don't take care of him in 5 minutes, the next time I see Micaiah, I will make you change into women's clothing. Women's clothing? At this time Peya, who was dumbfounded, seemed to react. Wait, who is Hillcrest? She seemed to be very concerned about the magic sword. He is a knight. It is said that a wizard riding a dragon killed his fiancée and his whole family. Later, in order to get revenge, he specially developed a set of tactics to deal with wizards. Although this set of legacies has been lost, his sword was left behind, which is the famous wizard's nemesis. Brando replied, I seem to have heard my father tell this story. Peya blinked her dark eyes. But why is that sword called Hillcrest's Loyalty Eye? Because I made 10 of this sword. Brando answered simply. P.S. Well, I snuck back to write it after New Year's dinner. I don't want to live anymore, do I? Please support me, my lords, and it is said that there is no double, so don't keep the monthly votes or anything, just smash me to death. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 727. Today is the Spring Festival. First of all, I wish everyone a Happy New Year, and hope that everything goes well in the new year. For those who are still in school, your studies will be successful, and for those who are already working, you will be promoted and get a raise. Same goes for me. I'm sure everyone knows that I plan to finish Amber Sword by this year, but of course, it won't be a bad ending, so I will definitely have to ensure that I write at least 300,000 words every month, or even more. But the days when you can fight are more exciting, so I'm here to encourage you. Some of the words in Amber Sword are actually what I want to say to everyone. No matter how the world changes, people with faith and ideals will never fall behind. The struggle of a person's life is originally only for the realization of one's self-worth. To realize this value, we need to cherish those initial feelings. Ideals may sometimes be stained with dust, but a dusty diamond will eventually be washed clean and shine brightly. As long as you don't forget your goal, you will definitely succeed. Finally, let's talk about this month's update. Everyone has seen the previous month's update, but because of the Spring Festival, I can only guarantee a daily average of 6K updates this month. Of course, to be honest, it's also for the sake of full attendance. Hee. I also insisted on coming back for New Year's dinner yesterday and wrote 5,000 words. But I can't do it today. It's the last day of the year, and everything is getting rid of the old and ushering in the new. I also have to spend time with my family, so I have to take a leave here. I won't ask for monthly votes here. Tomorrow, on the first day of the new year, I'll give everyone a big burst of good luck, and then open a chapter to ask for monthly votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 728. Haruz. Hold on to your sword. Think of your sister. You should be fighting not just as a warrior, but as a man. The little prince stood there in a daze. The elven sorceress finally reacted. She lowered her head and looked down at this little prey. Her beast-like instincts and intuition made the corners of her mouth curl up into a sneer. Like a cat teasing a mouse, she slowly approached him, lowered her body, and wrapped her slender arms around the little prince's neck. She reached into his clothes to search for the magic crystal. Haruz was petrified. His beautiful eyes were wide open, and there was a silver mist in them. The elf's delicate nose took short breaths. Reason told him that he should aim for the soft belly of the other party and stab it hard, but the long sword in his hand seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. His arms seemed to be stiff, and the swordsmanship he had learned seemed to slip away from his mind, leaving a blank, and his palms seemed to be sweating. What's more, the sorceress was still looking into his eyes with her dark eye sockets. The dark magic was best at eroding people's hearts, and the sorceress could easily detect the little prince's fear. Her beautiful snow-white face cracked into a dark crescent moon as she looked at him with a contemptuous sneer. Half of the sorceress' body was already close to Prince Haruz, deliberately pressing her soft hemisphere against his cheek. Her slender arm hanging behind Haruz's neck like a spider, and her pointed fingers almost groping for the magic crystal. But her thirst for magic was of course far more than that little magic crystal, and the little prince with the talent of a wizard was the most delicious meal in her eyes. Haruz trembled violently. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Brando pleadingly. Sir Knight. He is really not fit to fight. The huntress Peja could not stand it anymore. He must fight, he has chosen this path, and he must face it with courage. Brando replied seriously, turning a blind eye to Haruz's pleading eyes. Peja stammered for a while, wanting to say something, but in the end she stopped. People must fight for their own reasons, Miss Hunter. But Haruz's reason is particularly different. It's not because of glory, beliefs, or ideals, but because he must become strong in order to respond to the expectations of many. But a person can't always live in the expectation of others. Even though she knew that her status was low, the hunter girl couldn't help but retort. She thought she would be severely reprimanded by the knight, but Brando just asked in a gentle tone, "Will you live for your brother's expectations, Miss Peya?" The people who truly have expectations for you are the people closest to you. It's not good to believe them, because there's nothing perfect in this world. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize for my identity as a noble. Even if your words are as sharp as a sword, they will only correct my mistakes. Besides, she wasn't. And as I said, everyone has their own path. Peja looked at the count suspiciously. There were some things that she couldn't quite understand. But she vaguely felt that Brando was very different from the noble she had seen in Shallow Water Town, and even from the polite knight Manuel. Brando raised his voice. "Haruz, everyone has their first lesson in life. Your sister must have told you what the basic qualities of a warrior are." The little prince's heart was in a mess, and he had no time to listen to the sentence clearly, but the last few words penetrated his chaotic thoughts, as if knocking on his heart. The basic qualities of a warrior? The snow in Winterclaw Castle was always thin, but when it fell, it accumulated thick. Behind the snowflakes stood his sister, piercing the curtain of snow with a voice so stern that it scared him. In the face of battle, the first thing a swordsman needs to do is to be calm, analyze his situation, and understand what he should do. But his heart was pounding, and he couldn't calm down at all. Use your will to fight, not your sword. There is no one in this world who doesn't make mistakes, but only cowards are afraid of making mistakes and don't dare to draw their swords. Answer in your heart to all those who rely on you. Are you going to be a coward, or fight to the last moment like a real man? I don't know. The little prince felt the cold breath of the demon spirit lingering around him, and the other's cold fingertips brushed across his back, as if the next moment, he would be dragged into the endless dark abyss. He couldn't help but close his eyes tightly, tears flowing down uncontrollably, but his pale little face was flushed with a strange shade of blood. He gasped sharply. "Have you seen the Royal Academy's trainee exam? If you don't hand in the answer sheet, you'll never get a score. Even if I hand in the answer sheet, I may get a 0. I can't do it. I can't learn any swordsmanship. I just want to be with my sister. I can't fight. I don't want to die." There was a soft click, the sound of the tip of the sword bouncing as it was unsheathed. The little prince was almost crying as he shouted. But there was a sharp metallic sound mixed in with the cry, and the dark eyes of the demon spirit holding Haruz suddenly widened, and she suddenly stepped back, the cold blade of the sword almost brushing past her lower abdomen. Haruz was like a windmill spinning the sword, and because he used too much force, he himself was carried around in a circle by the force of the sword. This scene was too horrible to look at. It was as if a person who had never used a sword before had no idea how to use a sword. Or, it was as if a student of the Royal Academy had picked up a quill and a drop of ink had dripped from the tip of the quill, staining the snow-white paper. But at least he picked up the pen. Haruz dragged the sword and gasped for breath, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he had actually drawn the sword. For a moment, it seemed like a dream. He looked up and saw the retreating demon spirit with a puzzled look on her face. She probably didn't understand how this little prey suddenly grew fangs. But her reaction was simple, that is, she raised her slender long hand and pointed her 5 fingers at Haruz. "Be careful." Peya saw this scene and couldn't help but remind him. "Sister." The little prince felt his mind go blank and immediately raised the long sword in front of him, then turned his head away and closed his eyes tightly. Such a battle was simply too horrible to watch, and Brando didn't know how he could bear to watch. When he first fought, it was 100 times better than this, but this was probably the so-called natural advantage of players. 5 black flames spewed out from the demon spirit's fingertips and instantly reached Haruz, but it was at this moment that a light green light flashed on Hillcrest's loyalty in his hand, and a light green shield emerged to block, and the black flames were instantly shattered. Ah! The hunter maiden was stunned. The little prince also reacted and stared at the sword in his hand in a daze. He seemed to want to turn back and ask Brando, but he was beaten back by Brando's cold words. "What are you waiting for? Fight back!" Haruz seemed to wake up from a dream, and as if he had regained some of his training instincts, he immediately turned around and slashed at the demon spirit. But his movements were only slightly better than a clumsy beginner's, and the demon spirit didn't even dodge, and he slashed at the air with his own sword. "Don't be so stiff, save some strength." I know. Haruz finally regained his balance, and he straightened up to find the demon spirit again, but the astonishment on the elven wizard's face had turned into contempt again. She grinned in silent mockery and gently circled behind the little prince. "Watch your back." It was Peiya's voice, and she looked at Haruz as if she had replaced her younger brother. The demon spirit raised her thin claws and slapped down on Haruz's head. But it was at that moment that Haruz shifted his right foot and lowered his body, and his body had entered the widely spread defensive posture of Cruz's aristocratic swordsmanship. The knight's defensive swordsmanship. Brando's eyes lit up. The little boy's eyes were clear, and his heart seemed to calm down. The wolf of the kingdom, his sister, and Maynel taught him countless classic examples of attacking from behind came to his mind one by one. He lowered his head and at the same time, slashed back with the long sword in his hand. The demon spirit's slender, almost disproportionate claws swept over him, and apparently did not expect the former sword from below to above. It was only when the gleaming tip of the sword appeared in its range of perception that it suddenly realized. The demon spirit leaned back, but the sword still slashed across its chest, leaving a thin black line there. Compared with the demon spirit's defense, Haruz's attack was pitifully weak. But the counterattack still made it immediately alert, and it floated back to open up the distance, and 5 more demon flames shot at the little prince. But Erwin, the future little king, was completely in the zone. He closed his eyes and felt as if he was back in the snowy arena of the Winterclaw fort, and even better than that time. He raised Hilka's loyalty with both of his hands, and the black flames hit the shield that suddenly appeared and exploded again. The falling flames scattered on the snowy ground, burning a patch of potholes. Haruz took a breath. Erwin's military swordsmanship. Inherited from the Wind Elves, it was known as the most orthodox light combat swordsmanship suitable for humans to practice. After Darius's improvement, this swordsmanship had shown a strong offensive aura. With a single stride, he arrived in front of the Devil Spectre. This clumsy dash was naturally useless in Brando's eyes, but Haruz's ability to switch from defense to offense so quickly was beyond his expectations. He pursed his lips slightly. Haruz's frontal attack was a little clumsy even in the eyes of the demon spirit. Before he could stand firm, the demon spirit swept him with its claws and tripped him, and he fell into the snow. But he immediately stumbled up and raised his sword to block the demon spirit's dark flames. But this time, Herka's loyalty did not completely block the spell for him as he expected. The moment the dark magic hit the shield, the long sword broke in the middle with a crack, and the broken part turned into silver powder and scattered. He was also bounced back by the huge force and fell into a pile of thick snow. Brando smacked his lips when he saw this. After blocking 3 level 3 spells, Hillman's loyalty was even better than he had expected. He stretched out his hand, and with a flash of white light, an identical longsword appeared in his hand. Herka's loyalty too. Continue. He deliberately threw the second sword far away, and the little prince jumped and rolled in the snow before he grabbed the sword. He looked like a little snowman at the moment, but at least his posture of drawing the sword was decent. With a sharp clang, the sharp blade left the sheath and drew a perfect curve with the flying snowflakes. As soon as the sword was out of the sheath, it immediately met the 5 black flames coming from the front. With a loud bang, the flames made of dark magic exploded like fireworks. And in the midst of the scattered sparks, a figure shot out. Haruz seemed to have finally noticed the demon spirit's weakness and rushed forward, holding the long sword in his hand and slashing at the elven wizard's slender claws. The demon spirit's dark eyes widened, and she tried to avoid the suddenly rebellious little beast with a backhand claw. But to Peiya's and even the demon spirit's own surprise, the previously weak little boy seemed to have a wolfish nature in him at this moment. He gritted his teeth like a little wolf cub and went up hard. The demon spirit's claws pierced his shoulder, and flesh and blood flew. Erwin's little prince screamed, but he swung his right hand in pain and cut the demon spirit's left claw with his sword. Unfortunately, he didn't use enough strength and only left a deep gash there. The demon spirit screamed in pain, but she couldn't make a sound. She opened her big black mouth and slapped the little prince away again. Haruz's body rolled in the snow before he landed, and the black flames swept towards him again. This scene was reflected in his eyes, which was completely beyond what he had learned in the arena. But at that moment, as if it was an instinct to survive, he thrust his sword down in mid-air, and the black flames once again hit the shield that flashed around him. The flames suddenly exploded, and the huge impact made him unable to hold the sword any longer, and he flew out until he hit a cedar tree far away. Brando looked at the demon spirit. He knew that the other party should have no magic power left. Magic power was life for demon spirits, and they couldn't risk their lives to cast spells again. He took out the third sword and threw it far away again. Hildebrand's loyalty 3. Haruz, who was covered in cuts and bruises, caught the sword this time. His whole body was trembling slightly, but his action of drawing the sword was still meticulous. He looked up, and the demon spirit didn't launch another long-range attack, but hesitated from a distance whether to retreat or not. But apparently, the fragrance of Haruz's magic made her hesitate. The little prince couldn't care so much. His mind was in chaos now, but his spirit was in a state of high excitement. He never thought that he could fight such a monster. Although he didn't know how powerful the demon spirit was, he knew how good the knights selected from his sister's guards were. He took a deep breath and held the hilt of the long sword in his left and right hands at the same time. This action? Brando was slightly startled. Ha! Peya on the side also made a soft sound of surprise. In the snow, a white light rose into the sky, like a crescent moon, and instantly crossed half of the woodland and went straight to the demon spirit. It was accompanied by Haruz's childish roar. Ah dash! To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 729. When Brando saw the white raven swordsmanship of the Erewhon royal family, he knew that there was no need to continue watching. He was sure that at this age, there was no one in the palace who could teach the little prince this swordsmanship. Haruz must have secretly watched this swordsmanship from somewhere, and from his awkward posture, Brando could tell that this was the first time he tried to use this swordsmanship. The pure silver moonlight had already explained everything. Other than the chosen one, Brando could not think of a second possibility to explain this scene. The article on the forum was actually true, and not only was he a revelation, but he could also be a revelation with both magic and swordsmanship. He closed his mouth and let out a long sigh in his heart. Until now, he finally understood that the little prince's only enemy in the future was probably himself. If one day he could overcome his fear of himself and walk out of the shadow of Princess Griffine, then he would probably become a hero more outstanding than the late King Eric. But now he was also his student. No teacher would be dissatisfied with their student's excellence. Brando could not help but smile. Mr. Brando, I don't have much mana left. At this time, Hipamra's voice sounded. Brando turned his head, and the priestess was already sweating profusely. He immediately asked the Shire, "How much longer do you have?" The Shire looked at him with a serious face, as if he wanted to say something. "Is there not enough time?" Brando frowned. No, it has been prepared for a long time." The young wizard had a strange expression. "It's just that I saw that my lord was very interested in teaching that little guy, so I didn't want to disturb your mood." Brando immediately looked at this guy with a bit of annoyance. Although each of the creatures he summoned had their own personality, the Shire was probably the only one who dared to make fun of him. Even if it was Falerne, she would at most give him the cold shoulder. The Shire seemed to have expected that he would be unlucky if he did this. He quickly diverted his attention and clapped his hands, shouting, "Come out, the tower in the fog." This move was indeed effective. 6 silver lines descended from the sky and pierced into the ground. Then, more silver lines extended horizontally from above. Countless lines connected with each other, forming a hexagonal pillar in the blink of an eye. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. As soon as the pillar was formed, it was more than 30 meters high and 10 meters wide. It already had the embryonic form of a mage tower. However, the Shire's summoning spell was far from over. The thicker lines were still subdivided into countless thinner lines. The silver lines began to expand on the 6 sides of the tower, gradually outlining the windows, bricks, beams, doors, and stairs. The bright silver on the earlier lines gradually dimmed as it was subdivided step by step, and finally settled back to its original color. Like red-hot molten steel fading little by little with the dissipation of heat, a pitch-black tall tower made of granite appeared in everyone's sight. Apart from Brando, even Lorena, her husband, and Maynard couldn't help but be a little surprised when they saw this scene. This was a miracle of magic to begin with. Everyone, Brando's voice rang out in the forest, retreat in an orderly manner immediately and enter the tower. Because they had lost Pahimera's spell support, the night guards were already exhausted from dealing with it. At this moment, after receiving Brando's order, they were the first to retreat. They retreated into the tower first and found that the inside of the tower was far bigger than what it looked like from the outside. It was a vast space, like a square, that could accommodate at least hundreds of people. Then Freya, Metisha, the Shire, and Peya also retreated into the tower. Meanwhile, the young prince was still entangled with the half-crippled demon spirit. Both of them were scarred, but neither could do anything to the other. After the demon spirit lost its magic power, it was a high-level infantryman, and the young prince's attack was not enough to kill it. Brando glanced at the battle over there and grabbed Haru's back with his hand. Haru seemed to be a little hot-headed and struggled in his hand, but he calmed down after Brando said, "A swordsman must know when to back down. A good swordsman must first have a calm heart." The young prince quieted down at once, but he was still gasping for air. Brando nodded encouragingly to him. "You did well. If your sister had seen your previous battle, I'm sure she wouldn't be worried about you in the future." Haruz was slightly stunned and looked at him somewhat blankly. There was some confusion in his silver eyes, like an immature child. Brando reached out and tapped his chest. "You have to fight with your heart, not with your hot-bloodedness. You have to understand why you are fighting. Fighting is not just to overcome fear, but to dominate yourself." Haruz held his sword and nodded as if he understood. After Brando dragged the young prince back into the mage tower, Pahimera, Maynard, Lorena and her husband, and Scarlet, who were responsible for covering the rear, also retreated. As soon as they entered the tower, the demon spirits outside naturally followed. Maynard and Scarlet stood guard at the entrance of the mage tower, ready to rely on the terrain to resist the enemy. But it was at this time that something happened that surprised everyone. The demon spirit rushed to the entrance of the mage tower and was blocked on the outside as if it had hit an invisible wall. Those terrible monsters were baring their fangs and claws outside the invisible wall, but they could not move an inch. "Ha!" The Shire also recognized what it was at this time. "A high-level exorcism array. There's actually such a thing here. My lord, did you already know?" Brando glanced at him and did not comment. However, the young wizard attendant had already trained his skin to be as thick as a city wall. Seeing that his lord ignored him, he did not care and just praised, "If we can move this tower away, we can do whatever we want in this forest." "But you can't." Lorena interrupted him. "If those demon spirits don't retreat for a while, we will be trapped here and can't move an inch." She looked back at Brando and asked, "Mr. Brando, do you have any ideas? Isn't the solution already in front of us?" Brando replied, "If those demon spirits don't retreat for a while, we can just wipe them all out." Wipe them out? The female knight was a little puzzled. If they could wipe out those demon spirits, would they still need to hide in this place? "Of course," Brando nodded. "It didn't work before, but can it work now?" "Now." Lorena was a little confused at first, but suddenly her eyes lit up. In terms of IQ, she was actually much higher than Brando, but as a native, she was often affected by the stereotype of thinking, unlike players who could think beyond the game itself. When natives consider problems, they often include the premise of whether it's reasonable. While when players consider problems, the first thing they consider is whether they can kill the enemy. As for rationality, that was a question that only game designers needed to consider. And now, there was a very illogical way to fight. Brando knew from her expression that she had understood, but the so-called terrain-blocking combat method was actually commonplace in the eyes of players. It was just more difficult in the Amber Sword. And some of the so-called terrain was actually a trick set up by the game itself for players. This was the case at hand. He ordered, "Everyone else rest and prepare. The Shire, Metisha. You go attack those demon spirits, chase them out when they retreat when they catch up, and when the weakness stacks more than 20 times, go back to the tower and replace Hipamera and Freya. The third group is Maynard and Miss Lorena. You 3 groups rotate, understand?" He looked at the densely packed demon spirits outside the mage tower as if he was looking at a lot of floating experience. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 groups were really not enough to rotate, he wouldn't have let Maynard and Lorena go. After all, these experience points were only effective on the Shire, Metisha, and Hipamera, and it would be a waste to give them to others. "Understood, watch me, my lord." The Shire seemed to understand this as well, and he immediately walked to the door a little eagerly. Metasha, who had always been much quieter, just saluted Brando respectfully, and then turned to follow. But she was a little curious, as the Silver Fairy Princess. Although she had also heard of the exorcism circle, she didn't know as much as the Shire, who was born as a wizard. She couldn't help but look at the demon spirits outside in disbelief, and asked softly, "Can we attack them from inside the Mage Tower?" "Of course," the Shire replied. "The advanced exorcism circle is a two-way circle, both preventing the enemies outside from entering and the enemies inside from leaving. But its effect is only against demons, or humans with a pure dark magic aura. Astrologers and witches who use dark magic with the help of the laws don't count, but it can deal with some cultists." "So powerful? But I seem to have only heard of the exorcism circle from my father before, and it was far from this powerful." "That's because this spell was only unearthed from the ruins almost 1,000 years ago. The Bugas like to dig holes everywhere, and we Black Tower wizards also benefited from it." The Shire shrugged. "But this spell is indeed so powerful. Legend has it that it came from the technology of the Babel Tower, and the exorcism circle is just a simplified version of it. As long as it is not a superior demon, it can keep them out. This is an absolute effect, without any discount, and will not be weakened by the number of demons. However, an advanced exorcism circle requires a large amount of mana to maintain. The Black Tower sorcerer must have let this sorcerer tower absorb the surrounding mana. This mana is also the reason why so many demonic spirits are gathered here." "I see." Metasha nodded gently, and she turned back. "You first or I first?" The Shire smiled, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Doing the work for a noble lady is not the etiquette of the Silver Elf Society. Let me go first." He raised his hand, and the white light had gathered in his palm, forming a huge circle. Then a white beam of light shot out, like a blade sweeping into the dense demon spirits outside the wizard tower. In an instant, more than a dozen demon spirits in the front were turned into ashes. Then there were more than a dozen consecutive explosions of dark magic, but the shock wave was blocked by the advanced exorcism circle, and it did not affect the people inside. After being attacked, the demon spirits, who lacked intelligence, seemed to be subconsciously furious, and instead of escaping, they surged forward. But their actions were doomed to be futile, and the advanced exorcism circle was always like an invisible wall blocking them outside. The Shire was relieved to see this scene. After all, the advanced exorcism circle was just a term in a book for him. Who knew if the things in the book would lie? As a wizard and a scholar, the first thing they learned while learning was to question dogma and authority, and in their view, this was the difference between them and the believers. However, the power of the advanced exorcism circle was reassuring, and he did not think about it and released 2 or 3 more dragon strikes. After 4 spells, the Shire found that his experience had directly increased by 1 level. He could not help but be surprised and a little embarrassed. He was surprised that this way of killing the enemy was too easy, and the experience that he had accumulated with great difficulty was like picking it up from the ground. But the embarrassing thing was that the experience came too quickly, and he did not stop in time and actually repelled the demon spirits. Now, if he and Metasha wanted to continue to chase after those demon spirits, they would have to chase after them. He was fine with it, but he felt a little sorry for the little silver elf princess. He could not help but look at Metasha a little awkwardly. "It's okay." But the little silver elf princess smiled reasonably, and she raised her spear and said, "The Shire, cover me, I'll go close to them." Charles heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 730. After the demonic spirits retreated from the outskirts of the Mage Tower, the battle outside slowed down. The battle soon switched to Maynard and Lorena's group, but Brando estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 more rounds to completely wipe out these demonic spirits. It was a long time, but fortunately, he had something to do. The first floor of the Mage Tower was as large as a small square. Against the outer wall of the square, there was a spiral staircase leading up to the platform on the 2nd floor. This platform was actually suspended between the square and the 3rd floor above. The platform was a circular structure, surrounded by parapets and battlements. Brando looked like a defensive fortification no matter how he looked at it. Its purpose was self-evident. Naturally, It was used to attack the enemies on the first floor square after someone broke through the entrance of the Mage Tower. Presumably, when the Mage Tower was still in operation, it should have been full of mage guards and young apprentices, but now it was empty, leaving only the lifeless fortification itself. Even so, the Mage Tower was still full of danger. "Don't touch the mage's things," was a saying of the Karsuk people, and the Mage Tower, as the mage's most precious property, was a forbidden zone for ordinary people. This was especially true in an abandoned adept tower like this. The scattered magic energy, the magic traps that were still operating, the magic golems that had lost their masters, the dangerous creatures, the plants, and even the books on the shelves were full of mysteries and unknown. For an ordinary person, the best way to ensure their safety after entering this adept tower was to stay down there and not move at all. But this restriction was only for ordinary people. Brando knew another secret in the tower. He ordered everyone to rest where they were, and then he alone took Scarlet, the young prince, and Faraz up to the third floor of the Mage Tower. There was no physical connection between the third and second floors of the Mage Tower, but 12 teleportation portals transported manpower and supplies. These 12 portals were labeled with different colors, and Brando chose the red portal without thinking. Setting traps on the portals was the most vicious and the most common way for mages to guard against enemies. Red was a warning color to most people, but Brando knew that the colors of the 12 teleportation portals were not as simple as a warning. The Black Tower wizards linked them to Erwin's 12 months and the 12 magic moons. In different months, under different moon conditions, there would only be one teleportation circle that was the real one. Most of the other portals would send you to the Mountain of Ceasing Storms in a world of ice and snow, or the Lava Lands, or Malurcha's homeland, the Shallow Seas, or some corner of the world you couldn't even name. Although most teleportation arrays weren't fatal, their effects were far more dangerous than that. This was especially true for players. It was said that in the Amber Sword, there was an unlucky guy who barged into the teleportation circle and was sent to a kingdom called Hilma. He spent an entire year in real life, and after countless posts asking for help on the forums, he finally found a way to return to Wound. It was said that the rescue of this player could even be written into an epic. The players had come up with all sorts of strange ideas. For a long time after that, the players even set off a craze for going to other worlds. Because of Erwin's war, Brando didn't personally participate in the grand occasion of that event, but he knew that in the end, the players didn't really find out how many other worlds there were outside of Wound. It was just that these other worlds obviously existed a long time ago, and Kelsey came from one of them. Regarding these worlds, the players were more inclined to believe that they were the fragments of Martha's order that were scattered in the vast world of darkness. Wound was just one of the larger pieces. It took Brando a lot of effort to activate the portal, because he found that the mana pool of the facility inside the Wizard Tower was not the same as the mana pool of the Advanced Exorcism portal outside. The mana pool inside had obviously dried up long ago, and he had to use the magic crystals he carried with him to finally activate the portal. There was a flash of light in front of the four of them, and the next moment, they found that the scenery in front of them had changed. It was originally a rather spectacular defensive fortification. But now it had become a long, narrow, dark corridor. The mana pool in the Wizard Tower had long since dried up, and the magic illumination that was originally used was naturally no longer there. If it weren't for some strange luminous plants in the corridor, it was estimated that they would have seen darkness at this moment. But Brando was prepared. He took out the magic crystal, and the bright light immediately illuminated the corridor in front of them. It was as if this was the first time in a century that light had returned to this place. Brando heard a rustling sound, and then they all saw a large swath of vines retreat from the corridor as if shy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Scarlet was still able to keep calm, but Faraz and the young prince couldn't help but feel a little creeped out when they saw this scene. They had seen a lot of things, but they had never seen a plant that could grow legs and run around on its own. What's more, the shape of the corridor was a bit of an eyesore. It was supposed to be a corridor paved with marble or obsidian. The walls on both sides were covered with bricks, and there were torches placed at intervals. Similar corridors could be seen in many castles or temples. But the one in front of them was like this, with many thick vines growing out of the broken bricks. The stone slabs on the ground had long been lifted up in pieces, and the corners were full of all kinds of plants as if they were tropical jungles. Most of them were ferns or some luminous fungi. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that such a place would be a paradise for plants. But that was the way it was in the territory of wizards, and the average person called it a miracle of magic. It was just that this miracle was not necessarily friendly, and there was no shortage of folklore examples of touching things and being permanently turned into frogs. What is this place? Faraz opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't help but ask. This should be the uppermost level of the wizard tower, where the wizards live, Brando replied. The red teleportation circle, on the day the harp's magic overflowed in the month of flowing fire, was the only way to the upper levels of the wizard tower. Ah! Haruz suddenly cried out in a low voice. Although the wound on his shoulder had been bandaged, he could not help but frown at the movement of the wound. Then the little prince said a little curiously, "So those below are the 12 moon teleportation circles." 12 moons? Haruz seemed to have just realized that he was being a little rude for making a fuss over nothing. He blushed and explained in a low voice. "My sister and I have heard some rumors about the wizards from our father. The Black Tower wizards have some unique means of defense, and the 12-moon teleportation circle is one of the most famous. The wizards designed this complex array system according to the seasons and changes in the moon's waxing and waning on the continent of Wonde. Legend has it that after the blueprint of this array was destroyed in an accident, no one has been able to solve it. Even the wizards of Buga once felt that it was a pity. It is said that although the proud silver folk despise this crude array technology, they admit that it contains the most exquisite astronomical and calendar calculations." Haruz's tone was a little excited. To even be praised by the silver folk, it is undoubtedly the pride of Erewhon. Filas pursed his lips. Didn't Mr. Brando solve it? The little prince thought of this question for a while, and he couldn't help but look at Brando with some admiration. "That's because the teacher is so knowledgeable, and even my sister admires the count. My sister has always been a proud person, and Master Fleetwood himself said that her knowledge was no less than his." As he said this, he couldn't help but look at Brando a little cautiously. This made Brando a little awkward, and he clearly heard the little prince's flattering tone. Besides, the complicated calculation of these teleportation circle passwords was certainly not something he had tinkered with, and it wasn't that the players were so wise. In fact, the way the players deciphered this set of passwords could be regarded as a model of brute force cracking. He remembered that a large guild had filled it in with human lives. He didn't remember the name of the guild, but the other party later received a handsome return. They sold the riddle and the magic circle itself to the Black Tower wizards, and it was said that they bought it for the price of a city. Wizards had always been the kind of people in Wonde who didn't lack money, although it was rare to see them spend money extravagantly. But then again, this is where the wizards lived. There must be something valuable left in here, right? Filas seemed to have suddenly remembered this legend as well. "I heard that everything the wizards own is a rare treasure." He was about to rush inside, but Brando hurriedly grabbed him and reminded him in a huff, "That's not true, the wizards just have more magic items in their hands. Believe me, you have a lot of them too, Mr. Filas. Not every magic item is valuable, and even if there is, it's for ordinary people, not for you." Filas was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "That's true. Then what are we doing here?" "You'll know in a moment," Brando breathed a sigh of relief, but still warned, "Be careful, it's a big maze inside. It's not like the ones in your garden, a wizard's maze. Some people walk in and never come out, not to mention there are minotaurs inside. You must have never seen the monsters the wizards raised. They can eat you until there's not even bones left." Filas, who was about to move forward, was startled when he heard this and hurried back. "This tower has been here for at least a few centuries. Won't they starve to death? Have you ever seen a magic creature starve to death?" Filas blinked, as if he hadn't. Brando then lifted the illuminating crystal and walked forward. Although the plants around him were grotesquely shaped, he looked at them and found that they were basically harmless plants. The aggressive demon-devouring nepenthes and serpentine vines that adepts love to plant were nowhere to be seen here. However, this was probably because these two plants were carnivorous. Without food, they probably wouldn't survive for long. He followed the guide in his memory, turned left after passing 5 closed doors, and then walked about 100 steps forward. At his reminder, Filas, Scarlet, and the young prince tried not to look at the doors. In fact, even if Brando didn't say it, they had heard similar stories. Doors were a mysterious word for wizards. Most of their doors led to mysterious other dimensions, and once mortals entered, they could forget about coming back. It was hard to tell the truth from the lies, but it was best not to treat them as jokes. After walking about 100 steps, Brando stopped. Sure enough, He saw a skeleton in the grass in front of him. It wasn't the skeleton of a wizard, because the skeleton was still wearing conspicuous armor. In the game, when the first player found it, it was in this position. That player thought that the skeleton should be an adventurer who came here later. As for how they found the wizard tower, he didn't know. But according to his analysis, the owner of the skeleton should be a warrior-type character in the team of adventurers. As for the cause of his death, Brando turned back and looked carefully at the grass. At this time, he noticed that Haru's beside him had a strange expression, so he stopped and asked, "Did you find something?" "Who is he?" the young prince asked curiously. "A warrior, or a knight, in short. Definitely not a wizard." "He's one of the wizard's guards. How did he die here?" Philas also asked. Because of this dash, Brando finally found what he was looking for in the grass, and Halrangaya was already in his hand. He stabbed down with a sword and immediately nailed the thing to the ground. There was a sharp squeak, and a lump of something black struggled under Brendel's sword for a moment before it died. The others took a closer look and found that it was a weasel-like creature. "What is this?" Philas was slightly startled. "This is a weasel." "You said a weasel killed this guy?" The young knight from Cruz widened his eyes exaggeratedly. "Then won't I be killed by my family's hound in the future?" Brando was a little speechless at this analogy, and he felt that with this guy's IQ, if it wasn't for his incredible luck, he might really be killed by a dog. Anyway, being killed by a dog in wound was not a strange thing, and even the duskhound they were going to face in a while was a proper canine. "This is a magic pet," he then replied. "Magic pet?" Philas then reacted. "You mean it was a wizard who killed him, and there are wizards in this tower?" He suddenly felt a little creeped out. The young prince also immediately looked around. Scarlet did not answer, but silently held the azure lance. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 731. Don't be nervous. Brando sighed. Even if there is, it's already dead. This magical pet is ownerless, and it was the spell attached to this magical pet that killed the warrior. I think this guy should have been on the invader's side that day. After the wizard who stayed behind in the wizard tower killed his companion, he should have died as well, but he transferred the last spell to his magical pet and killed this guy. What he said was actually the analysis of the player who had discovered all this, but he turned his head, glanced at Haru's and asked, "Do you know this guy?" Although he asked this, he felt that it was somewhat unlikely in his heart. How old was Haru's? This skeleton should be at least a century old. But unexpectedly, the young prince frowned, shook his head, and nodded. "I don't know, I seem to have seen this armor somewhere." Armor? Brando looked at the armor. There were no obvious markings on the armor, and the style was very ordinary, but it looked like it should be magic armor. But he took another look and suddenly realized that something was wrong. All this time, he and the player had preconceived that this skeleton was a human, but he suddenly realized a problem. What if this guy didn't become like this after death, but was like this when he was alive? For example, it was a skeleton. A black rose in full bloom on Roman Tuaw. Brando knew at once why the young prince found this skeleton's armor familiar. Because this armor was a very ordinary Erewhon military armor. Such armor was almost everywhere in the kingdom's army. But there was a problem, and that was that all armor should be engraved with the emblem of the army it belonged to. But there was only one exception. That was the skeleton soldiers who had been transformed by the undead. Most of them wore armor that had rusted during their lifetime until they were promoted to skeleton knight or even higher. The lich would have the crypt craftsman smooth out the emblem on their armor and then enchant it with magic. That kind of armor was exactly the same as the one in front of him. But he couldn't be completely sure. He glanced back at the young prince and said, "Madara?" When he saw the young prince, he was shocked and nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's the one. I've seen similar armors on their envoys at Winterclaw Fort. I even asked my sister why Madara's armors were the same as ours. That's it." Brando couldn't confirm it himself, but there were some things that he didn't remember better than the natives. If the young prince remembered this, then the possibility was very high. He took a step back and said, "It doesn't matter if it is or not, as long as we check it, we will know." Lady Martha once said that being scattered across the land is a blessing. Warriors should return to their homeland, but the gifts he left behind before his death are rewards for those who come after him. If it's a warrior, he added. Then Brando looked at Faraz, and the young man's eyes lit up. Yes, that means this armor is our prize? The same goes for the other items. According to our agreement, you will be responsible for organizing the spoils of war, Brando replied. Huh. Faraz looked excited. Yes, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Then I'll go? He pointed to the skeleton. Brando nodded. This scene was originally a reward for the players. But he still explained patiently, out of courtesy, you should start with his luggage, because the priority is to prove the identity of the deceased so that the soul can rest in peace. Then the weapons and finally the armor and other equipment. This was the etiquette of organizing the remains of the dead on the continent, but players never did it. Except for those who played as players with strong spirits, but those were in the minority. And for the natives, this was a rule that had to be obeyed, especially the nobles. The nobles respected the dead quite a bit. So although Madara also believed in Martha, it was not popular in the vast civilized areas for the same reason. I know. Faraz nodded enthusiastically. He squatted down and found that there was a leather pouch that was almost rotten beside the skeleton. He picked up the pouch, but immediately made a soft sound of surprise. What's wrong? Brando immediately asked with concern. He had been looking forward to having the luckiest knight in Cruz help him open the body for a long time. My lord, what do you think this is? Faraz shook the pouch and pulled out a pale thing from it. At first it looked like a slate, but Brando took a closer look and found that it was a bone. As soon as he saw that thing, he was sure of the other party's identity. Only the undead of Madara would use enchanted bone plates to record text. This information was learned after he went to the Grecius Knight's nation. He took the bone plate and his heart skipped a beat. The text on the bone plate was recorded in Madara's ciphertext. Even he didn't recognize it, but that didn't stop him from using his own light screen to check the properties of the thing. He only saw a line of ghostly green text, unknown bone plate, quest item. Brando was ecstatic. There was no special category for quest items in the Amber Sword. Generally speaking, the things that NPCs issue quests for you to prepare are mostly for other purposes. For example, a blacksmith will ask you to prepare iron ingots, coal, and even tools for him. But these things are also materials in the game and can be used by players. Generally speaking, there is only one kind of thing for writing quest items. That is the item that initiates the hidden quest. Brando's heart was beating wildly. None of the hidden quest rewards in the game were bad. Just like when he saved the Holy Seal Valley before, although the completion of the quest was still a long way from perfect, the reward that Malurcha gave him was a huge surprise. He couldn't help but glance at Faraz in front of him, thinking that it was no wonder he was the legendary existence that stepped on dog shit when he left the house. But seeing that the other party was still looking at him with a puzzled expression, Brando calmed down and replied, "This should be something from Madara. The undead knight often uses similar bone plates to record text. No wonder I saw some strange text on it. Damn it, the first loot is this thing, what bad luck." Faraz cursed and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Looks like I have bad luck today, why don't you do it?" No need. Brando hurriedly shook his head. What a joke if he were to do it, he might as well call Maynard up. That night lady's hands were sometimes red and sometimes black, but it was better than him being black all the time. Philas was actually just saying that casually, and then he simply poured out everything in his pocket. With a crash, Brando took a look and almost blacked out. First were 2 rings. 2 dark silver rings, like several silver snakes entwined together, surrounding a cat's eye stone ring. Brando happened to recognize these 2 rings. Double-ringed serpent pupil. Fantasy. Defense +1 light resistance +5 light elemental pool +20% double-ringed serpent tooth. Fantasy. Defense +1 dark resistance +5 dark elemental pool +20%, all in one. When equipping 1, perception +100, bloodline +100, when equipping 2, dark detection +5. Brando couldn't help but grind his teeth when he saw these 2 things. This pair of rings was a rare set of rings in fantasy equipment. The attributes of this pair of rings themselves were actually not outstanding among fantasy equipment, but the set attributes were really too rare. The increase of dark detection by 5 was an extremely valuable and precious attribute in itself, not to mention the terrifying existence of both perception and bloodline increasing by 100. In fact, bloodline was okay, but perception was a very special attribute in the game. Because perception was not the main attribute of any spellcasting or attack, its only function was to improve a person's perception of the world. Basically, in the game, each point of perception could increase one's perception by 2 feet, but this attribute, like intelligence, was very difficult to obtain. Even today, when Brando had elemental activation, his perception attribute was only 50. With his perception, he could roughly clearly hear whispers within 100 meters, as well as normal voices within almost 500 meters, or detect an excellent lurker within 100 or 200 meters. But as long as he wore this pair of rings, within 200 meters, even the top nightingale in the game, who was 10 levels higher than him, would not be able to hide. As long as he deliberately captured it, the sound of a normal conversation within a kilometer could not escape his ears. In addition to hearing, there was also vision. After perception exceeded 100, vision would become magical vision, ignoring darkness, even darkness created by magic. As for the concept of more than 150, it seemed that no one in the game had reached it. Because the all-in-one set of rings was really too difficult to appear, because only the undead would drop this set of rings, but the pupil of the double-ringed snake was a rare light item, so the drop rate was really low. At least Brando had never heard of anyone in the game who had seen this thing. He couldn't help but stare at these 2 rings, almost immediately wanting to pick them up and put them on. But of course he couldn't do so. First of all, not to mention that it was very rude, and secondly, he couldn't wear it. Because the double-ringed snake ring required at least a will above the peak of the law. Brando's gaze could only look past this pair of rings and then stop on the 3 items below. A scepter, a mirror with a silver handle, and a tooth. When he saw the scepter, he almost made a gurgling sound in his throat. That thing also had a resounding name: Francis Grip, Curse, Attack. 45-51 Strength plus 200 Constitution-100 additional skills. Fade, Francis Blade does not exist in the normal world, so it is difficult for mortals to describe its existence. Unless one was truly hit by the Francis Grip, the Francis Grip would distort the perception of mortals, making it impossible for them to determine how long the blade of the Francis Grip was, be it from sight, hearing, experience, or memory. Rose's thanks. Remorse devours the human heart. When using Francis Grip, as long as the wielder has doubts during the battle, then every time he kills an enemy, he will age faster. In the Amber Sword, this sword ushered in a new era. It made players understand the existence of cursed items in the equipment category. But more importantly, this weapon was the only one that caused the user to almost delete his own account. No one knew what the real requirement of Rose's thanks was, but most people only knew one thing. That is, once you take this sword, you can't easily throw it away, and you will lose a level if you use it to kill a person. Cursed items in the game should be legendary equipment corresponding to normal items, and demonic items should be fantasy equipment corresponding to normal items. This sword was a divine artifact on one hand, but Brando would never want to use this thing. P.S. 4th update, 15,000 words. If you didn't see the front, you can flip to the front. I said I would give you a New Year's gift, so I will give you a New Year's gift, New Year's greetings. Please send some monthly votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for recommendation and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 733. Brando's gaze went past Francis Grip and stopped on the 4th item. It was a small mirror with a silver handle, and the frame was engraved with a very delicate wavy pattern, a bit like a lady's item. There were hundreds of millions of pieces of equipment in amber, and except for some very famous ones or ones he had used before, it was impossible for him to recognize all of them. He picked up the mirror, and a pale green screen unfolded on the mirror. Reading the words on it, Brando couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. So it's this thing. What's this? As Brando's gaze fell on the small mirror, Philas also noticed the most delicate gadget of all the items. As a noble, he still instinctively prioritized gorgeous appearances. Brando raised the mirror. Valorous dressing mirror. Fantasy. Health plus 20 triple/level plus 1 additional skills. The Shadow of Truth. Valorous Dressing Mirror duplicates all lies. Using Valorous Dressing Mirror to select a target can duplicate the previous ability used. This ability will be stored in the mirror in the form of a real illusion. The user can use this ability once and pay 1/10 of its cost. Cooldown time, 1 day. The Goddess of the Night's Dressing Mirror. This mirror was a very interesting prop in Amber. It could duplicate abilities, but the abilities used were presented in the form of an illusion. It was just that this illusion was a real illusion. As long as the subject believed that the spell was real, then he had to bear all the corresponding effects. But if he didn't believe it, this spell would be as simple as an illusion to him. Therefore, using this mirror required a lot of skill. If the skills you copied were too bizarre, most people wouldn't believe it. But there were also people who did the opposite and specialized in learning some very exotic skills. For example, swordsmen who learned the skills of elementalists. Often when you didn't believe it, control spells such as Frost Claw would really fall on you. I've heard of this mirror before, but I've never seen it in person. He took the mirror and explained it to Philas. Of course, he did not go into too much detail. He only said that it was a relic left behind by a beautiful female knight, and that the mirror had the ability to replicate illusions. Unexpectedly, his words made the latter's eyes sparkle. He couldn't help but ask, "Wait, I have a presumptuous request. Count, can you give this mirror to me?" Philas might look sloppy on the surface, but deep down, he had received an aristocratic education. In terms of aristocratic etiquette, they had found the skeleton together, but Philas knew very well that this was just Brando doing him a favor. For the nobles, inviting the other party to inspect the spoils of war during a winter hunt was already the highest form of courtesy. Philas was not naive enough to think that he had the right to share these spoils of war. He could see that Brando could find his way here without bringing him along. However, he did not mention the word "bye." In their circle, such a question was undoubtedly very rude and even somewhat insulting. Especially since Brando's current status could be said to be higher than his. Philas' words actually meant that he would return the favor in the future. Brando also heard the implication of this sentence and looked at the other party with some surprise. He did not understand why this mirror was so important to the other party that he needed to repay it with a favor. After all, the higher one's status, the less one liked to owe people favors. Philas himself was just an apprentice knight, but don't forget that he would become a prince of the Cruz Empire in the future. Seeing that Brando was a little confused, Philas then explained, "Count, you mentioned that this was a relic of a beautiful lady when she was alive. I feel that it must be worthy of Lorena, and I've always wanted to give her a gift." So that's how it is. Brendel finally reacted. He did not expect this guy to be so romantic. He looked at the silver mirror in his hand. To be honest, this thing was a good magical artifact. Even if he used it himself, it would be of great use. But on the other hand, it was indeed a good choice to gain the favor of Lorena and Philas. He had offended a lot of people in the Cruz Empire, especially the killing of Williams, although Wood had covered it up and described it as the deputy commander's death under a sneak attack by a demon. But these statements could only fool the general public. Williams himself was a descendant of a large family in the Cruz Empire, and his relatives and best friends were all powerful people at the time. Even if they did not trouble him for a while, it was inevitable that they would have malice against him behind his back. Not to mention the recent inexplicable addition of the Prime Minister's daughter to the blacklist. Brando had never seen the Prime Minister's daughter in Amber, but the famous Prime Minister of the Empire was a very influential figure in the game. And his faction was very different from William's Temple faction, which meant that he had offended the two major forces of the Empire at the same time. So he had to consider winning over the moderates in the Empire. After all, a sage in Erewhon had once said that when it came to the politics of Erewhon, the Empire and the Wind Elves couldn't be avoided. Although this was somewhat helpless, it was a true portrayal of this ancient kingdom. Not to mention that the princess's party had not yet unified Erewhon. Even if they were fully fledged, the geography of Erewhon made it impossible for Brando to completely separate the kingdom from the influence of the Cruz Empire and the Wind Elves. Although he kept saying that he wanted to break with the Holy Cathedral of Fire, Brando was actually very clear in his heart. Before Erewhon really became an empire, the best choice was to remain neutral between the Holy Cathedral of Wind and the Holy Cathedral of Fire. His opinion also came from that sage. The sage's name was Valadaran, and he was Tumen's teacher in the mortal world. He was an important minister of the kingdom for nearly 100 years, from the establishment of the Corvado dynasty and the ascension of White King Edward to Anson XI. He was also the founder of the Renaissance era. If it was said that Tumen and his own grandfather Darius were under the shadow of this sage, Brando's promise to help Veronica was not without this consideration, and the families of Lorena and Filas also had considerable influence in Cruz. The key was that Filas' family and Vahina's family had a good relationship, and if he could rope in these two families at the same time, the empire would have the power to counterbalance those potential enemies. Of course, the most important point was, Brando had a good impression of Filas and Lorena. Although both of them were descendants of great nobles, they did not act arrogantly. Compared to these two, he had to wonder about the family education of the so-called Prime Minister of the Empire and the Archduke of Flowerleaf. Fortunately, although Vahina was rude, she was not bad in nature. He really didn't dare to compliment the Prime Minister's daughter. Brendel had always believed that personal character could determine many things. If Firas and Lorena were the same as those unsightly nobles, no matter how powerful the families behind them were in Kurlutz, he would probably not give them a second glance. Although he had long said goodbye to everything about his past, Brando had always maintained the last line of arrogance and pride of a gamer in his heart. Otherwise, if he could compromise, he would not have gotten into so much trouble today. After all, Erwin had nothing to do with him. He glanced at Filas and threw the mirror over. "You are guests, I am the host, and it is only right for the host to give gifts to the guests. No need to be so polite. Besides, these things are ownerless to begin with, and maybe Lady Lorena is the owner it has chosen." "That's true." Filas' eyes lit up. "But Count, you are really the most generous gentleman I have ever met. Please come to the Cruz Empire when you have the chance, and I will definitely treat you as my most distinguished guest." Brendel smiled faintly. This guy was basically treating him as someone worth befriending. But he nodded without too much concern. This was just an opportunity. To truly form a close relationship, benefits were still needed. But he had plenty of opportunities, so he was not in a hurry for the moment. Brando had the idea of developing the Black Forest. The Black Forest had the most precious goods in all of Wonde, and with specialties that were hard to come by. He did not believe that the nobles of Cruz could sit still. Even the nobles of the empire had to feed their families, and the larger the family, the more shocking the expenses. Which nobles of the empire did not have their own properties? Especially the upper class of Cruz, who pursued an extravagant lifestyle. When the time came, the things in his hands would definitely arouse their interest. Filas indeed had the spirit of a scion of a large family. As a noble, he certainly understood the value of the goddess of the night's dressing mirror, but when he put away the mirror, it was as if he was putting away an ordinary mirror. Then he looked at the other things on the ground and asked, "Count, you should also recognize these things, don't you?" Brando nodded slightly and introduced him to the ring of the double-ringed serpent and the grasp of Francis one by one. But of course, he did not go into that much detail. He only pointed out the approximate value and history of these two magic items. In fact, he knew very well that nobles like Filas would not be very interested in the practical use of these things. Instead, the background of these magic items was more attractive to them. After telling the story of the grasp of Francis, the unjust knight, Brando's eyes fell on the last item. It was the tooth he saw before. It looked a bit like a wolf's fang, but when Brando took a closer look, he found that it was actually a bone dragon's tooth. This was an incredible item. The bone dragon's tooth was one of the most precious materials in amber. Using it to cast armor could give one the special ability to resist the curse of aging. Embedding it into a weapon could give the weapon the special power of the curse of aging. In his previous life, the price of a bone dragon's tooth was as high as hundreds of thousands of tor each. Brando had tried his best to get one, but at that time, the weapon made from this thing was not very useful to him, because it was recognized in amber that it was most suitable for players with the time element. The reason was simple. The triggering rate of the curse of aging provided by the bone dragon's tooth ranged from a minimum of 1% to a maximum of 2.5%. Depending on the effect of the forging, the triggering rate could be said to be quite low. This triggering rate was somewhat useless for the average player, but it was different for players with the time element, because having the time element meant having the active elemental effect of a lapse. The active elemental effect of a lapse was described as long as the lines of law tend to be stable, the user's attack can affect the enemy and cause them to age rapidly. In fact, it was actively triggering the curse of aging. And this effect could be stacked with the effect of the bone dragon's tooth itself, which meant that with the bone dragon's tooth, when the elapse effect was turned on, the curse of aging was basically doubled. As one of the few high-grade items that he had experienced in his previous life, Brando had always remembered the effect of this thing. And here, he had the space-time attribute that was one level higher than the time element. It was as if this thing was specially made for him. When he picked up the tooth, the look in Faraz' eyes couldn't help but soften a little. This was simply the god of fortune. If he brought this guy with him every time he went into a dungeon, wouldn't it not be long before he could graduate with godly equipment? Of course, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking, and that Faraz and Lorena were unlikely to stay in Erewhon forever. Presumably, as soon as Erek died, they and Veronica would return to the Crew's empire. This is a bone dragon's tooth? Faraz seemed to recognize the thing in Brando's hand. Brando was slightly taken aback and a little surprised. You know it? I've probably heard of it, Faraz replied with a little pride. I heard that this thing was a tooth taken from a humorous Wyrm in Madara, right? No. Before Brando could speak, Haruz interrupted him and said in a childish voice, the humorous Wyrm in Madara is just a monster assembled from the bones of a Wyrm. The real undead Wyrm is a dead adult dragon, and only a few Wyrms in Woned have been transformed into undead. Their power is almost the same as when they were alive, and even His Majesty the Emperor with the Mercury Staff respects them. Brando shifted his gaze to the little prince, whose face was slightly red, his soft curly hair sticking to his forehead, and his eyes shining in the dark against the light of the illuminating crystal, looking very feminine. But he still insisted. My sister told me this. Your sister, Princess Graphene? Faraz reacted. My sister said that Madara is Erewhon's mortal enemy. Although you Crew's people have been trying to manipulate the power of the kingdom, you won't let the kingdom fall into a sea of fire. But for the undead, the boundary between life and death is easy to break. Haruz looked at Faraz as if he was holding his breath. But I've always wondered, we're all humans. Why can't we work together to deal with those monsters in the dark? Well, Faraz was a little embarrassed and couldn't help but scratch his hair. Brando looked at the guy with some sympathy, and he couldn't explain to Haruz that Madara's skeletons were not, strictly speaking, monsters. After all, the undead were also part of this world, and they were not truly immortal, but just another way of existing. In fact, in Woned, the undead of Madara, like the humans of Cruz and the wind elves of Saint Tossol, all believed in Martha, who symbolized order. It was just that one worshipped the order of darkness, and the other had a heart towards the light. But it couldn't be said that Princess Graphene was wrong. The boundary between life and death was very fragile, but the two were, after all, very different existences. The undead had invaded the eastern part of Erewhon for thousands of years, and there were many examples like Butchie. As a human, it was really difficult to think of things from the perspective of the undead. He sighed and rubbed the little prince's hair. Did your sister tell you all this? Lady Maynold also said some. This was similar to what Brando had guessed. But he didn't intend to continue on this topic, and patted the little prince on the shoulder. Then he turned around and pulled the armor from the skeleton with a crash, tearing the already decaying skeleton apart. Mr. Brando, you? Faraz was startled, and Scarlet, who had been standing at the back, also stared at her lord in surprise. The mountain people, like the nobles, had great respect for the undead. But Brando looked at the armor and explained, as you can see, the average person wouldn't carry a bone plate with words on it or a sword with a curse. There's only one kind of existence that would use them. Faraz was slightly startled, but reacted quickly. Wait, my lord, you mean? Brando nodded. He could basically confirm that this thing was a skeleton when it was alive. It was more likely a skeleton knight. He had been influenced by the player's strategy guide, but now that he thought about it, the strategy guide was a very early product. Things like the bone plate of the secret runes were only known to everyone in the later stages of the game when the status of the players in the game gradually increased. Therefore, it was entirely possible that the strategy guide had overlooked something. This reminded him that because of the different time periods, some strategies were likely to have limitations, and he himself had to come up with his own experience to judge. Brando handed the armor in his hand to Faraz. This is a set of enchanted armor. The magic armor of the skeleton knight has no special power, but its defense is shockingly high. Take it and put it on later, There won't be just demonic spirits from here onward. Faraz frowned at the dirty, dusty armor in Brando's hand. Magic armor was a very rare and precious magic item even in Amber, and he certainly knew that. But for him to wear something that had just been pulled out of a dead person, it was really a little. Faraz swallowed and replied dryly, "Well, I'll find a way to wash it." In fact, he also knew that he was basically the weakest existence in the team on this trip. Brando gave him the armor so that he wouldn't be such a burden to the team in the future. But in any case, he gave Brando a grateful look, and then took the smelly armor with a bitter face. Brando turned back again, and he estimated that it should be almost time outside, so he quickened the movements of his hands. This time he pulled out the skeleton knight's weapon from the pile of broken bones, a flame-shaped sword. As soon as he pulled the sword out, Haruz behind him couldn't help but let out a cry. "What's the matter?" Faraz, who was now very familiar with the little prince, immediately asked. This is the lion's tooth." Brando looked at the sword in his hand with some appreciation, and said with some surprise, "It was the sword of the guard of the late King Eric, and the method of forging it has long been lost for hundreds of years. It seems that the identity of our Mr. Knight has some history." "Yeah." Haruz nodded heavily. "Is there something wrong with this sword?" Faraz looked at Haruz's sparkling eyes and couldn't help but be a little curious. "No, it's very appropriate." Brando raised the sword under the faint light of the illuminating crystal and smiled slightly. The 11 knights of the late King Eric were all people who shone brightly for a time. "Oh, by the way, do you see the knight beside Freya who hasn't made a sound or made a move?" Faraz nodded inexplicably. Of course he saw the knight of the lake who had been outside the crowd. "They're all legends," Brando sighed as he turned the blade and handed the hilt to Haruz. He smiled at the little Prince of Erewhon and asked, "What do you think?" Haruz stared blankly at the Count's actions. Count, you're giving it to me?" He was almost in disbelief. The historical texts say that the lion's tooth belongs to the truly brave. In your previous battle, you may not have been an excellent warrior. But those who can overcome themselves are true warriors, Brendel replied. "Are you saying that it's not worthy of you?" "Your Highness Haruz?" "No. I just..." Haruz was surprised and a little excited. His eyes were as beautiful as silver gems, and he couldn't help but blush. "But this is a hero's sword. I just think..." "You just think you're not worthy of it?" Brando shook his head. "If you think you need to be braver, then all the more you should pick up this sword and prove yourself. Besides, you're not just going to prove yourself for a sword." Brando handed the sword to him. "This is your trophy. Legend has it that the mountain men are declared adults when they get their weapons, so this sword is your responsibility from now on." As Brando said this, he looked up and saw Scarlet nodding slightly at him not far away. "I understand, Count." This was Haruz's almost inaudible voice. "P.S. Today's 6,000 words. Boo-hoo. Looks like I'm going out again tomorrow, I'll see. So annoying. Fortunately, it's over on the 15th. This year has been a nightmare, and I'll continue to ask for monthly votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for recommendation and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation." You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.